Good morning. Thanks, Asif. Welcome to NCC and this workshop on standards-driven research. I'm Sharayu Mohrir from IIT Bombay. I'm one of the general co-chairs of the conference. Before we begin, I want to thank TSDSI for putting this workshop together. And it's my pleasure to introduce the two workshop chairs, Professor Sachin Chaudhary and Dr. Viveshwar Kumar. Professor Sachin Chaudhary joined the International Institute of Information Technology, IIIT Hyderabad in December 2014, where he is currently an associate professor. His research interests are in the field of signal processing, machine learning for wireless communication, and particularly in the physical layer aspects of the Internet of Things, 5G, and cognitive radio. He is a senior IEEE member and a representative of IIITH to the Telecommunication Standard Development Society of India, TSDSI. Dr. Viveshwar Kumar is an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Delhi. His research interests include anatomizing the communication protocols employed in cyber-physical systems for security and privacy vulnerabilities, and then mitigating them with innovative defense mechanisms. I welcome you all here, and I hand over to the workshop chairs to take this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sharayu. Many thanks for this introduction, nice introduction. We also thank you and all the organizers of NCC 2022 for hosting this workshop. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to welcome all the participants to this workshop on standards-driven research. The goal of this workshop is to engage with academia to identify potential research topics for standards development. The workshop will also focus on how different funding agencies, TSDSI, industry, as well as academic leadership in the country can encourage and facilitate standards-driven research in Indian academia. This year, the workshop has two themes. The first half of the workshop will be based on immediate standardization opportunities, while the second half of the workshop will focus on participation of academia in standards-driven research. Over to you, Professor Viveshwar, for briefly describing the agenda.
Okay, yeah, thanks Professor Sharayu for the introduction, and thanks Sachin for initiating the discussion. So this year we have two parts. This year the conference will be in the two parts. So in the morning session, we will start with a keynote from Professor Devrata Das on incentivizing SDR in academic institutes. This will be followed by talks covering the TSDSI roadmap and inputs from the two study groups, the study group on networks and the study groups on services and solutions. Then after a quick survey, we move on to the panel discussion on technology enablers for 6G before dispersing for a lunch break. So in the second, the afternoon half, we will start with an invited talk on participation of academia in standards-driven research. This will be followed by the talks on standardization at ITU and standardization efforts in the domain of banking and ICT. Equipped with the information from these esteemed researchers in their domains, we will move to two back-to-back roundtable discussions. The first one will involve the discussions on challenges in software in SDR, while the second one will discuss the potential solutions to these challenges in conducting standards-driven research. So we will conclude the workshop with some discussion from the perspective of MIT, DOT, and industry, and they will also talk about their role in facilitating SDR. So before I hand over this back to Sachin, let me just talk a little bit about some instructions that we will follow in this workshop. So all attendees will remain muted throughout the workshop. If you have any question for the speakers, please type them in the questions tab. You should be able to see it on the right-hand side of this GoToMeetings window. This webinar is being recorded, and the recording will be posted to the TSDSI website in the next few days. The speakers are requested to kindly deliver your presentations within the allotted time durations. Also, for all attendees, a few material on TSDSI work is available in the Hands Out tab at the dashboard of the tool. Please feel free to download these for your reference. Next we will move on to the keynote, and I guess Sachin will go ahead and introduce the speaker. Yeah, Sachin, back to you.
Thank you, Professor Viveshwar. So I would now like to invite Professor Devabrata Das to present a keynote on incentivizing STR in academic institutes. Professor Das is the current director of IIIT Bangalore. Before joining IIIT Bangalore in 2002, he had served at G.S. Sanyal School of Telecommunications at IIT Kharagpur and later at Kirana Networks in New Jersey, USA. He is PI and Nodal Officer of project under National Mission for Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems in the area of Advanced Communication System from DST Government of India. He was PI of multiple sponsored projects from Intel, HP, Microsoft, Motorola, Nokia, and Government of India on the areas of broadband wireless systems. He has several papers, patents, and awards to his name. He and his wireless network team has contributed to IEEE wireless broadband standard. Please join in welcoming Professor Das for the keynote. Sir, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Sachin, for your kind introduction. Also, thanks to Dr. Viveshwar and all the committee members of the NCC and Tsdsi for inviting me for this talk. I request Asif, he has showed me some screen sharing now, so I am going to share my screen. Are you able to see my screen, Asif?
Yes, sir. Can you make it? Yeah, now it's perfect, sir.
Okay. So thank you very much, and let me. It has gone. Asif, my slide is visible?
Yes, sir. You can move the slide by key.
Okay, I am not able to see by myself.
You are the presenter, so.
One second.
Or shall we present on behalf of you, sir? So.
No, it is coming now. I got it.
Thanks.
Okay, so coming to the standards-driven research and all. So this is a very interesting topic given, and this topic will be remaining as one of the very important in the sense that what will be our future from the academia. And if I look at my presentations, it has been divided into three parts mainly. One is, you can see, introduction, why standard-driven research is very important, why we need it from academia point of view, or industry people know it well, but from academia point of view, why it is needed. And present challenges in academia for motivating faculty for standard-driven research. So what are the incentives? The topic is how to incentivize these faculty members and what challenges first they face, and to understand and how to go forward. Because I was involved in standards from 2008 for multiple years, then I little bit went off, then when DSDSI came in, then again got activated. So all those experiences of academia and industry and standard body, three of them I've gone through some extent, so I can share and how to go forward future, so that we have to plan for, because it is extremely important. How to achieve it in academia, also a challenge, and all those steps I'll be talking about at the end. My concluding remarks will be there. So if you look at this slide, there is one picture, one figure is there on the left side, which is very common, or many of us know about it, and we also discussed about it many times, that what this figure stands for. So if you look at research, we in academia do a lot, and in the sense we published a lot of papers from research time as a PhD students, later on as an assistant professor, professors, or as a team with the scientific team, industrial collaboration, research projects and all. So these research publications, out of which if I look at some of them, if I look to the right side, a set of research problems of novel ideas and solutions becomes a your for multiple research problems make a product. If you look at if it's a set or a subset of novel ideas from this research, from multiple research problems make a product. For an example, all of us has a mobile handset. If you look at a mobile handset, there is a hardware, there is operating system, there are cameras, there are screens, and transmission, receivers, protocols. When if you look at, there will be thousands of innovations inside a mobile handset or a laptop. So a set or a subset of a novel ideas or a multiple research problems make a product. So from here, research the product or happens by innovation of our product. This right side circle, you can see that. And this is called commercialization. And from this commercialization, people make profit, and that way percentage of profit again feedback as a feedback comes into the research as a funding, research funding. Then again we do new problems and research. So this cycle is understood by every one of us. But there is a missing link in it. So many of us do not talk about it in academia particularly. Nowadays, younger generations of the academia or some of the seniors are there. They are all acquainted with that missing link, but that I want to emphasize in my second bullet on the right side. A product for a mass adoption, if you want make a product for a mass adoption and commercialization needs standards. This is clear understanding has to come. What is the standard is? Because if I have done an idea, I have come out with a new innovations and all, but if I want to make a product and which has to be mass adoption means it has to be accepted across the globe, or how, and also commercialization also, then you have to have a standard. For an example, every one of us use Wi-Fi. So Wi-Fi has a standard, and that is called 802.11 series, IEEE 802.11 series, or you can go to 3GPP standard for the 4G. So after being standardization, the product is done and it has been mass, because all the products will be interoperable, whoever develops that. So the standards plays a huge role for the commercialization point of view. And that leads to mass adoption and leads to the profit, again funding and all kind of things. So this understanding of the from research to the innovation product, in between the standard is there, that link in between this research to the product, in between that is called standardization. Standards has to play a big role for commercializations. So without commercialization, we cannot do financial profit, because money is important. In academia, we don't talk about so much, but we need to understand very clearly that now that academia should also start play a role in the financial play, which industry is very, very good in that. So why? Because you see, in education which we have been doing as our own forte, but now in education also the industry has come in, already is in. Look at this online education, where online education industry develops a platform. We academicians are using those platforms to deliver our talks or class notes and all. But the revenue is divided between the academia and the industry for developing the platform. So industry is now helping us for proliferation of the education across the country or across the globe. But it seems like Coursera, you can look at the Byju's and all. So they are only giving you the platforms. So similarly, we the academicians, now time has arrived, we should push in the standards, and also we should have a pie of the revenue for our own research and also growth. So without profit, we cannot do further research and development. So you can see here, without profit, we cannot do, because the money comes to us for the research is from profit. There is only two sources. One is government, another is industry sponsored research projects. So every one of them has a surplus money or money which is given to us to do the research. So without profit, we cannot do further research and development. So why not we generate our funds slowly and think in that direction? For that only, the standard-driven research is extremely important and inevitable for academia in near future and also the future. So hence, standard-driven research is inevitable, which I just said. So we have to think in that direction as a standard body or standard kind of things. For that only, from which I'm so happy to see such a topic first time in such kind of workshops done to academia to wake up and think in that direction in more bigger way. Academia is working on standards from a long time, no doubt, but we have to have a more participation, more involvement along with the industry, because shoulder to shoulder, like a two people, industry and academia together, should go forward for this. Introduction. So why academia's for standard driven research? The question comes to our mind that why academia? It was good for teaching, research, and for that only academia was built. But I told you that in my previous slide that academia has to have, because now in academia already industry is in, so academia should in a different to have the revenue or the share of the revenue to have their research and innovation. If you look at Indian Higher Education Institute, this is second bullet is which is I am going to tell you, because my third bullet will tell you that where the dynamics is going. We academicians should understand where the educational dynamics is happening. So this Indian Higher Education Institutes, say engineering, is well known for teaching and research. We don't have to anymore say that we are doing teaching and research. It's well known from long time. All our institutes, top institutes or the other institutes are doing good amount of teaching and research. There is a possibility. This third bullet, please hear little carefully, because this is the dynamics of the Indian education, particularly the world education may change. So there is a possibility. For that only I wrote the word possibility, because the online education and NEP, National Education Policy, which is coming up 2020, may reduce tuition fee drastically for any degree and diploma programs, which I will explain to you shortly, because this one we have to visualize down the line 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, what will be the impact on our educational institution. This will be, and how. So again, online and NEP may reduce tuition fees drastically for any degree and diploma program. How the educational institution will survive. So look at this. Because online education means you can now, government of India is saying or that you can have a credit banks. So there are so many NPTEL courses and Coursera courses and other kind of online courses you do from different IIT, and there was a 3 credit, 4 credit examinations is done by a very nicely in a secular way in different examination center online exams. Then you get a credit, your certificate is there. But NEP is saying online education is on and you can have a credit back. Only one thing will be left in the future is that if you accumulated so many credits with some lab work somewhere of so many credits, then you will be given a degree in electrical engineering or computer science or a mechanical engineering and all. So your tuition fees will go down, because students may not come to your campus to study theory because they will do it online. Only for labs they may come. So if that dynamics happens, which is may happen because it looks like NEP is moving for those kind of things, then how the educational institution will survive? Because many educational institutions in India, including IITs, also tuition fees are very high now for them. So how they will survive? Because if many percentage of those coming, and government of India is, and also the government of state governments are also their focus is on the citizen-centric development and all, but education they may not put much efforts. So, and particularly higher education, the money. So that slowly the source of teaching from the government and all will dry up, and we have to generate our revenues in a different, intelligent way. So this is the possibility I'm saying. And last few years, patent filing also added to expectation lists. So last few years, we are encouraging our professors to file the patent, but the number is still low. Okay, so many papers coming out, but that is not proportionately number of patents happening. Still, except a very active professor, young professors nowadays in India are very active. I know them. So, but they accept them, a few of them or hundreds of them, but we need in thousands in that. However, the line you can see, however, a patent or a pool of patents have no use. You may have a patent, you may have a pool of patents, of a particular area, it has no use without a goal to push to a standard or transfer of technology to product line of industry. So if I have a patent, or if I have a pool of patents, if I do not push it through a standard to make it a standardized, or transfer of technology to a product line of an industry, it will not generate revenues. It will not generate money. It will be like a dormant patent in your name. It will be in your CV, but it will not generate revenue. But if I make an intelligent inventions or a research, and I go and put it into a standard body and follow up that it is in the document of the standards, then whenever it will be a product line, then there will be a royalty to your institute and you, and then that will flourish the institutions and the faculty member individuals. So the revenue, we should think about that standard driven research. This line and the above lines, you see the educational dynamics, which I'll talk more as I go forward more and more. So, but this is the dynamics going to happen in this country, of course. So faculty will play a role for the above. So because education dynamics, teaching dynamics will be changing, because once you record your class and all, only you have to give the exams and evaluate, because this will be mostly online down the line 5 years or 10 years theory part, and then you will get more time to do research. Research paper is of course required, but the patent then followed by the standard will give you the revenue. So how a faculty will play a role for the above. So now I'll be talking about that in my next slides. So challenges in academic for standard driven research. First, we have to understand the challenges, because we, the professors or the faculty members, are two main things in our hand. Research and teaching are two main focus of a faculty. Whenever we join as an assistant professor, our dean faculty, dean academics, dean R&D, and sometimes director call, they give you a cup of coffee and tea with a smiling face, tell you, boss, thank you for joining us, and please focus on your teaching and research. But that leads to, let me talk about the research first, what we are oriented for till now. So the orientation towards the paper, whenever we join our seniors or the dean says, hey, you have only $1 in your life, that is your research paper, that can be exchanged. The research paper can be exchanged whenever in your promotions, when you go for any awards or you apply for any projects. People see how many good papers you have published, and how many things you have done in that direction. So the academia promotion is evaluated by research papers. So till today, we have been oriented majorly on this. And research projects later on came in to our criteria. It's called majority of projects expects paper, and few POCs. A few projects expect proof of concepts. However, some projects expect nowadays industry collaborations. If you look at nowadays, a MIT or ACRB, if you are applying for any projects, or if you are in a working groups, in those forms, they ask, have you collaborated with any industry for this proposal, or do you see any industry will collaborate with you in future? So the Indian government or the funding agencies from the industry also changing over the last 10 years. Out of this 60 or 70 years of after independence, only last 10 years they're only asking this question: are you collaborating? That's all. And rarely any standard contribution is asked in our funding from the funding agencies, except one or two nowadays. So look at this, our orientation after joining academia is not at all towards standards directions. Even we file patents, even we are filing patents, some of the institutions are giving weightage to the patents. Due to lack of standard acceptance, very rarely it is being used. Because if you do not go to the standards or a transfer of technologies, you will not be used those patents by any one of this product line. In India, rarely funding agencies support travel for standard presentation or participations. We just manage it by our own funds, or some funds we have some extras and all, we travel by. But till very recent, previously, if I look at the previously, all the headings said that you can attend conference papers, and then nowhere in the heading it has been said that you can travel for the standard presentations. Majority of the industry collaboration, this is I have faced actually, and many of you might have faced. This is very interesting. If you collaborate with the industry for the research funding, and they will give you money, they will encourage, and wonderful collaboration. Bright people are there in industry, and you are also, your research lab is working with them. They will definitely encourage you to file a patent, but they will be joint inventor. Their company will be the joint inventor along with you. Very nice. But while presenting the joint ideas in standard body, industry person is sponsored by the industry, and faculty do not get any travel support. So you will be just left behind, because standard body meetings does most of the times, except TSDSI, most of the times if you are in the 3GPP or IEEE and all those standard body, it is international, global. It may be happening in this time in Europe, next time in US, next time in some part of the Asia and all, every time, every quarter in a different place of the world. And it is a 7 days program, 1 day, 2 days for travel, 1 day, 2 days come back, in between 3 days meeting. So the industry goes and present, and they present from industry side, where your name will be in the name of the inventor, or your institute name will be there in one of the inventor, but there will be no one will be talking about like you go and talk to the other people by yourself. So this is the challenges we faced, and it is not the end of the challenges. I only told you about the research part. Let me come to the teaching part, where we faced problem. Majority of the Indian companies are service oriented. If you look at majority of the Indian companies are service oriented, and developers look at the software requirement specification, and without much understanding and develop products, write codes. So if you go to any of this, they are doing the top MNCs products and the service oriented industry in India, but they don't know what exactly technology inside while they are coding. They have the detailed SRS document, and they are blindly, I can say, that code it what is given. Very wonderful coders, intelligent people, but they are not the inventor or the creators. In R&D companies or the project given to a service IT companies, most of the SRS documents are derived from standards. The irony is that people on the MNCs who are sitting on the other part of the world, they did the research, they went to standard body, they make their ideas into the standards. From that standard document, they wrote the SRS document, they gave it to our people to develop from those standards document as a SRS document. Unfortunately, to the best of our knowledge, most of the institutions in India do not teach what is standard. This is my feeling from my heart. I am saying many of our institutions, we do not teach in our curriculum, or not a single subject there in our curriculum. So what is a standard? What is a standard process? Looking at the communications of physical layer, or maybe MAC layer, or the networks layer, or transport layer. While speaking the concepts and all, we may refer sometimes this is RFP number this or that, that's all. But what is the standard process? We never sensitized our student that how important this is. But when a student graduates, look at the second bullet just above it, he is looking at those SRS document and coding, but he doesn't know in his whole academia life of 10 years or 4 years of BTech, 2 years of MTech and PhD, that what is a standard and what is the process. As a country, most of our faculty members, students, scientific staff, engineers are not standards aware. So what I wanted to say, most, I'm not saying all, most of us, except a few, and most of us, if you look at, we are in thousands in numbers. We are here in these workshops is only in 100. So most of, for that only I use the word, most of our country, faculty members, students, scientific staffs and engineers are not standard aware. But if you look at, revenue comes through the product which is standardized. Examples, as you know, India's world leader in digital identity. You see, example I am giving, as you know, India is world leader in digital identity. Aadhaar is the largest digital identity of the world, which so proudly we say. But to the best of our knowledge, yet to create or participate on a digital identity standard as a country. So if we create the digital identity for the world, from our experiences of so many years of Aadhaar, and we have a project called MOSIP, M-O-S-I-P, if you Google and see, where we are equivalent of Aadhaar, we are given the world free of cost to make a platform on digital identity, and already 6 countries in the world has adopted through the World Bank. So what I wanted to say is that we have never participated to create a digital identity for the world, where world should follow us in this regard, because Aadhaar is the number 1 in the world. So we are not aware how to go forward and how to create. So now we are pushing our engineers and scientists, create a working group on digital identity and push this. So next question arises in our mind, how to motivate faculty, scientific staff and students for standard-driven research. So this is the thing which we are now going to talk about. So now, how to motivate for standard-driven research our faculty members or scientific staff in the academia or in the industry itself? So first is the orientation, why it is important. So I will be elaborating in the next slides, but just I am touch basing the bullet points which I am going to talk about. What is the important for management and faculty to realize? Management, why I brought in, I have already little bit given you that how the dynamics of the academia may change over the time due to NAP 2020 and online. So management should not think that it is young generations only. Management should go 2 steps ahead to support the faculty and the scientific staff for the standards. How to participate? This is our awareness. Financial, how to help in financially, because standard participation, travel, and every standard takes 2 to 3 years of gestation time to be. Career path, how a faculty member or scientific staff should adhere to the standard, should feel that it is a career for me. Research and innovations, how my research and innovation will be go through the standards as a participant. Standard meetings, travel, and academic calendars. Academic calendars are very interesting. We are semester based, but standards are quarterly based. So how you will, there is a time mismatch. There's a time synchronization is not matching according to a communication person like Dr. Sachin is sitting there physical there. There is no time synchronization between the academic calendar and the standard meeting calendars. How to match it? Because a professor can attend it. Teaching, I'm doing the teaching, and how to bring in collaborations, academia collaboration, academia industry collaborations for this SDR. Percentage of IPR rights to the faculty. If you do not give this incentive to a person, he will never try. How much he will drive? Indian faculty being BTech, MTech, PhD, so much publications in the top journals, conferences, intellectual mass. Let us please try to understand. Let us incentivize them more and more creative way. They will feel happy and they will go 2 steps forward to take this country to forward by contributing more to the standards. So percentage of IPR rights to the faculty has to be there. Startup support for the products. Which area standard to follow for SDR? That is a very important last one, because that's my experience. I burned my fingers. I contributed to the standards, but later on I found that other standards of the same technology is much better than this one. So those kind of understanding sitting in academia may not be possible. So here industry, which direction moving, which standard will be successful, how to choose that and how to put our pedal of energy on that, then we will be more and more successful. So which area of standard to follow for SDR? This is also important from community point of view, our community point of view. So let me go one by one. So orientation, why it is important for management and faculty to realize, because the quicker the realization, the better for us, which is already there. The people who are here, they have understood, but for the larger mass, we should think of. Due to advent of new technologies, online educations like your video conference, audio conferences, virtual AR and VR, etc., or augmented reality, virtual reality, and the policy change. You see this advent of new technologies will have a game change in the educations. You see, you have seen in the COVID how we survived by online, but that has created a new dimension to the education business completely. I am using the word business because all of us get salary, all of us survive from the salary. So it should be very clear and honest to all of us that we survived on that. So if you look at 20 years back, there was in the corner of our street, there used to be a kirana shop where we used to go buy our things for day to day. Slowly it went to a mall, and the cinema halls were broken down, malls were done because no one went to see cinema because of the TV and digital transmissions of the cinemas. Then cinema halls became malls, but the malls were crowded, a lot of business happened, but within the 5 years due to the corona, now online business, so 50% of the mall business has gone to the online. So the advent of the technology of online along with the financial transactions online completely changed the dynamics. So we are not far away as education. Please try to understand that majority on particularly theoretical courses, not practical. Theoretical courses may move in that direction. And NEP will create that platform. So government of India will create a platform to have a maybe free education delivery like Byju's or Coursera or Upgrads of this world. Government will create. So dynamics of delivery of education revenue may change. Existence of some institutions may be difficult due to online, maybe less teaching load for some faculty members. So teaching load which we are worried for now will be less, because once you record, your teaching will reduce, but your evaluation answer scripts or maybe online tutorials or maybe offline tutorials or maybe the labs may increase, but other side will decrease. So you may have some extra hours in your hand per week to do more research or standard contributions. So research paper will bring in projects, but it may not collect enough revenue because overhead is the only 10%, 15%. Nowadays government says no overhead because you are a government institution, we will not give. There's always a fight between the institution and the government on overhead. So secondly, may not be perennial source of income to the institute or faculty from the research overheads. May not be continuously done. And standard and startup will be trained of academia for source of funds. So already startup people have understood, starting taking care of by some seed money, they are taking 5%, 10% of stakes. But now the standard will take another additional, because that will be your intellectual properties sharing or by standards. So how to participate, the awareness. Thanks, this is the thing. Workshop like standard driven research is a very important. Today's workshop, maybe 20 years down the line, those people who are students are sitting at here, they will talk about, hey, first time NCC and Tsdsi made this workshop where they gave standard driven research. Now it is the driving seat. So academia and standard bodies should make presentation and workshops on standard and its impact. You should talk its impact on research, impact on all those business, revenue, collaborations, and all. Present students are future standard contributors. Please, we need to understand present students and the young faculty members are future standard contributors. So orientation of students in class and curriculums to be added. It has to be added as one of the course in undergrad and postgrads level. And also the financial support to the faculty members and the staff, because we have a lot of scientific staffs which work on different areas of the standards. So these are the financial support is needed. These are the incentives should be there, because they work day and night for that. So these are the things which supports to your financial kind of things. Standard participation need technical and research. A person, you see, what do we expect from that person who goes and represents us in the standard body? He has to be good in technical and research. First criteria. He has to be good in public relation. He should go talk to the people, handshake with the people. Why? Because standard ultimately accepted through voting. So your person can go and convince and talk to the people, create a very good relationship with other groups and all. So there is always a give and take. You vote for somebody, they vote for you. So this public relations should come in, and good communication skills. You should be always on the communications with the other groups and your group and all. So we are not only asking the teaching part only, we are giving him extra responsibilities like public relations, communication skills, along with the teaching technical research. Okay. In addition to above, one has to travel and attend meetings in odd hours due to global standard meetings. If the person who attends standards, he knows that I have to travel across the globe, I have to leave my family behind. But first few days, young man will like 2-3 travels to different part of the country. After 4-5 travels, he will ask himself, what is my incentives? Why should I travel so much if I is not given in my promotion or some financial gains? So academia should think that this person is doing some extra work by traveling regularly to attend these standard bodies and attending meeting in odd hours. Sometimes the midnight standard body meeting happen if it is in US, and the global standard meetings. With respect to above, faculty and staff involved may be paid extra incentives on the top of their salaries, because they are going to ultimately generate revenue for the institute if our standards from any of my colleagues has been done, and they are going and presenting there. Ultimately, if it is pushed through the standard body and the royalty comes in to the institute, then the institute will be benefited. And also, some percentage of the IPR can be in the name of the faculty in case of commercialization. Not only the institute, some percentage of this IPR should be given to the individual faculty member who are doing those technical innovations, and those who are going and are also presenting in the standard body. So these are the institute policies should be created over the time for the financial support. Career path, which is also a challenge in academia, a novel contribution accepted in standard body. So you see, in standard body, when we participate, there are two types of contribution. One is big contributions. It's a novel contribution, I say always. It is a big, means it is a breakthrough kind of new ideas, new modulation to modulation techniques, new protocols of any of these things, or a new kind of things. That is one. One is incremental. Incremental means there is some error in the previous standard, somebody submitted, we corrected it and submitted it. So this is also a contribution, no doubt in it. Those are incremental. So a novel contribution, if happens, accepted in a standard, should be given a good amount of weightage in promotion and other incentives. So equipment to the lab, fellowships, monetary, all kind of things should be there in their promotions also. So like this has to be in their career path, and it has to be clearly written now. And standard participation can be given, which is for the promotions and also the finance already have said. Every department and institute can allocate a few professors and scientific staff cadre for standard participation. So slowly, if I have 50 professors in a department, say WE or computer science or ECE or any other mechanical or any other departments, I should find out 3 to 4 of them, or 1 to 2 to 3 of them, because it's better to have a 2, because the other one person may feel bored. So 2 people together, they will be representing their own works and others' works also when they travel to a standards. Institute should start thinking, creating standard center. This is a big push we have to do, because till today, or if you look at last 10 years, we have made something called incubation center or a startup centers and all. This is a big change as a country. So many startups are coming up, but we have to have inside that or a separate standard center where only focus will be that center that collect all the innovations and all, and send the people to the different standard bodies and follow up with them. And research and innovations, more focus on research and innovation related to the standard driven areas that has to be thought of, funds to be allocated for the above. And if you look at the more focus, because standard driven areas, what do you mean by the standard driven areas? That means, look at this, I can do or you can do research in all directions, no problem, but we should be careful now that 80% or 90% of the faculty member should do standard driven areas research, because that has business impact, revenue impacts. So because your revenue on the tuition fees and other side is coming down, so you are trying to compensate on the startup side or the research funding side. But one thing we are missing is that our own faculty, so much works can be made a patent pool and pushed to the standards, and can we have a TOT, I call it technology transfer, or standard royalties. It can be a source of income to the institution in future. So standard driven areas should be focused. So the people working on different areas in the leading cutting edge areas should say, hey, standard is moving on these directions, so you can think of a new problems, new research on this direction, which our standard body people can go and present and put it into the standard documents. So funds to be allocated for the above standard driven areas of the research. So pinpoint, find out, and focus on that direction. For that only, these kind of workshops, very focused, standard driven research, period. So they are not wanting to do research like a blue sky so much. 10% can do blue skies, 90% should be on this. Funds to be allocated for above. Indian academia should create working groups in standard body with respect to emerging new technology areas. So emerging areas we have to see, and we have to be leader now. Time has arrived, because it was so nice that we have recently so many successes we saw, like the digital identity, 5G test bed, so many So many things are coming up and happening in India now. We are so confident now. Slowly, critical mass of the people is also created, even though it is a small number compared to many countries and the small money we have. But so we should create working groups in standard body with respect to emerging new technology areas like RIS, reconfigurable intelligence surface in wireless network, reconfigurable intelligence surface kind of thing, digital identity, when new open RAN, open base stations, so many areas are there. We should take lead and create and push hard for the standards. And standards meeting travel and academia calendar. This is I was talking about in my starting, how it mismatch with the travel and our academic calendar. Travel at present, most of the research funding or the institution do not support standard meetings travel. More funds to be allocated for standard meeting and travel in these kind of things. Second, look at the calendar. Indian academia driven by semester-based calendar, where it is a 4.5 months, 4 months of teaching, and half months means 1 week of midterm, 1 week of final semester exam, so 4.5 months, where standard meetings are quarterly and various places of the world. So what happens for standard meetings overlap at the middle of the semester or maybe at the end of the semester? So then what happens, a faculty feel very hesitant to travel at that time because you are in the peak of the teaching and you want to finish your course and all. Hence, the faculty may miss the teaching for a week. And how to manage the teaching schedule, adjust the respective faculty class, and give the official leave to travel. This is the we can these are the incentives we should give from the institutes. Give him an official leave for 1 week to travel and present the standard, because we feel our academic section fails or the research. Hey, if you go there, then who will teach and finish the course? Who will conduct the exams? Who will conduct the viva? All those things are extremely important. I'm not denying it, but how to adjust it? So we the administration of the academic section and the faculty has to work together as a one body and adjust that and find out that seamlessly it happens, because these two calendars has to meet. Without meeting these two calendars, we cannot do that. Or we have to completely define a faculty who will not teach and he will only travel for standard body and standard presentations. Collaborations. This is very important. I have collaborated, so I have the experience with the industries and the academic institutions together. So, but this has to be done because individually we are small. We cannot fight a large world which is working behind the standard bodies. I do not have to take names, but you know in who are those big countries or the big bodies who pushes the standards in the standard bodies. So we have to collaborate among ourselves. Multiple academic institutes can collaborate for particular areas of standard participations. Academia and industry also can collaborate for the standard areas participations. However, in all these two cases, because two academic institutions, when they collaborate, there should be complete trust, or academia industry when collaborate, there should be complete trust with each other. That will come in the last bullet. However, in above cases, IPR sharing should be clearly discussed. In the day one, both of us, both the parties, whoever collaborate, if we know the IPR collaboration and sharing, then down the line 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, there will be no ambiguity and it will be very clear and straight. And this is an evolving process. Every process we learn, even though we make a little less money in the start with and start less IPR to start with, over the time when we have a more IPR from academia, we can demand for a more share on the later on. But do not stop collaboration in the name of IPR, because this is the thing which keeps us months and months delayed between the collaboration. Our legal team should be proactive and should help us to go ahead quicker, even though we make little less money, which I request. These are things comes from experience, because we may miss a collaboration which will be more beneficial in long run than in a short duration, which we think that we are losing something. Absolutely not. In long run, it will be beneficial, because in this process we'll learn, we'll have a more stronger collaboration, more percentage of IPR as we contribute more and more good research and revenues. So which areas of standard to follow? So this is a very interesting thing and makes an interesting experience of mine, and also many of you might have faced in your young 10 years, not 10 years back, around 14 years back or 12 years back. Let me give you an example. Around 2007-8, there are two standards people talked about for the 4G. One was WiMAX, one was LTE. Other one is LTE. So WiMAX was 4G standard and 4G advanced standard was happening. It was 1.5 years. And we academicians of all the 3 top institutes of the country were very passionate towards that, because it was a very good technology. Packet switching was coming in at that time. From 3G was circuit switch, packet switch mixed, but this was completely packet switch. So we got passionate because we academicians are more passionate about the technology than the business. But the industry, smart at that time, they understood that they put one leg in the WiMAX and other leg in the LTE, because they knew that maybe any one of the successful, I'll be successful, any one of them. So these are the big learning in life, because many of you are students here, maybe listening, are young faculty members. So you look at the standard body and also the world dynamics, which direction technology is going. Who are the people, muscle powers are pushing the standards in which direction? Then you do your research in that area and contribute your patent in that area to push into the standard in that area. Then if it becomes a product and successful, you are the successful in that way, in the royalty point of view. In that sense, I have written this. So generally, we the faculty members are passionate for research area with respect to our interest. This is very good, but it is not sufficient. I really salute to my colleagues and my people who do all across the India or across map and in the world also. They're too passionate people. They pick up a problem and they do not think, and they go on working problem research and publish. But it is not sufficient. There is one thing we have to think of from standard point of view. For that, the standard driven research is important. Second bullet, we need to find out good technology area with financial and business values, which we need to understand. Some of the faculty members are now very good in business and financial values. I attend so many workshops and all. I see and feel so happy that these generations of people, some of them are very good in technology also and financial business values also. So we should have, which can be standardized for global adoption. So you should think that let's make a standard body working group and let us push a standard before the product comes in. My work should be, or our work should be in that standard adaptations. So in this, now I will be quickly in 2 minutes in IIIT Bangalore, and we have recently a technology incubation hub we have done, and NMICPS, National Mission in Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical System Project in Advanced Communication Systems. We are working. I will take only 2 minutes because 6 minutes left to 11 o'clock. There may be some questions. So I'll take 2 minutes to finish last 2 slides. So we are in advanced communication system. We have picked up 2 problems, which has a huge, maybe huge financial or business, along with the technology, very cutting edge technology with the finance. This is the area which many people are talking about. This is called Open Radio Access Network base station in 5G. Then 5G 3GPP is doing fine. 3GPP or 5G advanced will happen. But if I look at from Indian context, only in the whole world, if you look at, there are only 4 people working on base station: Ericsson's, Huawei, Samsung's, and also the Nokia some extent. So if they have billions of dollars in their research, and there are 10,000s of people may be working along from research to the development to the testings, but we are not so much money, our manpower is less. So in India, we have to be innovative, how to tackle such a big problem. So what we have to do, our startups are coming up, our academia is coming up, but still it is a small number to attack such a big and complex problem. So if you look at in ORAN picture, you are talking about here, you see, open stands for that the interfaces are open APIs. For an example, if you look at your computers, if Professor David Kolpila is there and Professor other senior professors are there, they can tell 30 years back that IBM mainframe or HP mainframe, all the things from applications to the operating system, the hardware used to come from one company at that time. But later on, due to these APIs, these hardware come from only Intel or AMD, you can say now, operating system from the, at that time, Unix, then comes the Windows, the Linux, or somebody else developed the operating system. Application, anybody can develop. So the APIs interconnect that and whole market open. And lot of innovation happened, fast innovation happened. and people, startups came in. So similarly in the base station, if I make a interface standardized, that means between the physical layer, which is in the bottommost is the physical, then the MAC layer above that, if the interface is standardized, somebody developed the MAC in this country, somebody developed the PHY, I make the standards to the standard body, the APIs, and which is known to both the parties, then quickly we can develop a base station which we can compete in the world. Or with the startups, we can complement startups, we can fund, and which can make AI ML engines in the control plane, in the top planes. They can develop and come to us and integrate with these open APIs. So we have to be innovative in India, also in the standard body, because we have less money, less manpower, less time left for us to compete with the world. So standard bodies should help us quickly to do in these directions. Similarly, in reconfigurable intelligent surface, we are talking about URLLC, ultra reliable, low latency, where the ultra reliable in wireless, ultra reliable is a huge challenge, and and also low latency. So you see, if you transmit it to receiver, if there is a obstacle here, then I cannot communicate. So we are funding another set of projects in this direction, is that your surfaces, the worlds, will have the very intelligent small microns, what levels are all the small, they will intelligently reflect the signals from transmitters towards receiver. Then your SNR will be very good at the receiver side, and it will be a product down the line maybe. So this will be like whenever you are painting the wall with the Asian paints, you will paint the wall with the RIS in future. So in concluding in my talk is that standard participations and the pushing of novel ideas from Indian academia will be a requirement for the growth. And in fact, I didn't work the strong, it will be our survivability, because if the dynamics or the online and the NEP pushes us down the line 5 years. So we have to visualize from now what will happen 5 years, 10 years, 15 years from now with respect to technology and cost. So standard participation and pushing for the novel ideas will be a part of us. Standard areas along with the technologies should have business vision. This is the thing I wanted to all of us, which we are good. Now this I see the generation is good, but you think of the business, not only the technology is everywhere there. Technology is very good everywhere there. So we have to little bit mold ourselves mind towards without any, with less egos that no, I'm an academician, I will only talk about this. Not little bit of business, because our 98% of the students goes to the industry. So they will be working there, they work on standards there. So we should orient them in that direction. Okay. So we should have policy from government and academia to support faculty and scientific community. That list of things that I presented, you should support them. There should be financial incentives for faculty and scientific community to attend, as well as IPR sharing, because please try to understand that we all, of course, we know our faculty struggle till the age of 27, 28 when they finish their PhDs. And with so much of hard publications, difficult publications and all, well, with a system development from proof of concept of their PhD work, some of them do. So this is an intellectual mass, only they get lost for the next 30, 35 years, only teaching and publishing papers. If they be oriented little bit towards a business vision, that research will be go to the patent pool, a standard center in the institute like innovation center will take them, push them in the standard body, and the royalty will follow in. With this, I want to thank you, all of you, for giving me this opportunity to speak and also share the thoughts of all of us as a together. And I hope it might have touched you some of those points, and some I am open to any questions if time is left. Thank you. Over to you, Professor Chaudhary.
Thank you, Professor Das, for a very insightful presentation. Your talk very comprehensively covered the importance of SDR, what are the challenges faced by academia, what are the solutions. I'm very sure the participants will be able to resonate with many of your views. For example, I could easily resonate with including SDR in the syllabus, creating standard centers in college, and also giving weightage of standards contribution in promotion. So these are just to name a few. I'm very sure that that your words today will encourage and provide directions to the other academic institutes to contribute effectively to SDR. So because we are short of time, we will only have maybe 1 or 2 questions. I also saw the questions meanwhile, and I saw that when the questions were asked, you have kind of already answered most of them in your talk. So maybe we will only take one or two. So let me read out the first question. So industry hires academic interns for industry-driven standards. How can academia utilize or hire industry to advance academia-driven standards?
Very good questions. I really appreciate that academia industry is moving one step or two steps ahead to work with academia. Yes, we in these standard centers we can create positions for, I call it as reverse sabbatical. Like we professor go for sabbatical to any academia or industry. This is called as a reverse sabbatical. Let the industry people spend some 2 months to 6 months in academia and shape these innovations happening from the research, multiple research labs we have, and they can talk to us, collaborate with us, or take our innovations to write, how to write first of all. Like we learn how to write patents, but how to write for the standards, how to present there, and how to integrate yourself with the other parties. So these kind of things can industry people come as to us as a reverse sabbatical and spend time and go. If you are in the same city, you don't have to take a leave, because half a day visit or a 2 hours visit is also enough. So this industry in academia should open up this kind of things, positions. And slowly academia is opening up industries by professor of practice has opened up, but professor of practice are now looking at something else. They should also look at the standards from academia. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. So last question, maybe. Participating in international standards require a group effort in terms of covering different areas. How to get that done?
Good, very nice. Thanks. So this, you see, any product you pick up, as you rightly said in your question, these are multiple areas. Not one areas, two areas. But similarly, in academia also, people work in multiple areas. For an example, I showed you the base station. There is a physical layer, there is a Mac layer, there is multiple layers and applications layer and all, securities, privacies and all. In a standard body, there are also working groups of different areas out there. So only thing is that we have to sensitize our academia, those groups, to make a link to those working groups. And if there is no working group and you feel that there is a potential of usage of your ideas into a new areas of the product line or products, you create right to those bodies like IEEE or 3GPP, create a working group through TSDSI is such an helping hand. They are very active. TSDSI, all the office bearers and office people, they are round the clock ready to help. So they can create a working group and push it through that and create those new verticals, or existing verticals, be a part of it and contribute to your works. So that's not a problem at all.
So thank you very much, Professor Das, for this very exciting keynote. And we'll just move to the next thing now. I will like to thank you once again.
Sachin, for inviting. So nice of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So next, I invite Mr. Anindya Saha to present Tsdsi Roadmap. Mr. Anindya Saha is a Chief Technology Officer at Sankhya Labs with approximately 26 years of experience. He is an expert on software-defined radios and has led design and development of the baseband and RF subsystems for Sankhya's products in wireless communication. He is a senior member of IEEE and participates in standardization activities in 3GPP, ORAN, and Tsdsi. Mr. Anindya, over to you.
Thank you, Sachin. Just wanted to do a sound check. Am I audible there?
You're audible. Perfectly audible. You're audible.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for confirming, Dr. Sachin. And no, I think Professor Das's talk is always full of energy. I feel really energized after listening to him. So thank you. So yeah, let's go to the slides. I think I'm here to present about the Tsdsi roadmap. So I'll talk a little bit briefly about what Tsdsi does in a few slides, not to bore people, but to just take them through the journey. Yeah, thanks. So, the first slide is basically talking about what TSDSI is. It's an autonomous membership-based standards development organization for telecom and ICT products and services in India. And main goal is to develop standards for access, backhaul, core, anything to do with the telecom network, and primarily, targeted towards India-specific needs. That's one of the main things. Of course, TSDSI works very closely with the global standard bodies also, and sees, what things should be reflected in the, from Indian requirements there, and vice versa. So there is a little bit of a cross-pollination there. Of course, one of the important things Professor Das spoke about is Indian IPR. So TSDSI tries to play a role in incorporating Indian IPRs into the global standards. It is recognized by the Department of Telecom as India's telecom SDO. So that is what TSDSI is. And if you look at the objectives, it's basically first is developing, promoting, and standardizing India-specific telecom and ICT requirement. And I think that is, very key value proposition in terms of what TSDSI brings to the table. And in terms of operation, of course, it is an open organization with which adheres to transparency, fairness, and all that. And of course, maintains technology neutrality. So this is in a nutshell, about TSDSI. So let me go to the next slide, where I just want to take everyone through the journey of what TSDSI has done. Now, this is a very busy slide. I will not try to read through this. I mean, 2014 is when TSDSI was was formed, and then 2015, you can see that it got admitted to 3GPP and 1M2M, and then meetings started. There was an initiation of roadmap for standardization in 2016, and then there was a standardization roadmap published in 2017. 2017, I think everybody knows that there was a 5G vision workshop which was held in conjunction with DOT, and that is where a lot of things started flowing out in terms of India's contribution to 5G, and leading to 2018 when a RIT or SRIT proposal was given. And then 2019 further, if you look at it, some of the other key things is the NAVIC thing, which was proposed in 3GP release 16, along with ISRO. There was a vision statement released, and then I have shown here only up to 2020, where it shows 5G became a part of ITU, but now everybody knows it has also got merged. It will get merged into the 3GPP standard, so that's a big accomplishment. And then TEC has also adopted the TSDSI transposed standards as well, and some of them have also been relegated to the national standard level. So today we have definitely, I think, more than 80 plus members, and of course I would say maybe about 2,600 kind of reports and standards and reports put together. So this is just a brief snapshot on the journey so far. So we'll go to the next slide, which actually shows the kind of partnership of affiliations which TSDSI has. Again, it's a very busy slide. I'm not going to read through it. So, and of course, slides will be available later for you to figure out. So obviously, it's an organizational partner of 3GPP, 1M2M, and also a member of the Global Standards Collaboration Committee. It has, by way of partnerships, TSDSI has couple of instruments. One is adoption agreements, cooperation agreements. There could be very specific MOUs, and of course, letter of intent to cooperate. So you can see various bodies here. You can see IEEE SA, ATSC, then cooperation agreement with HC, OCF, and then MOUs with several, even what I call as MRPs, like the 5G IA, then the Broadband India Forum. I think now even Satellite India Association. Lot of bodies are there. WWRF, TTA Korea, ORAN Alliance, Cloud Computing Council. So, I mean, anybody whom you find relevant doing related to standardization or deep technical work, you will definitely find TSDSI partnering with them. And of course, in terms of regional cooperation, you will find that there is an India-EU cooperation on ICT-related stuff, which is ongoing. It's been very successful, And of course, there are multiple, there are several multilateral MOUs also, which TSDSI goes on to sign, mainly to increase our global footprint and in terms of standardization. So, this is the brief on what TSDSI is, and now I'll jump to the what I call as the standardization process in TSDSI. Now, since I have to speak of roadmap, I think it is very important that as a precursor to roadmap, it's important to understand the standardization process and where roadmap is, where does the roadmap come from, where does it evolve inside TSDSI. So if you look at this slide, you can find that there are 3 phases in the standardization. There is a pre-standardization phase, there is a standardization phase, which is where I would say the bulk of the activity happens, and then there is a post-standardization phase. The pre-standardization phase is where I would say the roadmap committee within TSDSI kicks in. There are workshops which are conducted. There are proposals which people send in by way of white papers and all that. And these could be from academia, industry, or joint proposals. And there are also inputs which comes from the government in terms of policies, use cases, what are the market requirements, drivers, and all this is amalgamated and fed into creating what is the technology roadmap for TSDSI, and that is one of the most important things, and that is what is has been the role of the roadmap committee within TSDSI. And now this is where a lot of as I said, consultations, reports, and all also come out in terms of what is the next things that we should address. If I look at the second phase, I think that is the bulk of the phase where which happens in the study groups, and I know speakers after me will be talking about that, mainly from the study group networks and the study group services. So I will not delve too much into that, but they will detail this out very in a lot of depth. So, but primarily you can say that this is where a lot of hard work, a lot of churning happens to really come up with a very hardened standard. And the last phase is post-standardization, where basically we try to evangelize. So TSDSI, of course, TSDSI's role is very limited here, but then it tries to see how it can get adopted and how a lot of compliance certification kind of stuff can be done. So this is where it works with other bodies in the government like DOT, TEC, and all that. So having gone through the standardization process, let's go to the next slide where I would come to the roadmap. So I think before looking at the roadmap, what is important to realize is why is the roadmap required. And as I showed in the previous slide, there are a set of objectives which comes from the market drivers, the government, the research bodies, and the industry in terms of what should be the initiatives that the SDO should be working on. So it basically tries to capture, 3 things. One is the strategy, why we should be focusing on certain group or a certain study or a certain standard. What should be done, what is the work which is required to be done, and then by how much time it needs to be finished. See, one of the important thing is we cannot everything has to be time bound. So it is really important to put a timeline, and I think everybody knows that, especially those who are attending 3GPP and ITU meetings, that it's always time bound. It's not open ended. Now the roadmap comes from a lot of strategic planning process. It's an output from there, and it's also a forum where all the stakeholders get aligned. So just to give a little bit background, the roadmap committee within TSDSI consists of not only the roadmap committee members who basically are elected from the governing council, but also includes the study group chairs and the vice chairs. And this kind of a cohesive mix gives a good alignment, because the study group chairs have their vision really set in where we need to go 5 years or 10 years from now, and their inputs are extremely valuable to set the course. So and of course the members who come in inside from from the Governing Council also give inputs in terms of what are the important areas which should be focused on. So this is where I say that the roadmap is also a tool which gets all the important stakeholders, industry, academia, government bodies, markets, aligned. And for TSDSI, the roadmap is like a strategy document. It sets the agenda, and it can be broken into short term, mid term, and long term. And of course, it is also something which is used, with the technical groups, in the sense that when a roadmap proposal comes in via a workshop or otherwise, we try to crystallize it and make it amenable. We kind of do a little bit of mentorship with the proponent to see how it is ready to go into the next stage, to be taken as a work item or a new item proposal in the study groups. So I think I would like to stop here. I think there will be more questions of roadmap purpose, which I can go into based on the questions. But let me go to the next slide to show what. So this slide basically shows what was roadmap 1.0. So this is something which I inherited before becoming the chairman of this committee. My predecessor Suresh was actually instrumental in coming up with this, and you can see that some very significant areas were addressed in the roadmap 1.0. You can see cloud interoperability, which went through 3 phases: the PPDR, public safety, and then a lot of studies on rural broadband, security, and the unified authentication framework. And of course, these got so the way, if you look at the way it evolves, is there was a workshop where about 50+ ideas came in. Then there are a lot of emails, discussions, group meetings among the various stakeholders. Again, back and forth with different study group chairs, the proponents, to see how this can be incorporated, and a lot of them have actually reached to a very good stage of maturity. So if you see the color code, it basically shows the timeline of how things progressed in short term, mid term, and long term. So this, of course, is the older version, and now this has been replaced, or I would say there is a new roadmap which we have, and we can go to the next slide. Yeah, so this is the new roadmap which we have. I would call it roadmap 2.0, not new roadmap. So again, the horizon is 2021 to 2023, but we try to refresh it every 6 months. So here you will see that the organization of this roadmap is done a little bit differently, and the reason is that with primarily coming in a 5G and lot of allied fields which are related to it, we found that it is no longer right to look at roadmap as a monolithic structure. We should have a domain-wise split. And what you see, the various colors in the vertical bar, actually show the clusters or the domains as to how the roadmap committee looks at a proposal when it is coming in. Now, what we have inside the roadmap committee is that we have cluster leads assigned to each of these domains, or you can call them as working groups also, if you want to. And they look at each of them in a very focused way and give it the due attention. They work with the proponent to polish it, finalize it, and see how this can be molded in. And this is what would kind of go in further and shape out how the work items and the new proposals would come in. So here you can see, and I'm not going to read out, unfortunately the font is small, but you have 5G, 6G and 5G enhancements. Mainly this is targeted towards the 6G vision. A lot of inputs are being given from TSDSA to ITU, AI/ML in future networks, and then the third item is mainly applications and verticals, where a lot of emphasis still continues. And then cloud, mainly right now, if you look at all the telco deployment, there is a huge emphasis on cloud. So cloud continues to be one focused, I would say, domain or cluster. Open systems, again, mainly because a lot of work is going on in open disaggregated networks. Rural broadband, again, very, very important for India as a country, that we continue to focus on that. So there are some work items going on in evolving architectures for rural broadband via terrestrial, via satellite. Security is very, very important, and again, a lot of good work has been going on in the study groups. I think which will be outlined later on quantum security and security standards and spectrum studies. This is also, this. So there are a lot of these cross items which also fall within 6G and some other domains. So spectrum studies, especially with respect to IMT 2030, is being looked at. Coexistence studies, flexible ways of doing dynamic spectrum access. So very, very interesting areas going on, and I would like the I think we have about 93 attendees as of now that I see. I think they should definitely take a note of this and see how their research work fits or aligns with this. If it does, please bring in your your contributions in. I think we have this SDDR working group or task force that we have members from the roadmap committee who are eager and willing to see how all these can be taken forward. So with that, I'll go to the next slide. I think the next slide basically shows we had a recent roadmap workshop. I would call it a refresh workshop, which happened on 10th of March, and these were. I'm just showing a snapshot of the kind of proposals which came in, and I'm not going to read out, but you can see that there are about 4 6G proposals which basically show the increased amount of enthusiasm as well as the interest which academia has already in these domains, and that's very heartening to see. AIML, vertical platforms, electric road transportation, then drone deployments, and then open systems, and then even spectrum studies. We also found that there's something on related to non-terrestrial networks which has come in. So this is something which we have to see how to insert in our roadmap cluster. This is a new item, and of course of large, great interest within the members. So I think this is all that I had in terms of the Tsdsi roadmap. And I have one more slide, which can we go to the last slide? Yeah. So this is basically I took it from IEEE. So IEEE has come up with an international network generations roadmap, and I think people who subscribe to the IEEE Future Networks, I think there are a lot of seminars and talks going on. They can attend that. And I just wanted to show a snapshot of how they have done their clustering. And they don't call it cluster, but because I am a little biased by what we did in roadmap 2.0, I'm just saying that if you look at it, there is a lot of similarity in the way they are thinking and the way we are thinking, although we didn't look at what they came up with. So again, a lot of focus on application services, artificial intelligence, connecting the unconnected, which is primarily rural broadband, 5G, 6G deployments, edge. So edge definitely is one of the prime areas, energy efficiency, system optimization, massive MMO. So very different kind of categorization, but then these are some of the inputs which we look at from other standard organizations also to see and reorient whether we need to, how we can include some of them, or how we can invite proponents to give contributions in this domain. So with that, I think I am done. And if there are any questions, I think there's still 1 minute is left.
Yeah,
I can take some more questions.
Yeah, thank you, I think you shared the standardization process pretty nicely, and also the Tsdsi roadmap. I am hopeful that the PhD students sitting in the audience and the faculty may have got some ideas about what kind of topics they can pick if they want to start working on, let's say, standard-driven research. So we have one question. Curious to know why non-terrestrial network is not included in roadmap, as it was lauded by several Indian aerospace startups.
Okay, I will come to that. I think I see another question before that. I opened the question window. So okay. I think the first question is, since India has concentration of service centers, experience from service could play critical inputs. Are there reservations on receiving type of feedback? NSA config. I am not sure this is related to.
So I was not sure. Like, is this question for you or Professor Das? So I didn't. Yeah. Maybe
Okay.
I think I have one question on this IEEE.
So I'll go to the next one. I think the NTN was not included in the first roadmap mainly because there was no proposal. See, the roadmap Tsdsi roadmap is mainly very contribution driven, continues to be contribution driven. I think at that time we did not have any of these startups who were probably part of Tsdsi or even the other members, so that was not taken. But now I think we definitely want to include that as a cluster, and see, it is always based on the interest from the either academy or industry, and we realize that now there are some more I would say organizations who have come into the Tsdsi fold, and they will be able to take it forward. So we'll definitely take that forward.
Thank you.
There was one. The last slide that you had on this IEEE network service generation, I think you had one slide on all of the different kinds of aspects. What are these actually? Like, are these like publications? I mean, like how we have publications for different conferences, are these publications for the standards? Or how exactly do you see it, and what are the opportunities? How do we go in that path?
Okay, so Professor Sachin, can you put up the last slide? I can just talk about it without taking too much time. So this is
Asif, can you put the slide deck?
Yeah, so I will talk about it while the slide is being put up. So this is, I can refer you to the IEEE website on future networks. So this is actually, each of them is one, one PDF file which contains the body of work which IEEE is planning to do in each of these domains with respect to 6G actually. So because 6G considers that, looks at all these areas, some of them are direct, some of them are indirect in terms of focus areas which 6G should look at. So that is how it is. And I can pass on the link. Actually, this is, I mean, anybody who has access to Future Networks membership in IEEE or subscription can get access to this. There is actually an executive summary, and of course, I have also left out one more item which is on test bed. I think I should have put that. I realized I missed it here. So it details out how other bodies are doing things with respect to this domain, and they cover a little bit history also as to what past work or previous work has happened in this domain and what should be looking at. So they paint a picture of how 6G should be, and then dive into each of them as a more focused working group. So there are working groups which you can subscribe to if you're an IEEE member. But yeah, I think I wanted to just give this as an example. What I wanted to emphasize is that the similar kind of structure we have now put it inside Tsdsi also. And if you can go two slides back, I wanted to show that. And yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saha. That was very informative, and we'll move on to the next presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity, Sachin.
Thank you very much. So next I invite Mr. Prakash R from CDOT to present study group networks. Mr. Prakash R is the chair in the study group networks of Tsdsi. He has been working as a researcher in the telecom industry for the past 28 years. He is currently the coordinator for the following programs: 4G, LTE, radio access networks, and ERP implementation at CDOT. He is a member of the Technology Roadmap and Strategic Planning Group in CDOT. Mr. Prakash is an IEEE senior member, ASIA member, and IET fellow. Mr. Prakash, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can I have the presentation?
Yeah, I've given the presentation right to you, sir. Yeah, we can see your screen.
So which screen am I seeing? I actually have two screens.
Some black screen, browser is showing Google.
Okay, not the screen.
Google browser.
Okay. Maybe I need to bring it here. And Now, what do you see?
Still the same screen.
Yeah.
Google browser in dark mode.
So you can minimize the Google browser one. Yeah. Now we have closed.
So if you permit, may I display your presentation?
So is it now better?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you able to see my screen, the workshop PPT?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Can you make it on slideshow mode, sir? Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So thank you to TLGS and the organizers. So I'll be giving I'll be giving you overview of standardization for beyond 5G and 6G. That is, if your area of interest is in beyond 5G and 6G, how you could go about identifying an area of research and how you could make impact. So it's a broad walkthrough. It's because it's about 20 minutes, so it's a pretty large area. So I'll just probably helicopter around the area. Okay. So if you come down, just a minute of, I'll take a minute on, we keep talking about standards. So I will set it in the today's context, okay, or the context for this talk. So what is standardization? You require standardization only when you need multiple parties and there's a complex interaction with them. Okay, if there's only one person supplying, one person using, you probably don't even need a standard. And when there is, even if there's multiple parties, if the interaction is simple, again, you don't need a standard, because standards is a very heavy, time-consuming and effort-driven activity. So, and as the number of players increases and the larger number of players with diverse interests, then standardization becomes critical. Now, if you start thinking about why should you do single vendor or multi-vendor? So why don't we just stick to one vendor? Then you don't even have to deal with standards. The problem is one player might not be able to deliver all aspects, and you will get stuck with a vendor. And innovation is better if you get multiple people. Okay. But on the counter side, if you have multiple vendor, complexity shoots up and you have to interwork all the elements and so on. But one of the thing, even if you are a single vendor, over a period of few years, you might want to, move to the next generation, next technology, and you might not want to support it. Maybe your business model doesn't work out. So you, or even let's say you are a R&D player, you might want to exit this technology, move to the next one, and so on. So that time and openness will give you an exit, because somebody else who's got a better business model might support this. Standard development does take time. Okay, so all the people who want to get into standards, that is something that we need to look at. So academia needs to work on how to match this time, how to keep the interest for this time. So you need persistence, and you need players who will be able to pursue the standardization agenda. And standardization is also a expertise area, and you need to identify and probably partner with people who will help in standardization. Now, when we talk of standardization, the aspects involves many things: the industry forums, the standard developing organizations, regulatory bodies, national administration. They provide various types of standards. Standards is a broad term used. There's technical standards, there's regulatory product certifications, spectrum regulatory aspects, licensing aspects. But for the mobile industry, somebody develops a product, they place it in the market, and then the network operator uses it. So whenever people say standard, they talk about a lot of things here. Okay. And this map needs to be understood, saying which aspect are we talking about. Are we building a technical standard? Are we building a spectrum standard? Are we building a product certification, and so on? Okay. So if you come down to trends in network and this one, 4G is very mature. It's already deployed. The newer products being deployed are never 4G only. They have an update part of 5G. 5G is around being deployed all over the world. Operations are starting. You can buy 5G, you might not be able to use it today, but already people are ready and so on. But then for the R&D space and so on, they're already looking at beyond 5G, which is 5G in various verticals, how to make 5G mature, how to make sure the 5G terrestrial networks interwork with the other non-terrestrial networks. And 6G, it's in early stages of research. So now as an academician or as an R&D person and so on, if you want to make an impact on standardization, what is critical is what is the area of research you need to work, which will get the industry interested. Second is how to identify which is the standard development body, which is the study group, which is the working group, which is a topic that you will be able to, which is of interest. Okay, that is something that you will have to start. Then, so yeah. Another thing is that what is the time frame? You know, your R&D time frame must match, align with the industry timeline and the expertise. Okay. And another critical aspect is who you need to get like-minded players or people who need these or have interest in this to support the research. So that means you will have to talk to operators, OEMs, ODMs, and so on in this area. Okay. If you're saying, let's say you're building a hearing aid device, maybe the stakeholders are different and the standards bodies are different, but then regulatory bodies are different. But here, if you work in the telecom space in 5G, then you'll have to identify the key players, essentially the people who will buy the equipment and execute it, the OEMs, the people who will build it or make devices and so on. And you must map the area of research to a deliverable which meets the SDO interest, the timeline, and the stakeholder interest, and so on. So this is a critical aspect. What I see is there are a lot of experts on various technologies or as on the domain, but ability to do this is, I think, is a critical gap that the industry and the stakeholders need to identify, which is something I will try to see help a little bit in a couple of slides. Okay. So if we talk in terms of evolution, most of you must have seen slides like this that we have gone from here to here in 1.2 to 5G. And as we move forward, the 5G is becoming like a 3-cloud architecture as an access cloud, forward cloud, and control cloud. And you have all these KPIs that gets done. But then this is the critical area I want you to focus on. That is, as we move from 3GPP releases, various aspects get added. You know, first voice comes in, then MBMS comes in, then EICIC, then COMP, and category 10, 286 QAM, and so on. And as it progresses, various releases start coming in. Okay. And then as the body of work in the technology moves, then they probably break it into smaller profiles of the product. So that is something that but the work for this will start a couple of releases earlier. It is by, even though it gets released here, the seeds are planted 1 or 2 releases earlier. So as an R&D person, you will have to start seeing, if you want to start something that will make it to the market and release 18, you must probably start doing R&D X years earlier. Okay. So coming to, what is 6G? Now, most of them are still debating what is 6G. There are topics, there are engagement of new verticals, there is frequency reuse, you will try to do various types of networks, but there are also aspects which are new in 6G in terms of trust, privacy, ethics, UN SDG and so on, cost, efficiency, which were not there all these years. Actually, in 3G, 4G, 5G is by and large driven by technologists and domain experts, but in 6G, it is expected that you will have a lot more other players coming in. So there is a scope for engaging different branches of the engineering, different branches of the academia, who can, for example, you want to do trust, it is probably not always, if you want to do protection of the vulnerable, it is not only a technology aspect. So you'll have to get the social sciences in. If you want to do UN sustainable development goal, you must have to engage at different ministries itself. Green energy efficiency, again, so on. So this also calls for different types of standardization compared to what we used to do earlier. That is something the academicians. So maybe the communications and computer science department need to start engaging the other faculties which are there and which probably have not been very active in the communications. So if we come to here, this is just a picture of what is it expected, all the way from body network to inter-satellite network via, you have a home campus. Right now, we are mostly in the terrestrial network, but going forward, intra-body and body area networks is expected to come in, satellite to ground, satellite to aerial vehicles, and so on. Okay. So the focus of the spread of the technology is grown really broad. But when it comes to technology development, what we see is you need to do technology development. You need to, work on it in trials, POCs, pilots. You need to build test beds, which results probably in rollouts. During all this, a good tech, product solution system needs to get built. Okay. But all these are hooked together by standards, because when you need to do this, because it is not a small item where a very large number of players are required, the glue is the standard. Standards sort of keeps the whole thing together. So going forward, 6G for beyond 5G, 6G, activities have started across the world, in Europe, United States, Germany, all over China. India is also having a technology innovation group on 6G, which is very close to completing its first round of reports, and they worked out a 8 to 10 year plan. Okay. So my suggestion to people starting research now is keep looking at this and align your research in and around here, which will probably result in a better chance of it making to the standard. Okay. But then among all the examples, what I find I suggest is look at 5G PPP as an example of how they went about doing it over, like, say, 5 to 7 years, 5 to 6 years. So they had 3 phases. This is more like for instructions for the government sort of agencies, but the academicians can also look at the way this panned out. That is, they spent a phase 1 where they did core research on system design, air interface, network management, and so on. Then they did certain amount of trials put together. Then they started working on building platforms. Okay, so close to, I think, 700 million euros were provided for R&D, and resulted in a large number of publications and so on. But a lot of that went through the various OEMs and companies into the, it's not just academia who got into the standards, but the research that was done here went through the academia, through the OEMs, through the other companies and startups into the SDOs. Okay. But this pipeline of research leading to some sort of pilots and trials, which leads to platforms, okay, that is something that we need to pursue, because each of this is also an area of research. You need to do research on platforms, you need to research on verticals, and the academicians' interests will vary. Okay. So going, I'm not going to talk very details, just listing, as I'm just flashing this card. So these are the project names and titles for 5G phase 1. The link is there in the end of this PPT. You can always Google the title here and you will land up on this. Okay. So what are the 5G phase 2 projects, which had various working groups internally, which did on spectrum, SDN, network management, and so on. And what are the phase 3 projects? Okay. And there is an aspect of phase 3, which is the XX, which sort of took from 5G into 6G. Okay. So going forward, this is what the European vision is on how to go to towards 6G. They are now not just talking about 6G as a communication technology. It is programmable, it connects the intelligence, they're integrating sensors and so on, trustworthy and so on. And they're also talking of the key technical areas that they, technology areas that they envisage. And they've given a timeline. Okay, so that is, if this is the area where you do, say, up to 23, 24, you explore the concepts and define. You take from 23 to 25 about 2 to 2.5 years to build a system, and then you will, these are all like first level systems, and then you build a first round of systems will start coming in 2028. Because 2018 was where we started having the first versions of the 5G. So around here is where they expect the 6G systems to come in. But during this time, they're also trying to push the 5G to the limits. That is, you will have to convince people to shift to 6G only if you are able to push the system to the limit. Meanwhile, what they're also doing in what they call the Horizon 2020 scheme is that you try to bring in the businesses and the society to engage with the technology. Okay, here it is not just technology development for the sake of it. There is a large plan to take the technology and get the society and the businesses and the citizens to engage. Okay. The administrators, the government, the private businesses, the large businesses, and the citizens. So there is a roadmap to get all these parties to engage the communications technology that is being built. Okay. Similarly, we look at Japan. Okay, maybe a couple of minutes here. They also have saying, okay, 5G is done here. What do we go beyond 5G? Take 5G has EMAB, URLSA, and MMTC. You start making it more faster. You may get lower latency. You get better resiliency and so on, and make it scalable. But you look at their R&D plan as a part of this. There is an aspect of doing R&D up to 2025. They plan to do IP and standardization, and then they plan to do deployment, which has business and communication target. Similarly, if you see their, as a part of the timeline, how they plan to integrate their R&D into the their business promotion and IP and so on. Okay. So these for us now these are at country level maps, but if you look at what is the release of the technology that you can look into, so 3GPP release 18 is some something that is in progress, and for the R&D people, these are already listed. So if somebody wants to pick up, the immediate targets for doing R&D is release 18.
Mr. Prakash,
IMT, yes.
Can you please wrap up in another 5 minutes?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
So these are the topics in IMT 2030. So IMT 2030 is up to 6G. What will the trend that will the work that is going on in IMT 2030 is up to they've already started work on the vision and the future technology trends. So this is the agreement from various countries on what will be the trends. Okay, it's holographic, it's tactile and haptic. I will not talk about everything, but there is a lot more engagement of the communication technology with the real world in terms of tactile and haptics and digital twin and so on. And then they're mapping this to the key technology drivers and what are the key considerations. What you see is the artificial intelligence start creeping into the various technologies, and these are the emerging technology trends. So this is something, I've only listed the high level topics. There's a pretty large document. It's there in the reference. The R&D people interested in these areas can look it up and identify and see if you can. These are the enabling technologies that people expect to use. Okay. So by and large, if you look at it, it's artificial intelligence, terahertz communications, and energy efficiency, privacy, security, and trying to do reflective intelligence services and so on. Okay. Again, like I said, if these are the timeline of ITU, these are the releases of 3GPP. So if you want to make standards and you want to get the industry to engage, then you will have to map your R&D timeline to the release timelines of 3GPP and IMT 2030. Okay. And this is the current activity that is happening in TSDSI. We have work going on in spectrum studies, in the open disaggregated systems, in VLC, Li-Fi, broadcast offload, and so on. Okay. So I request people interested to come and participate here. This is, like I said, beyond 5G and 6G technology development, spectrum coexistence. So we're also looking at open source, which is open architecture, open data, open API, and so on. Also, disaggregated network elements is a critical area. rural connectivity and broadband remains a constant area of interest for TSDSA. Okay. This is the TSDSA roadmap, and India has already talked about it, so I will not spend much time about it. Again, a slide of the process of TSDSI's standardization. Okay, a set of references here, but what I've tried to do is try to give a broad landscape of the trends in B5G and 6G, and also trying to map it to SDOs and the international ITU. So any researcher to get it, if you want to get into standard, must get into this. So that is what I have from my slides. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Prakash, for this very informative presentation. So I think we don't have any questions, and anyway, in the interest of time, I think we will move to the next presentation. Thank you once again, Mr. Prakash.
Thank you. Thank you.
So next, I will invite Mr. Mahesh from Reliance Jio to talk about the study group activities in services and solutions.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to present in this workshop. Sachin, can I assume you will take care of the slides, please?
Yes. So Asif, please do that. Asif, present the slides and.
Yeah. Yes. Sonia, please present. Same. Yeah.
Just just give me 1 minute. Let me kind of introduce you.
Yeah, please.
Can I just want to introduce Mr. Mahesh. Sonia. Yes, thank you. So Mr. Mahesh is Assistant Vice President Standardizations Team at Reliance Jio Infocom Limited. He's serving as Interim Chair, Services and Solutions Study Group in TSDSI. Mr. Mahesh has over 23 plus years of experience in the telecom service domain for the standardization, system engineering, product management, product development, pre-sales, architecting, designing test cases, including around 7 months of quality international exposure. I invite you, sir, for the presentation. Floor is yours.
Yeah. Thanks again. Thank you very much. And I'm thankful to everybody to give me an opportunity to present in this session. Next slide, please. Today I'm going to explore, give us more details about the session on the activities in SGSS. Before going to the study group services and solutions, I would like to just take a couple of slides to talk about the session objective, like immediate research opportunities. Basically, if you see this sentence, the keyword is immediate. Basically, what is immediate? So this immediate is different for different entities. The moment I say entities, it can be academia, it can be industry ecosystem, it can be end users, it can be device ecosystem, etc. So the immediate means different for different entities. For example, let us take what is immediate. Today, we can see there are activities going on 5G and 5G advanced. 6G is already started, and 7G and beyond 7G is in the far future. But let's see what is immediate. See, if you want to do a research on the ongoing standardization, it's like activities like 5G, like a low angle on the items which needs to be done. All the entities can participate and add value in this technology, and definitely it's a low very quickly. But the issue is, in 5G and 5G advanced, India follows rest of the developed world. India is not leading anymore. Okay, let's talk about 6G. With respect to the 6G, already people are started talking about 6G applications, 6G services, 6G technologies, and people started contributing. So that means there is already a lot of effort happened from the past 5 to 10 years kind of time frame, and people started bringing out couple of terminologies into the public domain and started trying to contribute to make it as a standard. So here this particular technology is for near future, but as of today clarity is bit less. But here predominantly academia and majority of all the entities can participate and add value to the 6G standardization. But the problem here is, again, India follows the rest of the developed world, because we as Indians is trying to work along with the rest of the world. So here also we will follow, but we will not lead. Let's take 7G or whatever G it is, and definitely it is for the future. Nobody is talking about that today, and there is no any clarity on that. Here only the academia kind of entity can take the driver's seat, start focusing on the future technology, and come up with a clear-cut end-to-end technology for the future generation. And this enables India to lead in at least from 7G onwards and drives the rest of the world. Because if you remember, one of the government's dream was to lead, at least actually in the, if I remember correctly, India's dream was to lead the entire world on 6G. But I personally feel we have lost the 6G train again, and we have to go in line with the world, or at least follow the world. I would like to tell a small story, and within a couple of minutes. Actually, everybody is aware of Ramayana, and if you see great character in Ramayana, he is a very highly educated, highly intelligent, highly powerful, and highly clever individual. But he had a curse from Matanga Muni that he will forget all his capabilities, his potential, everything. Only if somebody reminds him, he will realize his potential and act according to its potential and actual capability. When the meeting was happening from between Rama, Lakshmana and Vanarasena in Rameshwaram to cross the strait between India and Sri Lanka, everybody was checking who can cross the strait. So they asked Sugriva, they asked Jambuanta, everybody said no, no, no. Hanumanta was just sitting in one of the rock, and he was just playing around. So Jambuanta observed Hanumanta, and he realized his capabilities, and also he remembered the curse given by Matanga Muni, and he reminded everybody that Hanumanta is the only person who can cross the strait. So they all come together and they started praising Hanumanta. They started reminding Hanumanta about it, his capabilities and potential, and the rest of the story you all know. So the why I took this story is, our academia is having very high intelligence, very highly educated people, very high powerful people, very talented people. But the problem is, in my personal opinion, they are not working on their full potential. Next slide, please. Why I am telling this is because of the next slide. Hello. Yeah. So in this slide, see why I said that academia is not working to its full potential, what they really have, what they're really capable of. So if you see, as I said earlier, India's dream is basically to lead the world in 6G, but I removed 6 and kept it as X here. So from today, at least from today, if the academia defines a new end-to-end technology theoretically and come forward and says, we have defined a new technology and it is working fine theoretically and also with some simulations, etc. And it is from end to end, I'm repeating. And definitely the industry ecosystem and other device ecosystem, everybody will fall in place and they will start collaborating with you, and they will start evaluating your the new technology and start developing practical solutions which can be practically realizable. And once it has been proven in the lab practically, then definitely the standard development organizations can standardize this technology, let's say as a 7G technology, both locally as well as internationally. If you see here, if you see the timeline in the below, today we are talking about 6G, but in fact we have lost the 6G train. But at least for 7G onwards, we can lead the 7G train as a loco pilot. The intent of working on any particular new technology is to drive from India, drive for India, and drive for the globe is what the intention is. If you see the timeline from today to 2025, I said by 2025, let us say with a couple of years of positive tolerance, it is within this time frame we should be in a position to say some new technology is ready for 7G. Otherwise, if you go beyond that, already many companies are working on 7G. Today they are just opening up with a little bit of things as 6G, but many people will be focusing on 7G. So India should also go ahead and start focusing on 7G, so that by 2025 or maximum by 2028, if they say 7G is working, then India is going to standardize 7G, then the rest of the developed world will definitely follow us. I will stop at this point with respect to the background setting. Next slide, please. So within the TSDSI, we have two groups. One is study group networks and another one is study group services and solutions. So this particular group is from SDSS. So basically, I would like to go into the depth in the next two slides to talk about the actual charter or the agenda of the SDSS. SDSS basically is focusing on capturing or defining the service and application level requirements and features in the telecom domain for all possible service verticals or the application domains, like for example, healthcare, public safety, IoT, automotive, etc. This particular requirements is applicable irrespective of what technology we are talking about. It can be 4G, 5G, 6G, and beyond as well. The second area of scope is talking about capturing the architecture. When I say architecture, it is application level architecture. Then the requirements related to the application as well as services. Then the interfaces and the relevant schema to support the relevant application layer functional entities, and also some of the metrics like quality of service, quality of experience, and probably in 6G and beyond it is like quality of physical experiences. Those kind of metrics our group is going to explore more and trying to study and standardize. And also it will focus on schemas, analytics, provisioning with respect to the data management, and any services specific to the localization, something like language specific or geography specific aspects for applications and services will also be addressed. Next slide, please. Our group is going to focus on the complete security and privacy aspects, whether it is a device side, access node side, core network side. From the end-to-end perspective, all security and privacy aspects, irrespective of what technology it is, will be addressed under this SDSS. And the energy performance and energy efficiency with respect to each and every node or every entity of a particular technology network, right from device till the core network, will be taken up by these services study group. Again, this is also irrespective of the technology. Then we will also define the test requirements and also the evaluation methodology from the application and service perspective. And next slide, please. We will also focus on license statements, replying to license statements between SGSS and the external government and regulatory bodies. And also we will closely work with SGN team to met all the above said charter along with SGN. So these are the charter. Basically, we focus from the SGSS point of view, and this is basically the a technology agnostic perspective. So even for 5G, 5G advanced, 6G, if any of the area that you want to contribute, because ours is a member driven standardization body, so the members has to come forward. They have to recommend or propose or contribute and get standardized. So if any of you are interested from the application or service perspective, security perspective, energy efficiency perspective, in any of these areas, irrespective of the technology, if you have contributions or if you are having interest, you can please come forward, and I request everybody to come forward and contribute and make the India's dream a great success, at least in the coming future. The next set of slides basically talks about the current activities, what's happening under the SGSS. So within SGSS, we have subdivided into 3 working groups. Working group 1 basically focuses more on security, trust, privacy, and data protection across all technologies. Working group 2 talks about application level standards, AI, ML aspects. And working group 3 talks about the infrastructure. When I say infrastructure, it is application and service level infrastructure. Then critical communications, IoT, etc. So these are the 3 broad working groups we have made to address the different areas. So the ongoing, I will not go through each and every current ongoing activities. It's already captured in the slide. Probably you can go through this slide. But so for example, we are currently working on post-quantum cryptography, then machine and custodian verification. Then with respect to finance sectors, we are trying to focus on language specific aspects, making the language specific icons for financial transactions. We are working on for rural areas. So how best the rural services, the applications and services that can be made ubiquitous, irrespective of what kind of the wireless infrastructure that we provide to the rural areas, and the public protection and disaster relief kind of aspects for Indian scenarios. Then drone use case, we are trying to identify drone use cases for the Indian scenarios, etc., kind of activities are going on. Can you go to the last but one slide, please? On 6G. Last but one. Yes, this slide. Thanks. Okay, because everybody is talking about 6G today and everybody is focusing more on 6G. So this particular slide talks about more on what are all the 6G applications and services. Actually, I have identified these as an examples only, and this is not the only list. There can be many more. But some of the applications which people are today trying to focus to achieve, at least to meet in 6G, are something like e-health. Under e-health, basically you are going to focus on remote robotic surgeries or remote surgeries from doctors, and also the blockchain technology kind of aspects which aids medical industry to maintain the documents in a distributed ledger fashion, so that the prescriptions or the doctor's notes, everything can be recovered for the every new consultations, those kind of aspects. Then telemedicine, and also there is a brain to computer kind of communications, which is also people are talking about from e-health. So these are all the kind of applications and services from the e-health which can be addressed within our group from the 60 e-health perspective. And from the drone perspective, basically some of the examples are something like Internet of Drone Things, like many drones can get connected, and the applications relevant for those IoT kind of things can be addressed. Then massive drone deployments and how to handle those deployments. What are all the services with respect to the autonomous drone driving, etc. Those kind of aspects gets addressed within the SGSS kind of thing. And with respect to the IoT, there are a lot of IoT deployments are happening from the military perspective, like Internet of military things, Internet of battlefield things, Internet of drones, Internet of medical things, etc., etc., can also be addressed under this group. Last slide, please. Last 1 minute, I will take. Yeah. And in line with those applications, there are other applications like holographic communication. The moment when I say holographic communication, our group is going to address what kind of holographic object that needs to be supported, like a 6 feet by 3 inch kind of 3 feet kind of thing, or just a small smartphone screen kind of dimension. What kind of object and how much data throughput that particular object is needed, and how many such objects that can be supported. All those kind of details will be supported and standardized in this particular thing. There are other areas where I have identified, like autonomous robotics, smart energy sector, where we are going to address the smart grids, smart metering, etc. kind of thing. Then AI ML driven application layer standards. Then the impact of application and services due to quantum computing systems in the coming future. So all those kind of application related aspects will be addressed within SGSS. And that's it from my side. If you have any questions, I will try my level best to answer it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahesh, for this very informative presentation on the SGSS activities. I don't see any questions in the questions tab. So again, I just want to thank you, and then we will move to the next part of the presentation, next part of the session. Thank you, Mr. Mahesh, again. Yeah. So, can we have the next slide, Sonia? Yeah. Yes, so we had a survey, so already we have shared it with the audience, participants. I request all the participants, so whenever they get the time to please fill this survey. Meanwhile, we will now start the next session, which is a very interesting panel discussion and on technology enablers for 6G. So I will start by introducing Professor Sundaram Vanka, who is a panel member as well as a moderator in this discussion. And then Professor Sundar will kind of introduce the other panel members. So Professor Sundaram Vanka is an associate professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Hyderabad. And before joining IIT Hyderabad in 2021, he was a master engineer in the wireless systems architecture group at Broadcom, USA. At IIT Hyderabad, his research interest spans theoretical and experimental aspects of wireless communication and networking. His interests include network design for autonomous vehicles, ultra-low energy wireless networks, and low latency networking for emerging wireless applications such as beyond 5G, 6G, IoT, Wi-Fi 7. With this brief introduction, I would like to hand over the stage to Professor Sundar. Hello.
Can everyone hear me? Yes.
Yes, you can hear me.
First of all, thank you, Professor Chaudhary, for the kind words and introduction. So what I intend to do now is I will briefly explain what we're going to discuss, maybe in a few slides, and introduce my co-panelists, and then we'll take the discussion forward. So let me share my screen.
I given you right, sir. Yeah, you can see your screen.
Okay.
You can now open your slide.
And yes, can everyone see my screen? I've opened a
PDF document. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a PDF document, right? Okay. So is there a way I can close this? Okay. Will it continue? Will it keep sharing it if I make it a full screen? Like this?
Yes,
it will show.
You can see it. Yeah.
You can see it. Okay, good. So let me just go ahead. Okay. So as Professor Chaudhary mentioned, we're going to discuss some technology enablers for 6G. And before we start going into what 6G will be all about, we kind of look at maybe some technologies that might work. I want to give a very quick outlook on where we are in terms of 5G. And of course, it will be covered in a lot more depth with some of my co-panelists. So basically, we are looking at 5G advanced over the next few years, right? So they will essentially focus on a lot of improvements on 5G. For example, release 18, which was recently completed, which will be completed in 2023, focuses on energy savings, enhancements for mobility, and also we are starting to see some of the first flavors of AI trying to be built in. So there is some support for data collection and signaling. And of course, we expect that to become more pronounced as we go into more future releases. And eventually, this will morph into something more substantial. That's where the topic of today's discussion will come in. So that's where 6G comes in. So with that kind of big picture in mind, so all of these standards eventually start out with a kind of a view of what we want the world to be, or what we think the world will be in the next 10 years or so, and what kind of applications require wireless communications. And therefore, we try to tailor wireless networks to meet those applications, right? So, whether it's Wi-Fi, cellular, it's all, similar kind of sort of mentality, right? Similar mindset. So if you look at 6G, for example, if you go and look at what we want to use in 2030s, there's a lot of work going on in terms of creating, wearable communication devices, implants, and essentially we want to integrate the human body functionalities with some of the networking functionalities. So, for example, you can have brain sensor actuated machines, so you can control objects remotely. You may not want to type in the conventional sense. You may want more gesture-based sort of communications. So all that requires a certain load on the certain requirements, certain expectations from the communication network, and that scale that kind of maps to certain requirements in terms of throughput, reliability, coverage, energy efficiency, and so on. So another important driver for 6G is the expected large-scale deployment of autonomous systems, whether they are cars, UAVs, industrial robots, and so on. So we expect a lot of autonomy, and that automatically means we want many communication patterns to be much more local, right? So that also implies that we want something which can go beyond what we already have in terms of what wireless networks can do. So with that, one caveat I want to add here is some of these things may be possible in a rudimentary form even with 5G advanced. The idea is if we want to really scale them forward, there is a certain expectation that maybe new technologies will be needed. Okay, so that is the kind of idea. So some of the key enhancements that we will talk about, and this is by no means an exhaustive list, is there are some 5 specific enhancements that people are talking about, and there is also obviously scalable backhaul or front haul, because once you have densification, that's an important consideration. And all of this, the bedrock of all of this is spectrum. So we need to harmonize the use of spectrum and how spectrum should be shared between different technologies. For example, the 6 gigahertz band is going to be shared with Wi-Fi, and the role of unlicensed bands, how do we use unlicensed bands across different technologies? That's an important consideration. One of the very important considerations is how do we add ML to this mix? Is it a slap-on, or does it need to be natively kind of embedded into the design? And of course, 2 important use cases and considerations when it comes to future networking is energy efficiency and sustainability, because when you have a very, very large network, it is by no means clear that you would want to have the same energy architecture that you have to power up the network. So you need networks that last for a very long time, which use low power and so on. And of course, given the degree of autonomy and mobility, we want to build network architectures that scale to large scale vehicle networks. Okay, so with that, I would like to introduce some of my co-panelists. So of course, Professor Koil Pillai needs no introduction. So he has done his bachelor's and master's from IIT Madras, and of course did his MS PhD from Caltech. And he's been a veteran in the communications area. So before joining IIT Madras, he was at Ericsson, and he was actually the inventor of the year. And right now he holds the Qualcomm Institute Chair in Electrical Engineering. So his technical areas of expertise include cellular and broadband systems and DSP technique. And so welcome, Professor Koilpillai. And the next co-panelist is Dr. Vinosh Babu James, who leads the Qualcomm standardization activities in India. And he's the Associate Director of Standards. And his role is to engage Indian and regional stakeholders on matters of radio standardization, harmonization, regulation. And he has, of course, been very active as part of the 5G working group at Tsdsi, where he's the chairman, and also the chairman of the Future Communications Technologies at the TEC. And he's also a convener of the 5G India Forum, and of course, the member of the TIG 6G, which was recently created by DOT. He holds a PhD in electrical engineering from IIT Madras, and of course, holds several patents and international publications to his name. And of course, welcome, Dr. James. So the next co-panelist is Mr. Vinesh Srivastava, who is the General Manager Standards at Reliance Jio. He's also a veteran in the telecom industry, and he has contributed enormously to national and international efforts in ITUR, 3GPP, TSDSI, and Open RAN. And he's actively been involved with quite a few efforts involving modeling, simulation, implementation of various cellular standards. And a few of his achievements include being a rapporteur to the NAVIC augmented GNSS, which was part of 3GPP Release 16. And also he has been a speaker at many workshops that concern future wireless standards. And his recent work involves future wireless technologies, in particular spectrum studies. And I'm sure he'll have a lot of things to share with us. And he's leading some studies which are commissioned by TSDSI in terms of spectrum sharing and coexistence, and of course on 6G use cases, requirements, and technologies. So welcome, Mr. Srivastava, to the discussion. Yes. So what I will do now is I will request Professor Koilpillai to maybe share some of his thoughts. So the way we'll conduct this discussion is we will have each of the panelists share their thoughts for about 5-6 minutes, and then maybe we'll open up the floor to some Q&A after that. And then we can further have more discussions as needed. That way we can give an idea to the audience as to what are the different aspects that are being considered for 6G. So let me share Professor Koilpillai's slides. Yes. So let me slideshow from the beginning. Okay. So can everyone see the slideshow?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So Professor Koilpillai, the floor is yours. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Vanka, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to interact with you on this panel discussion. Let me go to the next slide. I'm indeed happy that Mr. Prakash and Mr. Mahesh have preceded, and they have set a stage to understand what are some of the things happening globally and in India. And what our panel would like to do is take a look at some of the technology aspects, the technology enablers. Next slide, please. Of course, recognizing that we are looking at the crystal ball, we are making certain guesses, but also making it on the basis of certain trends that we are observing in the industry, in the standardization. Next slide, please. Let me begin with the vision. Broadly, we understand 2G as the one that enabled anyone, anytime, anywhere communications. Moving on to 5G, we saw everyone, everywhere, everything, devices always connected. So where does 6G fit in? So we believe that 5G enhanced with ubiquitous connectivity plus intelligence that comes into the network and into the services. So that is what we believe the direction in which 6G is heading. Next slide, please. One way to understand how technologies evolve, particularly the cellular standards, it's good for us to see how the 3GPP standards have evolved over time. Let me take a minute to look at how the 4G evolved to 5G. That is LTE, how did it evolve to 5G? So we saw that right around release 13, we saw the introduction of certain studies pertaining to 5G, and then eventually in release 16, we saw the introduction of 5G itself. So we believe that that is how the evolution of standards will take place. Though there are certain functionalities that are common, we will see that enhancements happen as the new generation of standards have brought in. So if you look at follow the same line of thinking, we see that with release 18, as was mentioned, we have already started discussing 5G advanced. In release 20, that will be the time frame in which we will talk about the 6G preliminary studies, and then release 21 is where we are targeting right around in the 2028 time frame the introduction of 6G basic services. So next slide, please. So what are some of the aspects that we have seen in 5G? I come from a more of a physical layer background, so let me highlight some of those. We saw the extensive development of OFDM as a modulation method. We saw how high data speeds could be supported with high mobility. The movement towards higher carrier frequencies into the millimeter wave band, going into the higher frequencies, that thereby making large bandwidths available. The migration from MIMO to massive MIMO up to 128 antennas, use of higher order modulation, 256 QAM, and then looking at energy savings for applications such as IoT. So this is what we saw in the 5G arena. Moving forward, we can now look at how the performance indicators that were looked at for the 4G. If you look at the light green figure as the one that depicts the performances of 4G, the outer was the one that depicted the performance of 5G. So whatever we saw in the previous slide was the technologies that met the requirements of 5G or IMT 2020. So how are the 6G KPIs being defined? They are being defined through discussions in ITU, in 3GPP, and various study forums. Next slide, please. So in the 5G arena, we talk about three primary aspects. One is the enhanced mobile broadband, or EMBB, ultra reliable low latency communications, and massive machine type communications. As we move to the 6G discussions, we believe that these technologies will evolve to enhance performance in each of their areas. So that triangle now becomes a square or a quadrilateral, because you then have added a new dimension in terms of sensing, which involves high accuracy localization. And then this four-dimensional figure actually becomes a pyramid, because you have the intelligence aspects being added, aspects of machine learning being added to all the other dimensions as well. So we believe that this sets a good framework for us to see how 5G will evolve to 6G going forward. Next slide, please. I'm not seeing the next slide yet. Okay. So inner circle is now 5G. The outer circle is the way 6G will evolve to meet those use cases that we have talked about, the performance, the various aspects that we are looking at. Maybe it's in terms of radio performance, in terms of the battery life consumption. How do we address the fact that many different networks, homogeneous networks, will be present? So basically, this is a aspect that we believe will help us define what are some of the key performance indicators for 6G. Next slide. So, however, we have taken a stab at looking at what numbers people are talking about for 6G. For example, the capacity of the network should increase by a factor of 1,000 compared to what we are having in 5G. That's spectral efficiency. Peak data rate, what are the user data rates, what are the sensing positioning accuracies, what are the reliability, 7 nines reliability we're talking about. So again, these are the capabilities that people are targeting in terms of KPIs. Many of them are enhancements over what we can achieve in today's 5G networks. Next slide, please. So what are some of the challenges that we will face? As we go to higher frequency bands, we will know that the coverage will be limited. We also have to worry about the Doppler effects. So should we relook at the waveform that we have been looking at? Is it OFDM, or should it be something like OTFS, orthogonal time frequency space modulation, which is being discussed as a very robust method in high Dopplers? Massive MIMO, how do we feedback? What's the accuracy, latency? Higher frequencies, the signal is prone to phase noise. How do we mitigate that? How do we integrate the AI and ML techniques into some of the aspects of the air interface? The immersive applications require higher data rates than what we support in 5G with even lower latency. How do we do that? Integrated communications and sensing, a new dimension that we will be exploring, and of course all of this integrated with non-terrestrial components such as UAVs and high altitude platforms. Next slide. Let me say one few words about latency. If you look at the x-axis, that's how latency, and if you want to reduce latency, what are some of the enablers that have enabled us to achieve low latency in 5G? Similarly, an orthogonal dimension is reliability, where what are the enablers that have helped us achieve high reliability. What URLLC did was try to find the best trade-off between reliability and the low latency. Now, in 6G, we are moving further into the lower latency with greater reliability. So that's where some of the challenges will come. Next slide, please. Going to millimeter waves, we believe that coverage will be limited, so we will have to have dense deployments of our antennas. These would require you to have fiber connectivity to the antennas or some other form of backhaul, front haul. So the technique that was introduced in 5G, which is integrated access and backhaul, where you have the same radio frequencies also being used for access and for backhaul, is a technology that we believe is going to play an important role going forward as well. Next slide. So in summary, we believe that several interesting aspects of 6G have been identified. The aspects of intelligence and learning, higher frequency bands, how do we address the issues of coverage, latency, and also all of the what sort of network changes will be needed for this. As was mentioned in the presentations by Mr. Prakash and Mr. Mahesh, several initiatives are there globally. I would just like to highlight that India is also competitive in this arena. We have the India DOT TIG on 6G, the Beyond 5G project by METI, and the Tsdsi initiatives that we heard about. So again, we believe that we are in a good position to have this discussion and to make a contribution. So over to the other panelists and over to Professor Vanka. Thank you.
Sundar, you are muted. You're still not audible.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Sir, can you remove your headphone and replug in?
Sundara, we're still not able to hear you. Okay. So maybe if you can load, I guess, is it Vinay who's going next? We can load the presentation. We can start. In the meantime, you can reboot your. So, Vinay, Vinosh, are you going next or Vinay? Okay, okay, Vinosh.
Yeah, okay, so that's me. Thank you, Professor Sundar. Thank you, Professor David, for setting the stage. Just checking if my audio is clear. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'll just give a brief background on how this 6G is positioned, mainly coming from an industry perspective, what we are expecting and how we want India to participate most importantly. So Professor Sundar, if you can actually skip to the second slide. Yes, thank you. So the mobile technology evolution typically takes a 10-year leap forward. So we have come a long time, since the GSM days into something which we are expecting to be deployed in the next few months. So we have the TROI recommendation coming up, and then the auctions are planned in over the next few months. And then we will actually make a big transition from 4G into 5G. So from gigabit LTE, we will now start seeing 5G NR radio offering a suite of services, not just about broadband, but also getting into other industry verticals, delivering Industry 4.2 and a lot of such applications. So if you look into how this technology evolution actually happened, next slide. From the industry lens, this actually happens over a suite of processes, which ends up, occupying that 10-year time frame, right? So industry, along with academia, administrations, we try to put together what is called as the vision needed on what will be this new technology about, what will be the technology innovations that had happened, and how do we actually process it? Are we looking in the new spectrum? If there is new spectrum, is it allocated, identified? A sort of such things, need to be put in place. So that's where the vision actually comes. So once the vision is in place, then it moves into the next cycle of innovation, where people like you, me, and a lot of other people come in and then say that, okay, what was there, not there a few years back, and what are we actually looking into now, which will actually bring in new developments in scales of multiples. So for example, GSM, we are talking about very narrow bandwidth. Move into 4G or 5G, we are talking about broad bandwidths already. Professor David was already talking about 1,000 times more data rate expected in 6G. So where is that spectrum going to come in from? Do we have technologies available today which will actually help us scale? All these need to be answered. That's where your invention cycle actually comes. So once the invention cycle comes, then we need to do proof of concept. So for example, in the 5G time frame itself, we were talking about full duplex. There was urgency from a lot of universities to basically see that mature, but then it takes time. When we actually try to implement full duplex, we figured out, a lot of gaps are in there. So probably, just phase it out and then start doing it. It's coming back again in the 6G cycle. So the proof of concept is actually very, very important. Within labs, within universities, we try to figure out, what is possible, what is not possible. Because if you can't prove it in the lab, you can't actually make it commercial. And then we try to identify, okay, what are all those things, which we can implement, which we can make it part of a product. Then comes the aspect of interoperability. That's where standardization comes in. And then we do large scale trials, and then we go to commercialization. That's the suite of over 10 plus years, give or take a few, in which, these things actually happen. Next slide, please. Accelerating a little bit, if you move into the 3GPP timeframe, we had 5G, which came in around release 15-16. It is continuing to evolve, and then we will have what is called as 5G advanced as part of the release 18 package. And then we slowly move into release 20, where it will be still 5G. 20 will do some of the studies needed for 6G. And then beyond 20, which is typically 21, where we are expecting it, where the new radio, new system will be in place for 6G. Next slide, please. So from our perspective, let me be a little careful. From Qualcomm perspective, we are actually seeing 6G actually transform. It's a merger of the physical world, virtual world with the digital world. So all these notions where we are working with Meta platform for metaverse, including digitization, spatial computing, sensing, a lot of these aspects actually come in from different aspects. Hopefully, in 2032, when we have NCC 2032, we may still be working in our homes, but we can actually be in that metaverse and then converse in that virtual reality framework. So inventions, standardizations all need to evolve into that particular phase so that, we create this new human interface. Next slide, please. So what are going to be the new building blocks and what are going to be the capabilities? So in terms of capabilities, design goals, we have to achieve the performance achieved in the bottom, right? There need to be capacity enhancement, data rate enhancements, coverage, cost efficiency, energy efficiency, positioning capability, and a huge lot of other aspects that will come. What is actually going to bring that change? That change will actually come because of you guys creating those enablers. There will be advanced radio frequency capabilities, silicon material technology will have to evolve. A lot of software related aspects in terms of disaggregation will happen, where India is already taking a lead. Power management is going to be a key aspect where administrations are now asking, look, if you're going to scale up, you bring down your power level so that, we go green, right? So the key difference between 5G and 6G is what was an afterthought in 5G is going to become design principles in 6G. And the next big thing, AI and ML, where again, as a country, we have expertise doing software. So all these things are going to be bundled up. Of course, there will be picks and takes on, what actually makes, what doesn't make. And then we will be, come to that technology thing. Next slide, please. So as we move from that small scale 5G into big 6G, there will be transformations happening in industry. There will be timelines that will be passed. There will be elements of that which will become part of 5G advanced itself. And then there will be a lot of new aspects which will become in 6G, right? From terahertz bands to intelligent surfaces, green networks, RF sensing. You're talking about RAN, convergence, aggregation, a lot of multiplexing aspects, which Professor David also briefly touched into, all will be packaged into 6G. And that's where, we will actually see new innovations come in and a new radio that will be made available around the 2030 timeframe. Next slide, and hopefully my last. So what are the key research vectors? We have identified at least 6 of them. There will be new radio designs because it's going to be a new technology. There will be merger of these worlds. There will be scalable network architecture, communication resiliency, new spectrum that need to be dealt with, and the core of it all, AI, ML powered end-to-end communications. So I look forward to converse with you in this panel.
Hello, Dr. Vinosh.
I think his link is frozen.
Yes. Hopefully that won't be a problem with 6G.
Yeah, probably we can.
Yeah. So I think, yeah. So maybe Professor Chaudhary, can you maybe ping him? I don't have his number. And maybe we can, this is the last slide, we can maybe continue with the next.
This is the last slide, so you can probably move on to the next.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I guess it's my turn. So
yes,
good
please.
afternoon, everyone. This is Vinay Srivastava. I'm General Manager Standards at Reliance Jio. And I'm very delighted to be part of this wonderful panel, right? And Vinosh, Dr. David, and Dr. Sundar have put a very good platform on the technology trends and then the possibilities and the life cycle of development, right? So what I would like to do is I would like to focus on the enablers, right, for a particular geography which are vital and where the research should be focused, right? Which and probably in my opinion, some of these which we are not, at least in Indian geography, are not working actively towards. So just to highlight that, probably if Dr. Sundar, if you can skip to second slide, the communication technology. Next one, please. So, yeah, thank you. So the communication technology generations are marked by a cycle of 10 years, as we saw, right? And these generations are marked by global performance targets which are set by ITOR, WP5D, right? And currently WP5D is collating the views of different stakeholders across the globe towards the vision towards IMT 2030 technology, which is also touted as 6G, right? Before this, IMT 2020 technology, vision requirements and evaluation methodologies were framed by IMT group, and based on which the so-called 5G technology candidates were evaluated and confirmed. Now, the important thing to note here, in this whole the timeline, proposed timeline, right, is that one of the aspects and one of the key enablers of the technology, as we'll see, is the top one, right? So ITUR also organizes under the World Radio Communication Conferences every 3 to 4 years, right? So if you see, WRC, the last WRC happened in 2019, where the allocation of 5G spectrum was the top priority, right? There are different agendas, but there are some which are crucial. WRC, the next WRC meeting is proposed to held next year in the 2023, and the idea is to identify, right, discuss the 6G spectrum, the possible spectrum available, the technologies which should cater to this particular spectrum, right, and then try to harmonize, build a common view in next 3 to 4 years. And by WRC 27, right, after 4 years, the first primary allocation of 6G spectrum, where each geography, right, each region would identify the kind of allocations they prefer towards the next time technology would happen, right? Now, if you look this in conjunction with the other activities from ITUR, right, which is the third bullet on this timeline. So the idea is to first evaluate, collate the vision and technology trends towards the next generation of technology, right, to table them first. Once they are tabled, then there's another activity which is towards the requirements, right, to meet this vision. What are the technical requirements that is taken up, right, in terms of the KPIs which are required to evaluate the performance, and what are the exact KPIs, and which for each of different requirement has to be freeze. This takes around 2 to 3 years, right? So 2022, and we expect ITUR to table the vision document for IMT 2030, and say it takes approximately 3 years. So by end of 2026 somewhere, right, we would have the requirements documents for IMT 2030 in place. After this, ITUR continues to work on the evaluation methodologies, right? How to evaluate these KPIs is something also. However, once this the requirement documents is placed, it paves the way for standardization bodies to come into picture and start their studies towards possible candidates, and of the standardization work. Standardization work, we have already seen, can be divided into 3 parts. One is the study phase, which is the comparison and identification of the right perspective technologies. Second is the normative work, or based on the selected technologies, how do you weave up a set of norm or standard which all bodies across the globe can follow in part, or in terms of specification. And then the evaluations, and then the production, the commercialization, that third cycle starts. And this all would, if is targeted to hit around 2030, and then that's where we see that probably the early commercialization of 6G would start in 2030. The idea here, which I wanted to pitch in, was that the key enabler for all these technologies is the right amount of spectrum available to the technology in a particular geography, right? And unless that is available, even though we would have specifications in place, and probably even some of the commercial equipments available, we would not be able to deploy the technology. This identification and allocation of spectrum requires a lot of studies to make informed decision on top and on part of the regulatory and decision making bodies in a particular geography. This is where the research bodies can come in handy. This is the spectrum studies are crucial. I am not sure how many academias actually teach their students to look at the national frequency allocation plan, the NFAP, which services are deployed, which services can coexist. Going forward towards 6G, spectrum will become a scarce resource. Multiple technologies would want to reuse the same spectrum, and the possibility of coexistence of these technologies would need to be evaluated, and those results would have to be submitted across the globe. And this is where the modeling of the channel, the receiver characteristics, and simulating those to figure out the right justifiable results is something which becomes crucial, and it requires a lot of research expertise, which I believe apart from industry, the academia, in particular, has in ample. So, and the first enabler, as I see, for any technology, and so with 6G, is the availability of 6G spectrum. And apart from the candidate technologies towards the 6G, normative work, uh, you know, a large part of our effort should also be focused at the future spectrum studies, right? So WRC in general opens up its agenda for the meetings around 4 to 6 years back, right? And so it's well known, and bodies across the globe start working on it since then. So if we move to the next slide, I would just like to highlight that we in TSDSI we have a particular study, SI70, which has been working in the same direction as ITOR, yeah, right? And this is the interim outcome of this study have also been submitted to both the vision and technology trend documents at W5D. Next slide, please. Very crucial to understand this is again the timeline, but only pertaining to ITUR generation of this IMT 2030 technology. If you see, the first two blocks which have been highlighted in green is somewhere where India has contributed via TSDSI already. Also, the reports and results have been sought towards the feasibility of above 100 gigahertz communication, right? And this is where many of the geographies have already opened up the spectrum for academia and industry to do their evaluations and submit the results, right? This early opening up of the spectrum is very crucial, and based on this, right, only the tabling of this all these results are being in place would enable the WRC 23 discussions towards the early identification or even a preliminary discussion towards the 6G spectrum, right? So I think we can move to the next slide. The point being that 6G, whether it be 6G, 7G, or any generation of technology, the spectrum studies is where the research work should focus the most. Otherwise, you would have technology being deployed across the globe, and you would be grappling for spectrum in your geography. So some of the spectrums which are under of particular interest and sub-terahertz range are D band and G band, as I have marked here, right? And in India also we should probably move towards opening up these for preliminary studies and appropriate licensing. Next slide, please. Just to just to share, right, the exact ask from the outcome of WRC to 2019. These are the particular frequency band in which the studies were welcomed, but these are not the only one. This as they say that these are not the exhaustive one. So up till 300 gigahertz is what sub-terahertz range where the discussions would happen in WRC 23. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Yeah, that being one of the primary spectrum being one of the primary enablers of 6G technology, there are other things which can have major impacts, and I'll just briefly touch on this in interest of time so that we can start the discussion as such. AI/ML, I think already Dr. Vinush and Dr. David have touched upon this. AI/ML can bring in major disruption in it, and it's not limited by a part, a portion of only access technology or the core part of the network, or even beyond the RIT, as we call it. So 3GPP or the ITU defines these generation of technologies only for radio interface technologies. However, the network actually spans much beyond it till your home, right, through the internet and many routers and gateways. So this AI/ML is going to be everywhere. What people are trying to figure out, and the idea is that towards making the intelligent the network intelligent, it's not just the feedback, but the data driven learning which has to be enabled. And already discussions in various SDOs including 3GPP have started The major focus is towards figuring out whether the AI/ML models could be standardized as such. What are the data set requirements? How can they have common data sets? How can the data sets be, democratized? How to generate wireless data sets? Can we have test beds which are commonly accessible, which people can use? How to use a model which has been trained in lab, in outdoor? What are the deltas required? Those are the areas of research which has opened up, and I'm sure many in Indian academia are already looking at it. I see that the Indian ecosystem we have around in place, which aims at providing the analytics and knowledge assimilation platform. That also reminds us that it's not just the technology, but also the enablers in terms of the compute, which is required for AML, which is important. And as the softwareization of of the whole radio access technology has already done for core technologies and is moving towards the RAN interface, probably 6G would have a lot of chunk of this network sitting on the COTS, barebone COTS, and that would enable the AML application, at each part of the network. Let's go to the network. Next slide, please. Many of the 5G aspects need to be re-engineered. I've shown one, one of the slides from GSMA, I believe, which shows the amount of end-to-end latency expected for different use cases and generations. And if you see, 6G, we are looking at haptic internet, which would have end-to-end. When I say end-to-end, it means, from one device to the other device, traversing both radio access network as well as the cloud. The end-to-end latency of 1 millisecond or less, so that remote surgeries and the industrial revolution, which is remotely controlled industries, is possible. And this is something which people are working on as well, where the research goes much beyond 3GPP, like organizations which are limited to the radio interface technology definitions. Sub-terahertz bands, I already said that they have been identified, and because we are moving to a higher spectrum in need of contiguous band to improve the throughputs, apart from improving the spectral efficiency at physical layer, the current waveforms, for example OFDMA, which has served 2 generation, are rendered useless and probably need to be replaced by a better one which suit higher frequency and are more frequency delay tolerant. One, I think the only thing which need to be mentioned apart from all this is one technology which has come up and is promising for unlicensed band is the optical communication, which is much beyond the terahertz range, but is very promising. There are Indian startups and companies who are already contributing to the international standards in this domain. Let's move to the next one, please. Yeah, the 6G needs to be a green technology, which means that the power consumption has to be less, and so as to both help the MNOs reduce the OPEX as well as to reduce our impact on the nature. And there are various kind of research areas which are open towards enabling this, which are listed here. I think yeah, you probably you can go over these in your time. And that on that note, I would like to end this brief presentation so that we can open up for the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vinay, for the very informative presentation. I think the standardization aspect is something that is very relevant to the audience, and the spectrum availability is something that probably can't be stressed enough. I'm sure I agree with that. So I'd like to, maybe before I ask my own questions or bring in more discussion topics, I want to see if there are any questions from the audience. So I see one question. Yes. So this says, what are the India specific requirements in 6G? Okay. And what working group, study group at 3GPP or TSDSA or IQ should one follow to engage in discussions around the 6G standards from an Indian context? Maybe Vinosh, would you like to take that one? Am I audible?
Yeah, yes.
No,
Hello? Yeah, so maybe either Vinay or maybe Professor Koilpillai, either one. Yeah. So yeah, Vinosh,
I can take that if
yeah, sure, please do. Yeah, please.
right.
I
So
would
in
ask everyone anyway. Yeah, so please.
right,
Yeah.
so under TSDSI, right, you can follow study groups network SGN, which has relevant study items ongoing. In fact, in their final stages. 3GPP as such is also you should look at the RAN groups, both RAN 1 and RAN 2 and RAN 3, which which have some of the pre-6G topics already started under the studies, not in under the work items. Right, so for example, use of AI/ML for air interfaces, something which study item in release 18, which the discussion started just a few weeks back. With respect to the second part of the question, where you say what are the India-centric use cases and requirements we are looking at, there are many. For example, one of the very relevant one is enabling smart villages and remote area accessibility, which encompasses the differentiating factors like remote medical assistance, surgeries, the UAV assisted precision farming, dynamic weather monitoring, and warning systems, real-time herd tracking. So these are the things I mean, which are very relevant to India, I would say. There are others as well. I mean, I mean, when you say India, it's not just the villages but also the population. And then I would say everything, right from haptic internet to the drone-based delivery systems, the holographic video communication would end up disrupting our lives in one way or the other.
Okay, thank you, Vinay. So yeah, so I think, are there any other questions? Let me see. Yeah, I don't see any. Yeah, I don't see any other questions at this point. Okay, so maybe I will ask maybe a couple of questions, right? So Professor Koilpillai, you did a kind of give a very good overview about some of the 5-level challenges in 6G, right? So maybe could you maybe elaborate on maybe 1 or 2 topics and say where the current state of the art lies and what are the main challenges?
I think, thank you for the question. I would say that one particular aspect would be as we go to higher frequencies, the impact of Doppler. And with the massive MIMO systems, how do you report back? How do you do channel state feedback? And with what latency, with what accuracy do you need? So if you have modulation techniques such as OTFS, which is in principle more robust to Doppler, and the channel variations are less frequent. So then how do we whether there's a trade-off? So I think that's an interesting area of study. I think definitely the whole aspect of massive MIMO. How do we address the issues of coverage? How do you address the fact that you're going to frequency bands where the coverage will not be as good as in the low sub 6 gigahertz? So the aspects of integrated access and backhaul, I think, are also challenges. So yeah, definitely, as we dig a little bit, we find that there are more and more things that that come up. I think it's a very rich area, I believe, in terms of the physical layer.
I see. Thank you very much. Dr. Vinosh, I have maybe a couple of questions for you. So in your talk, you did talk about the sort of fusing of different worlds, right? There is this digital world, virtual world, and the physical world. So one of the things that kind of comes to mind immediately is this notion of let's say you take just 2 of those worlds, right? Let's say the physical world and maybe the virtual world, right? So is there a fundamental trade-off in achieving high throughput and low latency at once? Because as we know from a communication standpoint, these are all things that are traded off with one another, right? So is getting more spectrum the only way to do it, in your opinion, or are there other ways to do it?
It's actually a very loaded question, right? So there's no straightforward answer to it.
Yeah.
Well,
It's just a
thanks
discussion item.
Okay, so even during the 5G time, 3GPP tried to address that problem, right? Can you actually have high throughput as well as low latency at the same time, right? So the perfect use case for that was industrial IoT, where both of those things were actually needed, right? And no surprises, this was already solved in the Wi-Fi world, right? And the huge difference that came was you actually moving from a LAN scenario to a WAN scenario. So yes, they needed more than one tool to solve it, not just bandwidth. It also needed advanced MIMO capabilities. It also needed, a perfect environment, if I may call it so, right? So, for example, the industrial IoT scenario is like a controlled environment. You have the base stations, you decide how you'll be doing the scheduling, and then you ensure that interference is actually phased out. So we haven't come to that scenario where it is a perfect world yet, but continuous innovations happening in that space is addressing that challenge, which you pointed out. This is only going to get worse as you go from 5G to 6G, right? Because you are now talking about a scenario. I don't know if you already figured it out. When you did 2G, you didn't have the notion of ISI affecting you big time. But then when you do 4G or 5G, ISI was there. You had to deal with ISI. But as you go into terahertz, ISI is going to disappear. So a lot of knowledge which was actually used in ultra wideband system design will actually come in there and then help address a lot of these issues. So continuous innovations, I think that's the key. How we participate is the key. What is the opportunity is the thing we take it.
So Vanka, there's a question in the chat box. Yeah, I think Professor Sriram Shankaran asked a question. What would be some specific problems within the context of cybersecurity for 6G?
I can take a first stab, right? So I think Professor David will appreciate it, right? So he comes from Ericsson, where they designed hardened boxes for system design. Everything was hardware, everything was under their control. It was a perfect world for them. Now everything is getting into software. And the problem is software, it comes up with its own vulnerabilities. So disaggregation, AI, ML are all going to be problems which need to be addressed. There is no magic wand which will actually help solve it. I think as the requirements are created for radio, there will be system designs which will happen. Say specifically in SA3 of 3GPP, there will be studies which need to be done on how to actually harden the system. There will be also ITUT study group, I think 5 or 15, which will be dealing with these aspects. I think, as I mentioned, these two things opening up, virtualization as well as AI, are going to be like big issues we need to deal with. At least I can tell you that there are no ready-made solutions around with the technology will develop. Okay. So we have to react to it, if I may use that. Sorry to disappoint you, but that's the reality.
Okay. So actually, I just want to make that's actually a valid point. And another small point I wanted to make was when you talk about security, there's also the element of what aspect of the security will be implemented at the edge versus what aspect of the security will be implemented in the core network, right? Because you can have many kinds of cyber attacks, right? So in that sense, it's a sort of an evolving problem, right? On a related note, or maybe a slightly different note, actually, on second thoughts. So I just want to maybe take a couple of minutes to give out a couple of use cases. So some of them were already covered here, but I thought I should call out two specific use cases of what is envisioned as 6G. One is this notion that you want networks to be highly sustainable. So energy consumption is a big deal. So one use case which will prove quite useful is this notion of environment monitoring. So if you deploy a large number of sensors in an environment, you really want to make sure that those sensors have a really long battery life. So I think Professor Koilpillai's slides, we were talking about a lifetime of 20 years. So network lifetime and network reliability and robustness in that time scale is something which was never designed for before, and that is something that will play an important role. So that's where all these different technologies that save power, for example, things like ambient backscatter, for example, right? And those things actually are some things that are very interesting in that sense. And also there are algorithms that can ensure that you want to minimize the time. Essentially, all it boils down to at the end of the day is how do you minimize the time that a device stays awake, right? So essentially, protocols that can allow that to happen are things that are relevant in the scenario. Another quick point is about latency. And when people talk about latency, usually at the level of the RAN, we simply talk about at the edge, right? But for many applications, what matters is the latency end to end. So that would require, of course, innovations in the core network also. And I'm sure there are people working on that. And as it relates to scalability, so if you have low latency communications at scale, so let's say you have vehicular networks, so you have a swarm of UAVs that essentially do not always need to talk to a specific sort of a G node B, right? They may want to have essentially a local communication paths which are created, and all of them needs to have a certain low latency, right? So your side link that is proposed needs to be very robust, right? So that is something that is also a relevant concern, especially if we want to deploy vehicle networks at scale. So essentially, we are taking this cellular V2X in 5G and moving it up to a point where it can scale. So one point of interest there is the overlap with some of the concerns that IEEE has been addressing in this DSRC protocol, short range radio communication, right? So it's a 802.11p. So they've recently kind of upgraded it to 802.11bd, which is maybe a little bit adding a little bit on top of 11p, but it doesn't really solve the problem of scalability. So scalability of networks in a large scale, especially when you have a lot of autonomous sort of autonomous operation, right? Like robots or UAVs, right? That's also another relevant use case, and it will also drive certain of these communication technologies for that. Vinay, actually, I have one question as it relates to spectrum sharing, right? So could you give your thoughts on how unlicensed bands can be used in 6G?
Yeah, sure. So I think this is where both the studies are vital, and also the informed decision making on part of policymakers, right? So one very fortunate thing which is uncovering, right, as we speak already, is the evolution of optical communication, light. They call it light communication, or they used to call it light communication, but it's not limited just to visible light. Even the infrared and ultraviolet is covered. Now, this whole spectrum is unlicensed and will remain unlicensed, right? The advent of technology for using this spectrum, not just for free air, but even underwater communication, and very recently even for non-light of line of sight communication, is very, very promising, right? That alone can solve the need for unlicensed spectrum. It's a huge spectrum, and it can encompass all the capacity requirements which we think of, and we have been grappling in RF communication to not just to have spectrum, but also to meet these KPIs. Compared to those, the light communication, the power consumption is very less. The spectrum is already available. There is no fight over the spectrum, and fortunately in IEEE the specifications are evolving.
I see. That's an interesting point. So how do you solve the line of sight problem? I mean, that's a major, so if you look at millimeter wave standards, right, one of the major problems with millimeter wave, right, has been the fact that it really requires line of sight to be very good. So any thoughts on what people are looking
I
at
think
in terms of trying
in
to
millimeter wave, and already I think we didn't talk about it today, but a very prominent answer to this, very well known solution to this for millimeter waves are intelligent repeaters, as they call it, intelligent
IRS?
reflective surfaces, right, or reconfigurable intelligent surfaces, as you say. So line of sight is vital. Any block to line of sight would actually hinder the communication in these frequencies. However, two things. One is the use of AI ML to predict the blockage beforehand, and rather than do a reactive thing, do a make before break kind of solution on the part of scheduler. And second is the use of these RIS, right? And then RIS are just evolving in, as I said, in 3GPP already some pre-6G topics have started. One of them is to have a control channel for intelligent repeaters, right? So just like PDCCH, which was used for the UEs, and UEs would get the control information out of it. Now 3GPP has started studying, and they plan to come up with a control region which would be specifically targeted for the repeaters, so that the information like what kind of resource to allocate to a particular UE, what kind of beam forming, if the repeater is capable of beam forming, could be used. And these are the things which are pre-6G things, and slowly this repeater will be replaced by actually IRS services once they evolve out of the state of art to the real commercial things.
I see. Interesting. Thank you. So let me see if there are any questions from the audience.
I have pasted one question in the chat from the audiences.
Okay. So there's one question. How are the above physical layer protocols and interfaces designed or expected to be designed in advanced 5G and 6G? Proskol, would you like to take that?
Sure. I think I'll just say a few sentences and then leave it to Vinosh and Vinay, because they are the people who are at that standard. So pretty much what would happen is you would submit proposals in the standardization bodies, which then would be discussed with other companies who are participating. So it's a process of dialogue through which you present specific proposals, and then follow it through, till it gets to a point where the particular technical issue is resolved. So, but maybe Vinosh and Vinay can add, because they are right at the forefront of how this happens.
I think Virush already addressed it, and he should take this question. Yeah.
Yeah. So every standards body, be it 3GPP, ITU, TST, say whatever be it, they typically have what is called as a study phase and a normative phase. So in the study phase, all these requirements will come, and then the corresponding protocol aspects will be cataloged, and different solution aspects from different candidates will be considered, but trying to evaluate based on a few metrics which they will inherently define, right? So I think Vinay was also mentioning about the timeline in which these radio interface technologies are actually tested, right? The same way, during the design phase also, we have a particular metric which need to be evaluated. It can be performance, it can be time, or it can be how much we can reuse from older modules, whatever be it. But there are methods, and that's where these things will actually happen, right? So if you're talking about 5G advanced, that activity just got started in release 18 in 3GPP. If you're talking about 6G, those studies will actually happen during release 20 timeframe. Just a word of caution, it's not only RAN specific, there will be also system aspects, SA aspects in 3GPP, which will start like probably in another 1.5 to 2 years. So that's where the interface design will be studied, and then one or more of the suitable candidates will be put into normative text, which companies like us will implement.
So it's a great answer. So I think nobody has asked this question, so maybe I'll ask it myself. So how do you see non-terrestrial networks evolving into 6G?
Vinay, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure.
Anyone.
So it's a very interesting question for the reason that non-terrestrial networks are already part of the specifications, for example, under 5G in 3GPP. However, if you look at it from the ITU terminology, there is a terrestrial communication group, right, and which would not like to consider the non-terrestrial communication its purview and the KPIs thereof. However, let's talk in a broader sense about 6G and non-terrestrial communication. The initial advent and the push from the satellite industry, right, to have the NTN part of the cellular specification has enabled now release 17, which is going to be freeze very soon, to have the capability of IoT, right? NTN based IoT, which will be NTN NB IoT or NR and NTN NB IoT. During this phase and the studies, it was also figured out that latency and throughputs are major challenges when you work with non-terrestrial networks. Even if so, it's not just the geosynchronous satellites. Even if you bring in the LEO satellites in place, right, which requires a lot of investment and a huge huge chain of satellites buzzing across your head. Even after doing that, the latency is something which kills many of the use cases when you. So the classical old satellite based downstreaming or broadcast is something where it always succeeds, right? uh, so you cannot beat the physics, unfortunately. You cannot beat the physics, right? Or at least until somebody finds a way of trading off, this time versus space domain, and bring it on into communication system. We don't think that free space traverse time from satellite is something which you can beat as such. So you will have to live with it, and then the use cases would have to be streamlined accordingly. So going forward, I think the aim of the satellite industry is to bring in higher throughput scenarios and configurations as part of these so-called cellular radio standards, or to augment these, right, and how these will work with the cellular standard. I think the primary aim and the pitching factor is those geographies which cannot be easily covered by the cellular networks, and IoT hence is the first use case which matches the requirement. Because otherwise, for high throughput, if you are taking regions which are very low populated, then it does not make a commercial sense, and without commercial interest, no standardization work or takes place as such. So yeah, I think it will be a trade-off of physics and commercial interests.
It's a very interesting point. Now that you mentioned that the terrestrial group does not want to step on the toes of the non-terrestrial people. So typically the satellite is not the end point, right? So it has, it has to communicate with another satellite or a ground station. So is the ISL also part of the charter of this 3GPP? I'm just asking as someone who's curious, because that becomes purely satellite.
Yeah, so 3GPP, I was talking about ITUR terrestrial group right here, and in particular because the inter-satellite communication and deep space communication and even underwater communication was considered to be part of the first draft which TSDSI was submitting towards the vision documents of IMT, and then informed decision making was taken on understanding that the terrestrial group does not look into deep water communication and inter-satellite communication as such. So there are things, right? So just like invention is not always right, necessity is not always the mother of invention. Many times so, but now very recently, things have started changing. Similarly, probably even though at one point in time ITUR or has defined bodies with a particular purview, they might have to become slightly flexible given the way technology is encompassing the possible scenarios.
Okay, makes sense. Let me see if there's any other question. Do we have enough time, Sachin? Are we out of time?
I think we are out of time. It will be nice to wrap up, I think, if it's okay.
Okay. So thank you everyone for sparing your valuable time and sharing your thoughts with this forum. So I thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity to share our thoughts on this very nice forum. So I hope we will all have a chance to sort of contribute to the standard, and especially given the fact that we are a little early in the game in 6G, I think we will have a lot more opportunities to contribute. Okay, so with that, I hand it over to Sachin.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thank all the panelists for the wonderful and insightful discussions. And I'm very sure the audience and the participants will have immensely benefited from the discussion. So we will soon break out for lunch. But before that, I will take a minute or two for survey. Asif, if you can bring the survey. So the survey is basically about the current awareness and interest in standards-driven research, and there are hardly very few questions. Most of them are yes, no, and it will take hardly few minutes to answer. So please answer them. The Google form, yeah. So quickly, if you can just scroll down, everybody will have an idea what the survey is about. Can you just scroll down? Yeah. Asif, can you scroll down? So we are trying to see the awareness regarding the standardization activities in different academic institutes and participants, among participants as well. And then if there are somebody is interested to start contributing to standards, we can actually help them out. So, so that's the reason survey is very important, and it will hardly take few minutes for participants to answer the questions. You can see that they are very easy, quick questions. So take your time to fill the survey, and now we will break for lunch and rejoin at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you all for joining the first half. Professor Viveshwar will coordinate the second half of the program. Thanks a lot to all the participants, and thanks once again to the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, Professor Mani. You need to unmute yourself if you want to speak up.
Good afternoon, madam. Are you able to hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Yes. I'm just checking with madam if she is able to hear us. Yeah.
She on mute, I guess.
Okay.
Ma'am, you are on mute. Can you unmute yourself and say something, ma'am?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Sonia, you can
okay,
the
so
slide.
Yes, sir. So do you want me to share the slides or
yes.
okay. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good, very nice. Thanks. Okay, so hello everyone. I hope most of you are back. So we had a very nice first session, the morning session, where we got to know many exciting problems in which we researchers could work on. And we also got to know about how some of these eminent speakers actually contributed to the standards at their time, and then how we could do contributions going forward. So taking this discussion forward, we have the second session where we have another set of eminent speakers who will be talking about their journey in standards-driven research. So we have now the first talk, invited talk by Mr. Pranav Jha. So Mr. Pranav Jha works with IIT Bombay as a senior scientist with research focus on SDN, NFV, wireless network architecture, and rural broadband communication. Pranav has published many research papers and has multiple patents filed and issued. He has also participated in workshops, panel discussions, and delivered tutorials in global conferences. He is an active participant in standards development in the area of wireless network. And it is my pleasure to invite him to the floor. So, Mr. Pranav Jha, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Viveshwar. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk about our standards-driven research with people in the NCC conference. So thank you very much. And maybe we can project the slides and we can start. Okay, so next slide, please. Yeah. Yeah, so I will be talking about, maybe the first slide, yeah, just briefly. Not the agenda, the previous one, yeah. Yeah, so it can be, yeah, thank you. So here we will talk about our contribution to a standard called IEEE P2061 or Frugal 5G networks, and essentially how our research work in rural broadband communication led to standardization work under this standard. So next slide, please. Okay, so I will briefly give a background. So this is basically based on the Gram-Mark project at IIT Bombay, which was conceived by Professor Abhay Karandikar, and he started this project in early 2010s, so around 2012 and 13. And then we continued this journey, in this. And then I will talk about key challenges to rural broadband connectivity and also some of the key characteristics of rural broadband connectivity. So challenges as well as characteristics. And then we will talk about how 5G requirements can be tailored or modified for rural connectivity. And then what solution we proposed for addressing this requirement of rural connectivity, and then how this went into this Frugal 5G networks or IEEE P2061 standard. Next slide, please. Yeah, okay. So this slide basically talks about one of the very important characteristic and some of the key challenges that we have in rural. So on the left-hand side, it is a figure from Google Earth, and it shows the geographical area, which is basically where you see the circles or ovals. Those are small villages or the populated areas, and rest of the areas are open spaces. So this is a typical characteristic of rural area. And we will find that this actually impacts the rural broadband network requirements considerably. So this is one of the key characteristics that we envisage, has played a very important role also in our research as well as in any research that takes rural connectivity requirements to solve the problem of rural connectivity. Then the key challenges that are there are, when you deploy a communication network, so it requires a lot of capex and also opex, both spectrum cost and also equipment cost. Backhaul cost is also a very important factor here. More so when you look at the key character, the characteristic of rural areas, you find that in order to reach a small village, you may need to lay a long fiber cable if you want to use fiber for backhaul. And then also, the equipment also has to be distributed in all these areas. And if you don't want to leave anybody out of the coverage, then all these open areas will also need to be covered somehow so that you can support users everywhere. But the problem is that you may have a very sparsely populated area and with a very small population, and that also reduces your revenue source. So the cost is again, it becomes a bigger issue as compared to say a very dense urban region. Then the second challenge is that we have very low average revenue per user, and that also has a big impact. And then we have two more key challenges: scarcity of resources, especially electricity, which is improving considerably, but even then the stable supply from electricity from power grid may not always be available, and you may need to look for alternative sources of energy. And then you may not also have a lot of trained manpower to manage and look at the equipment in the road. Next slide, please. Yeah. So when we take all these factors into account and the challenges into account, so we see that we need to support large coverage areas because there are open areas which there may be some people here and there, so they also need to have connectivity. And then, but if you have say coverage for large areas, and if you want to deploy a big macro cell, then that may not be able to give high-speed connectivity to the clusters of population. So you need high-speed connectivity to the clusters, the small clusters or the small villages or the villages where there may be dense population. And then a very important factor is that the solution has to be affordable. So wherever you can bring in affordability, say usage of unlicensed spectrum or technologies like Wi-Fi or usage of wireless backhaul instead of fiber. So some of these solutions make it affordable. And then a key characteristic is also that this is the second key characteristic of the rural connectivity is that you don't really need high-speed mobility. So most of the newer systems like 4G and 5G have been designed to support very high-speed connectivity. Very high speed mobility, not connectivity, very high speed mobility. So 5G has been designed to support even 500 kilometers of speed, 500 kilometers per hour of speed. Now, that kind of mobility is not really required. So you have people who are moving on the vehicles, but not many people are using vehicles in the rural areas. And also the vehicles are not at so high speed. Next slide, please. So considering all these requirements, we designed a network architecture where we and we also looked at the BharatNet project's work. BharatNet was is laying fiber to all the Gram Panchayat, though it has actually now they are planning to lay, as Prime Minister announced sometime back last year, I believe, that they will be laying fiber to all the villages now. But originally the BharatNet was providing fiber connectivity to all Gram Panchayats. Now typically, a Gram Panchayat may have 4 to 5 villages within it, and they may not be very close by. There may be a distance of a few kilometers between the Gram Panchayat office and the villages under that Gram Panchayat. So considering that, we designed this network architecture where we proposed a large coverage area cell to cover a complete Gram Panchayat area. So that can be 2-3 kilometers of radius where the macro cell can cover the whole area to provide ubiquitous connectivity to all the people within that area. But that will not be able to provide high-speed connectivity to all the villages. So in order to supplement that, we thought that we should have small cells or Wi-Fi hotspots as high-speed access points within the villages. So where the dense clusters of population are there, so we can deploy Wi-Fi access points. And in order to carry the Wi-Fi, the data from the Wi-Fi access points to the fiber point of presence in the Gram Panchayat office, so we proposed the usage of wireless pedal mile or wireless backhaul, you can say. And so overall, this is basically a heterogeneous network, having a large coverage area cells, maybe one base stations with 3 sectors in the GP office or near the GP office, and then multiple wireless backhaul links to the villages where Wi-Fi access points are deployed, and those Wi-Fi access points provide high-speed connectivity. And this is an overall architecture that we proposed, and this was some of the publications in Professor Avekran's group reflected this architecture. Can we go over to the next slide, please? Yeah. Now, as we talked, about mobility, so we discussed that mobility is not a very important factor in rural areas. There are mobile users, but a large number of users may not be mobile. And even if they are mobile, they may be within the coverage area of the macro cell itself. So if you look at the cellular mobile network architecture, there are 2 key parts, the radio access network and the core network. Now, radio access network is a distributed network, which is basically the base stations that you see around you, and they are used for providing last mile access. Whereas the core network is a centralized entity, typically deployed in cloud, and there may be only a few core network installations per operator in a country. And core network is primarily used for mobility management, RAN control, that is the access network control, and authentication and access control of the users. Now, if you look at today's existing cellular networks, any 4G, 5G, they all have a very tightly coupled core and RAN. So you cannot really make RAN work in a standalone. Now, that's a very important factor in the mobile network deployment. Now, we ask this question because a lot of users in village areas may not be mobile. And also an important factor that came into, when we were studying the requirements of rural areas, that a lot of people wanted to have, local servers which are deployed in the Gram Panchayat office, and they should be accessible through the mobile phone. So local data, whatever, some Panchayat data, and even some educational videos and so on. So they wanted to have them installed in the GP offices so that they could be accessed locally. Now that is very easy with the, say, Wi-Fi access, but it cannot be provided through cellular RAN, macro cell based connectivity, because macro cell will always require a core network, and core network is somewhere located in some centralized location. And then, so the edge-based servers cannot be used when you have, core network in place. So we wanted to decouple the core and RAN, and we thought that by decoupling them, maybe we will have a solution where edge computing and the RAN or access network can become more or less autonomous. Which is what, so this was, coming from rural background, rural connectivity requirements, but obviously this has a lot of other use cases and a lot of other applications. Can we go over to the next slide, please? Yeah, so this I think will be this last or second last one. So we proposed an architecture called 5G flow, which is for intelligent edge control, and also decoupling the access network with the core network. So, when you saw the previous diagram, so you have a GP Gram Panchayat office and you deploy a base station, and you have some edge servers there, and then everything within that GP can be autonomously working under this edge control. So this architecture supports, even if you have, say, 4G base station or 5G base station, that can also be decoupled from the core with some modification, obviously. Because the architecture, if you use the exact 3GPP architecture, then that may not be possible. But with this modified architecture, it's a small modification, we can actually decouple this. So you can have macro base stations based on 4G or 5G technology. You can have Wi-Fi access points in villages, and all of them can be integrated within one edge control framework. and you can have edge servers. But at the same time, if you want, you can use the core network as well whenever you need it for users like who are mobile. So next slide, please. Yeah, so considering all these research work, then we propose this architecture into IEEE P2061 or Frugal 5G networks, where we, based on our research, we propose this architecture. So we have an intelligent edge, as I discussed, and then you have small access points in the villages. The access points in the villages may be connected through wireless backhaul, and you can have a cellular network, cellular base station also from the edge operating in that area to cover or provide ubiquitous connectivity. And that's basically an integrated view of all the rural connectivity architectural work that we did. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is just a summary, how this P2061. So it has a heterogeneous network with small cells as well as macro cells, and with a unified access control. So this unified access control manages both Wi-Fi access points and the cellular base station under one edge controller. And the backhaul, wireless backhaul, which connects the Wi-Fi access points in the villages to this GP office edge controller, also is within the same, managed by the same controller. And then we have a decoupled RAN core. So you can use the core if you want, but if you don't want it, you can avoid it. And you have an intelligent edge controller, which manages localized communication support within RAN and local service delivery for them. So I think that's about it. Thank you very much for having me here. I hope I have been able to finish my talk within the given time. And thanks. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this exciting talk. So I have one quick question before we move to the next session. So these rural environments are also available in developed countries. So they may also be seeing similar requirements. I'm not very, I'm not an expert in this area, but from the way you explained, it seems that very similar requirements.
Yes, that's a very, very important question. Actually, when we started this, when we were working as part of IEEE P2061, so we looked at rural requirements from all over the world. So it's not, an India-specific system because if we, that will not be possible within an IEEE standard. So it has to look at all aspects, all countries and all. So we found that there are a lot of commonalities. Obviously, it is not exactly the same all over the time. In Africa may have a very different set of requirements from US in many ways, but there are many similarities. So like the distribution of villages in, say, or within open spaces is a very common thing, which is present almost everywhere. So we found that that is there. Now, mobility requirements are slightly different because the developed countries have a very high-speed mobility requirement normally. Because, but then also there, people who are in, there are a large number of people there also who are using mobile network to connect to stationary people, I mean, sitting at home and are actually using mobile networks, say Wi-Fi access points and so on. So the point is that, yeah, there are some common requirements which are applicable to, most of the places in the world. And that is why that is what we try to tap into it. So
yes, I think
thank you very much. I mean, that's a very, yeah.
So you started with an India-specific problem and then figured out that.
No, so the research was India-specific problem, yes. But the standardization was a global, so we had to study the global landscape, rural connectivity requirements globally, the use cases globally and all that. And still we found some things which are common, and that is where some of our research became useful.
Okay, so we have some other questions from the audience. So the first question is, will this also be integrated with 3GPP standards?
So this is basically an IEEE standard. So what we have proposed is that we can use 3GPP technology within this framework. So we are not really saying that it should be integrated with 3GPP. It's the other way around. We are just proposing that the 3GPP technologies can be integrated within this framework of IEEE standard. So that is how we see it.
I see. I see. So we have another question. So you can probably quickly reply to that. So
sure.
The question is, ORAN is already decentralized. That is, the user plane and the control plane are separated. So what is the RAN decoupling that you are doing here?
No. Okay, so this is very different. So ORAN is basically a disaggregated architecture for the 3GPP based 5G GNPs, if you look at it carefully. And primarily, though I'm not a part of ORAN standardization because they require a lot of money from all participating organizations, but I know whatever I know. So it is basically a disaggregation of RAN nodes. So if you look at the GNB, which is the 5G base station, it has anyway been disaggregated into two units called GNB distributed unit and GNB centralized unit, which was not the case in 4G LTE ENOP. Now ORAN took it further and they distributed this DU also, with an radio unit and the distributed unit. So radio unit is a separate entity which is responsible for only radio transmission reception, and DU has the lower layer baseband functionality L1 and L2, and then CU has the higher layer functionality. So here we are not talking about that. We are talking about decoupling core from RAN. So we are saying that when you are in the 3GPP network, whatever disaggregated RAN or non-disaggregated RAN, whatever you use, you have to use the core network. But here we are saying that okay, we don't really need core network in many scenarios. Then why use it always? Or why? Because core network introduces overheads. It brings latency or packet delay necessarily. So we thought that, okay, if I have a localized communication between two villagers within the same village, why do I need to go to the core network? Why not serve the user from the edge itself? And that was the motivation behind this decoupling of core and RAN. So it is not really anyway related to the disaggregation of RAN, which is being pursued in ORAN architecture, but it is decoupling of RAN from the core. So I hope I am able to answer the question.
Yes, sir. Very nice. Thank you. So we have a few more questions, but for the sake of time, I guess we will have to move to the next invited talk. Thank you very much.
Sure.
So we look forward.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you. Okay. So now we would like to invite Professor Pradipta Das for this invited talk on an academician experience in standardization at ITU from research to contribution. So Dr. Pradipta Biswas is an assistant professor at the Center of Product Design and Manufacturing and associate faculty at the Robert Bosch Center for Cyber-Physical Systems of Indian Institute of Science. He has been elected as a vice chairman of ITU Study Group 9 and also a co-chair of the IRG AVA and focus group on smart TV at International Telecommunications Unit. He's a member of the UKRI International Development Peer Review College Association of Computing Machinery, ACM, and was a professional member of the Society of Flight Test Engineers, British Computer Society, associate fellow at the UK Higher Education Academy and Royal Society of Medicine. So it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Pradipta Biswas for his talk. The floor is yours, Dr. Pradipta.
Thank you. And may I request to make me presenter, please, so that I can share my screen. Thank you. Just 1 second, I'm trying to get. Right, is my screen visible to the audience?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, if it's visible, can you make it on slideshow mode?
Yes, just 1 second. This GoToWebinar window is coming on top. I am just trying to get rid of that.
Sure, sir. You can click on the right arrow on the top, it will hide the Miss dashboard.
Yeah. Sorry, it's just not going away. Sorry, this go to right. Finally. Can you see the slideshow mode?
No.
Not yet?
No, we cannot. No.
Okay, I will just start. I will just restart PowerPoint. My PowerPoint is unresponsive for some reason. Please bear with me a second.
Sure, no problem.
Sorry. Right. Is it visible?
Okay. Yeah, we are good to go.
Okay. Thanks. Sorry about this delay. So yes, thanks for the introduction and invitation. I am an associate professor at Indian Institute of Science and also working in ITU for a while. So I just want to take you through about my last about 10 or 11 years experience to be associated with the standardization activities. And I must say that this is something like a secondary role I am playing. My primary role is research and teaching, which I am continuing. So from the last WTSA or the World Telecommunication Standardization Assembly, I am elected as the vice chair of the study group 9 till the next study period, 2022 to 2024. And as already many of you already know that the next WTSA will held in Hyderabad in India, and so we are all trying to put our mark on the standardization sector more, and I really appreciate the effort of TSDSI in that respect, which is otherwise not been too much considered in academicians and as well as industrialists. And around 2020 to 2024 onwards, I am the co-chair of the Inter-Rapporteur Group of Audiovisual Media Accessibility. And this group is pretty interesting in the sense that apparently this is the first attempt of ITU to, or if not first, very rare attempt of ITU of combining experts from both the radio and telecommunication sector. So as you may know, ITU has 3 sectors, ITU D, R, and T. So the Inter-Rapporteur Group on Audiovisual Media Accessibility is set up with Study Group 6, which is part of ITU R, and looks at production of digital media, and also the study group 9 and study group 16, which looks at cable and broadband TV and multimedia respectively. So the group is still working, and I am drafting a recommendation for this group, which is seems to be the main deliverable coming out of the work, and I will spend a few minutes after this slide. And besides, I am also presently the rapporteur of question 11 at study group 9. So this particular question looks at the accessibility of cable and broadcast TV. And I contributed to a recent report which already become a recommendation from the focus group on vehicular multimedia. So these focus groups do pre-standardization work before submitting it to the study group. And earlier when I was in Cambridge, I was a vice chairman of the focus group of smart TV, and also a working group coordinator at the focus group on audiovisual media accessibility. And that was the first time I got involved in this standardization work. And presently, I'm also a nominated member of the Bureau of Indian Standard at ISO committee, mostly looking at AR/VR systems. And long time ago, I represented UK in one of the working group meeting at SC35, which held in Shanghai in China around 2011. But after that, I did not got much involved with ISO until recently. So next, I will spend some slides on this common user profile, and one aim is I regularly present it in the SDSS meeting, but we would like to get more involvement from the Indian Apsara on developing this common user profile. And the aim of this common user profile is personalizing audiovisual media to make it accessible to people with a wide range of abilities, including elderly users, and also when able-bodied users also are under situational impairment, like when you are using your mobile phone in a car and situations like that. So this common user profile is coming through from the study group 9, and also it's one of the main deliverable of IRG Alpha, as I mentioned, and you can get details on this from this hyperlink. So what we are trying to do here, that here we are starting our discussion from the user, and the user's requirement from a user interface keep on changing, and also based on the range of abilities of user. So the user may be a hearing impaired user, maybe a mobility impaired, or maybe vision impaired, or maybe an elderly person who gradually losing ability of all their sensory channels, and accordingly their requirement changes. So the user will create a user profile through a profile creation app, and this particular user profile, it will be stored in personal device, and this profile will not intended to be shared with others, so the user's security or privacy is maintained. And why we are telling common user profile, because this user profile is meant to be application and device independent, so the profile can be stored on smartphone, TV, computer, whatever. Or if the user really explicitly wants or explicitly give consent, the same profile can be stored on proprietary or third-party cloud service like Google Drive or Apple or Azure or Amazon, whatever. Now, the particular recommendation is talking about developing a common interpreter of this user profile. And this interpreter, what it will do, the input to this interpreter will be the particular XML file or the particular format where the user profile is stored. And this particular format, that will be the main body of the recommendation. So there is a common understanding among different media producers and consumers that what does a particular tag means in a XML file, or what are the structure of this profile. And that's why from an implementation point of view, you may find that it's not too difficult to implement. In fact, we already implemented it in a few of our own projects, but it is very important, this common understanding and common consensus on this particular semantics of this. So the common user profile will be the input to this interpreter mechanism, and the output will be different rendering of the same interface for people with different range of abilities. So how? So here is an example. This common interpreter can instruct the particular app. It can instruct a website, or it can instruct the whole operating system to change its appearance based on the common user profile. So we already developed case studies with web-based systems, and here in app you can see the same web page is rendered with different font size and color contrast. Then our colleagues at UCL, they used it for a mobile app for a disaster reporting system, and we used the same system in a digital TV project which ran from 2010 to 13 called Guide, and presently it's being marketed in UK, in European countries, known as hybrid TV or web TV. And here also you can see these button sizes are changed based on the user profile, colors have changed. And also some colleagues at IIT Madras used a similar concept for low-end mobile phone. So the same user profile based on the interpreter mechanism, it can be integrated with different applications and different devices. So the main challenges that we are presently facing is the user privacy, because although it is not, it's already been started to be discussed in India, but in Western countries there is already a lot of difficult cases where user privacy is breached. In fact, Facebook Reality Lab is granted us a project to investigate privacy of marginalized population when people use ubiquitous devices. And then the acceptable variable nomenclature, say I can say that font size means font size, but then others may not agree to that, so they can ask that font size of what, and it may sound like a innocent discussion, but when we are trying to develop an international recommendation, then it becomes very important that everyone agree on that. And also the diverse range of audiovisual media applications and devices that pose a challenge. And that's why where this interlocutor group is very useful, because we have experts from both media producers and consumers and people from networking background. And also defining a minimal set of variables, because earlier we took similar attempt as part of a European Union standardization group, but we ended up with such a vast list of variables that no one really wanted to implement that. So finding a minimal set of variables which is good enough to personalize user interface, but it's not a burden to others to implement that, that is a challenge. And somehow it's not in the mathematical sense, but in more subjective sense, that optimize this set of variables, that found out to be a challenge. But the good news is that every month now we are having a drafting group meeting at ITU, and the recommendation is progressing, and we are hoping by 2024 we can reach consensus. And also we have participation from our Department of Telecommunication, which is really good. So from this common user profile, we will move on to another subject, eye gaze tracking for vehicular multimedia. And for this, the main contribution is going to the ITU focus group on vehicular multimedia, and also occasionally I present to the focus group on AI for autonomous vehicle. So here you can see one example of using eye tracking inside a vehicle. So here lies a screen which is placed below the steering wheel, behind the steering wheel, below the windscreen, and the screen is reflected on the windscreen. And here is a device called eye gaze tracker, through which user can directly control the user interface. Why? Because we want to bring the center stack in front of driver, and drivers can switch it on and off. So it works like a head-up display, and when the drivers undertake secondary tasks, they do not lose vision of the road by taking their eyes off from road. So the overall objective is reducing the eyes off duration for our drivers, and bringing the center stack in front of them, and enable them to operate it just by looking at it. But of course, when you look at commercial eye gaze tracker, they are not meant for this purpose. So our invention involves developing a neural network systems which does this coordinate space conversion between the eye tracking and the windscreen, and using that we enable to prepare a case study. But when we started working on with French automotive part manufacturer called Faurecia, presently known as Faurecia. So when we progressed on this and they found it very interesting and they tried to deploy it, we found there are certain limitations on existing eye gaze tracker, because first, they are not meant for using in car. Second, that they are not calibrated with various illumination level. And most commercial eye gaze tracker, they also require to store a calibration profile. So the deployment leads to develop our own eye gaze tracking model using visible spectra. And also we created a whole data set which has a much higher range of head pose, and also a much higher range of illumination, which is important inside a car. And we also do cross data set validation and reported state-of-the-art performance in one CVPR workshop last year. And this year we also presented in another SCM conference. And you can download this dataset free of cost. And based on that, we identified a few role of standardization for involving or deploying IGS tracking interface inside car, mostly in terms of the accuracy, precision, or latency of eye tracker in automotive environment. So far, the commercial IGS tracker publish such results for laboratory environment, but it should be displayed in for automotive environment. And also that when we use IGS tracking for drowsiness detection, distraction detection, cognitive load estimation, the standardization should have guideline in terms of acceptable accuracy and latency. And also when we use IGS tracking for controlling head-up display, the size of screen element, density of screen elements are also important, because IGS trackers are not meant to be used for direct guest controlled interface. And we presented this in a recent workshop of the vehicular multimedia, and some of these use cases has already been incorporated in the FGVM report, which already published as a ITU recommendation. And finally, the last case study is on augmented and virtual reality. So very recently, ITU study group 6, they've started publishing reports on AR/VR systems, which they term as nonlinear media. And also the ISO group, they are circulating documents on the standardizing AR/VR media, and already some ISO standards already exist on AR/VR medium. And in particular, we are more interested on personalized AR/VR media. So here you can see two examples. On the left side, it's a augmented reality system where we enabled some spastic kids who are paralyzed shoulder downwards to operate a robotic arm using eye gaze. And this work was quite got a lot of media coverage during 2020 summer. And the right hand side, you can see a mixed reality system where we created holograms, and the users can control a toy car using mixed reality system. And my personal interest is more on this developing augmented or virtual reality system for people with different range of abilities, and that's how it's related to my recent work with this common user profile as well. And I do share some contributions with the present ISO standard, and this ISO committee will be meeting again end of June, mainly in terms of personalized AR/VR and definitions of augmented and mixed reality system from the earlier ISO work, and using eye tracking in head-mounted display systems like the VR or MR glasses. Then motion sickness in virtual reality, which is not studied well, but colleagues at Sony, they are already doing some interesting work on reducing motion sickness inside car, which should be studied in standardization documents. Then haptics experience in VR, spatial audio, mostly for using VR for blind users. And my colleagues at Microsoft Research, they are doing very good work on developing games for blind accessibility. And finally, by the context of Industry 4, we are also looking at digital twin and virtual reality. And we are developing some digital twin for British Telecom office spaces. And those case studies we also mentioned in the as comments to the nascent ISO pre-standardization document. So combining all these various case studies, and as you may already note that I am involved in apparently very diverse projects across different committees in both ITU and ISO. And I try to bullet point some risks and benefits. The risks process takes too long. So when we submit a conference or journal paper, maximum 6 months, 8 months, maybe for very big journals, it takes 1 year. But after 1 year, we started getting citations, and that we can add to our profile and so on. But in case of standards, the longevity of standards are at least 10 years. So the process also takes too long. And many a times people cannot keep patience, or they got busy with many other things to follow up. And also many times contribution to these standardization meetings or drafting these standards, they take a lot of time, and those are not directly contributing to sponsored project or citations. Although it's not fully true, because once the standard is out with your name as one of the co-authors, these good standards, they also can attract citations. Only thing that it takes time. Then another point is membership fees, which my previous speaker also briefly mentioned, that ITU requires a membership fee. So around 2018 onwards, I am paying around 2,000 per year from my sponsored projects to keep IISc as a member of ITU, as a sector member. And it's only been possible because I have sponsored projects from various agencies. But from a, say, startup or from a personal point of view, it's not possible to pay these membership fees for various standardization bodies. And that is one issue where TSDSI type of bodies are very helpful, because they are giving you a platform to access these ITU study groups, if not full, but at least the relevant ones. Then, of course, the time commitment, and many of my senior colleagues, I couldn't make them interested in this work, just be too much busy. And finally, one interesting point is strategy. Like this time in March, I went to Geneva for this WTSA meeting, and there was a resolution that taking the names of form for all Russian scientists from all chairman and vice chairman positions of all study groups. Now, there were many gossips that, and it was, I mean, undoubted that these Russian scientists, they are not directly involved with any political decision, and people are appreciative of their work. But in the present circumstances, 53 countries are representative. They voted for removing their names from these chairman and vice chairman list. So this is one extreme example in the present context. But what happens that
Pradipta, thanks for sharing your experience. So we are running out of time. So if you could conclude.
Yeah, this is my penultimate slide. So I will maybe finish in another 2-3 minutes. Yeah, so many times what happens that you may already know that in ITU there are two approval process, standard approval or TAP and AAP. And in both these approval processes for any new recommendation and resolution, for the AAP process, two opposition is good enough to stop your recommendation being accepted by ITU, and ITU works based on consensus. And that's why this that comes to the benefit part side, that this networking with peers and building consensus, those are two important benefits that I found from this my involvement with ITU, that ITU works on consensus, and in most recommendations or resolutions, so when we put forward in the WTSA, in most cases those go unopposed, because before putting them to the WTSA, people already get consensus with them. And in fact, we do have a separate session on how to build consensus among experts, and that is a single important point of developing standards, that whatever great thing we do in our own capacity, that has to be agreed among experts, not from our own country, for different countries. And also the involvement with standards give you access to the latest policy standards or technical development, which are many times, like many Chinese or Korean digital TV framework, I have never read about them before coming to presentations made by colleagues in these standardization meetings. So in conclusion, that it benefit depends on type of research interest, that of course, and when the research leading to product or policy, at least people should be aware of standardization work, because it influences that. And also I consider it is a new way of dissemination rather than our standards research papers, that through ITU reports, recommendation, and ISO standards, and if it is published, also it can contribute to our publication and citations. So with that, I think I will stop talking, and sorry if I take longer, I was not keeping time. And if you have any question, you feel free to contact me, or email me. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Pradipta, for this, for sharing your own journey and how your own research is getting converted into a standard. So that's very nice to know for the audience. Okay, so we will move to the next invited talk on banking, ICT, and standardization. And we will have this research perspective from Dr. Abhishek Thakur. So Dr. Abhishek Thakur is an assistant professor at the Institute for Development and Research in Banking Technology, where he coordinates 5G use cases lab for BFS. His research interests include multimedia communications, financial inclusion, and rural ICT deployments. In his 25 years career split across industry and academia, he has developed multiple global solutions for both product and services-based organizations. So thank you, Dr. Abhishek, for sharing your experience with us. Please go ahead with your talk.
Sure, thanks. Thank you very much. And it was really interesting tuning into both what Pranav Jha and Pradipta Viswasji covered. Very interesting contributions that are going on. Relatively at IDRBT on research, we have been more in the nascent stage. Can we move to the next slide, please? So, given that the audience may not be aware of IDRBT, we are an autonomous entity established by RBI, a very small organization, 14 faculty and another 15 to 16 full-time staff. But we have multiple projects which overlap industry and academia. We have collaborations with multiple IITs, NITs, and we run multiple forums with the industry. So from banks, we run their information security forums, as well as CIO forums and other things. So we were already having a good connect in the banking industry with academic flavor and research and development in the past. For the last 5-6 years, we have focused more on research. And the 5G use cases lab for banking and financial services that was established at IDRBT is further providing impetus on that. Can we move to the next slide, please? So standardization as such for our organization is not a new thing, though the Tsdsi, the journey we have undertaken in the last 2+ years, we have learned some more. So if you look at it in banking realm, when we talk of networks or channels, we are talking of Visa, MasterCard, UPIs, and so forth. We are not, when we talk of ATM, we mean a different ATM and so forth. But given the overlap of telecom and an application perspective that we are bringing to Tsdsi, there were a lot of interesting things that we have uncovered in the last 2-3 years. Interesting aspect about the banking and financial services is we are also having a significant geographical spread. So there are almost 2 lakh branches over the country. Some of them are in rural areas, challenged remote areas as well. And then there are business correspondents or bank mitra, independent agents that are taking banking services to remotest corners. So a lot of these aspects have been standardized either within the industry or by some players like NPCI, or in past even IDRBT or Rebit and others have been looking at application layer standardization of some of these aspects. Now, interesting thing that we have been seeing that rest of the telecom networks have not approached is, say, typically we deal with consumers or endpoints. We are not looking at enabling workflows or end-to-end services, which has changed in the last, with the service-based architecture, the way 5G and other things are moving. We are gradually coming towards the direction. For example, in banking industry, very crucial that there is a maker-checker workflow happening. Part of it could be automated, part of it could be manual. Now, in past, when we didn't have a service-based architecture, we typically have a backend, which is a core element, sort of a core element, which has the master data. And even if a maker and checker are sitting in the same branch or same office, we end up traveling all the way to the central location and working on data at the central repository. Now, some of these things are looking like opportunities for us to further explore how we can standardize, keeping edge in mind, or how do we see some of the re-architecture work happening in these applications in the years to come. Now, another aspect with banking systems or banking and financial systems in general is just like ICT is foundation on which we are running. More and more we are seeing financial services are an enablement layer. Almost everything that we have to do, if there is an inbuilt financial service layer, it eases or it brings in interest from diverse set of peoples to offer products and services on top, because incentives and other things are built into the platform itself. Also, from our perspective, banking perspective, we are seeing a tremendous role for private networks, which could be telco supported private networks, and to some extent even standalone private networks for small enterprises or urban cooperative banks and so forth. Can we move to the next slide, please? So at this point, I'm going to spend a few minutes because this was a brief given to me on discussing how some of my project research scholars have identified their PhD topics, sort of their, both of them have started their journey recently. So how did standards or standard related work influence their call? So one student, one research scholar is working on privacy preserving auditable multi-domain services. So when we are talking of a future private network allowing a bank to do a transaction on top of it, all the workflows and other things. Now for an SBI or an HDFC to rely on a Jio or an Airtel to carry their edge or even some cloud service providers, virtual network functions and so forth, we have to be aware of customer sensitive data, business sensitive logic and similar aspects. So the topic chosen by one of the students is how do we ensure minimal loss to privacy. At the same time, we are able to audit, because financial systems audit is crucial across such solutions being deployed, say 5 years from now and so forth. Another research scholar who is just putting his proposal in now is focusing on when we go with private networks, be it public network integrated or be it just a standalone private network, what additional security models or threat models and other things, what are the best practices we can have to ensure that from the bank's perspective, the system is optimally deployed and we are able to ensure a reasonable risk to usability balance in the solution. So this was a very brief perspective on how we are trying to say our engagement with TSDSI and banks are getting mapped into what some of the research challenges the students or research scholars are picking up. Next slide, please. So, and this is my last slide. We have been contributing to TSDSI efforts primarily on rural broadband service architecture. In past, on the language front, we have contributed because financial literacy and financial messaging solutions are typically riding on telecom networks, so we contributed to that effort as well. Right now, on the rural broadband service architecture, this is an ongoing initiative that IDRBT is actively contributing to, with an aim that if our branch locations of banks can be used as pivots to offer services in the community. During banking hours, maybe some of the infrastructure is heavily loaded, but post banking hours, if it is not as heavily loaded, can it be leveraged for the community's good? So there are some aspects that we are researching on and exploring. If given the 2 lakh plus branch sites, almost 80,000 plus are in the rural areas, how can we leverage them there? And there is a NIP that we have put in. It is not completely fleshed out yet, but we are looking at when a bank relies on private network implementation through multiple telcos or multi-operator supported slice. How do they support it? How do they make sure updates, upgrades on their components versus the operator's core network? We are primarily concerned with core network and the edge deployments. How do we ensure manageability and upgrade and other things are happening in a sort of seamless manner? So that is a new study item proposal that we are in the process of working through in SGSS. That's all I had. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you, Dr. Abhishek, for keeping it short. It is very exciting to understand the banking perspective. So I would just like to conclude your talk with probably one quick question. So when you started working on these problems, so do you start? So you look into a standard document and then try to map it to one of the research problems that you have, or you go the other way, that you first identify
right now,
and then
we do not have a full grasp on the standards yet. Banking we understand much better as an organization. On the Tsdsi or ITU or 3GPP, mostly we are dealing with 3GPP and related work. We have understandings in pockets. We are still trying to get deeper on it. We have taken more of industry problems and looking at how to fit it into the existing standards, or if standards need to be extended, how should they be extended? So it is more from industry needs that we are coming on.
Okay, okay, very nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so now we move on to the next part, which is a roundtable discussion about the challenges with standards-driven research. So we have a nice mix of faculty members who will talk about their research, and they will try to figure out how they could contribute to standards. And in order to moderate that session, we have Mr. Pranav Jha. So we have already heard him, but I would like to point out that he chairs two IEEE working groups, Frugal 5G Networks, he talked about it, and SDN-based middleware for control and management of wireless networks. And he also contributes to standards efforts under TSDSI, 3GPP, and ITU. So thank you, Mr. Pranav, for moderating this session. So I can go ahead and introduce other panel members as well. And then I will hand over the floor to Mr. Pranav. So we have quite a good mix of different faculty members. So the first panelist is Professor V.V. Mani. So she has received her BE ME degree in Electronics and Communication Engineering from College of Engineering, Andhra University, and PhD in Electrical Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. She joined NIT Warangal in April 2008 as an assistant professor in ECE department, where she has been an associate professor since March 2018. So thank you, Professor Mani, for joining us. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So we have Dr. Prabhat Sharma here. So he received the PhD degree in wireless communications from the University of Delhi in 2015. Currently, he is an assistant professor with the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Viveshwar National Institute of Technology, Nagpur, India. Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for joining this panel. We can go to the next. So the next panelist is Dr. Himal Shah. He has worked as a professor and principal at Institute of Computer Technology, Ganpat University. He holds a PhD in computer engineering from Ganpat University, and he has completed his master's and bachelor's from Tsdsi University, DDIT, Nadiad, India. Dr. Shah has participated in various conferences and seminars of national and international repute. His strength spans across in the areas of teaching, learning, IT operations, research, team building, governance, and leadership. So thank you, Dr. Shah, for joining us. The next panelist is Dr. Saugata Sen. He is an assistant professor in the Computer Science and Information Systems Department at BITS Pilani, Goa campus. His research area involves mobile computing, wearable sensing, IoT, and pervasive and ubiquitous systems. He primarily focuses on building devices and end systems that can be deployed for health monitoring. Yeah, thanks, Saugata, for joining us. We look forward to hearing you. So the final panelist is Professor Sriram Sankaran. He is an associate professor and deputy director for research in the Center of Cybersecurity Systems and Networks at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeeth, Amritapuri campus, where he directs the Sustainable Computing Laboratory. Thank you, Professor Sankaran, for joining us. We look forward to hearing you. Okay, good. So now the floor is yours, Mr. Pranab. Please go ahead and take this discussion forward.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Viveshwar. So we would first invite all speakers individually to share their thoughts. They will just speak about their work, and then we will have a discussion on some of the topics that they have touched upon from the standards perspective, in line with the expectation of this session. So I would like to first invite Dr. Mani to share her thoughts. And please, Dr. Mani, you can maybe discuss your presentation. Yeah, thank you very much. Please.
Thank you so much for the organizers for giving me this opportunity. So we are, yeah, the next slide, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, Professor Mani, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
So after I come back from software engineering to teaching profession, joined with NIT Warangal. So I am fortunate enough to have some exposure to software-defined radio at IIT Delhi during my PhD time. So here in NIT Warangal, we have developed a test bed based on SDR for a new modulation scheme, that is GFDM, Generalized Frequency Division Multiplexing. And we have implemented new algorithms are added to GFDM, and as a proof of concept, we have published several papers on these topics. And also in 2017, we started a new work with visible light communication. And so we have seen some of the basic preliminaries of how to translate a wireless communication system to an optical communication system, because visible light communication uses the diodes as the transmitters and photodiode as a receiver, but the diodes take only the positive signals. So what are the implications comes into our wireless communication systems to replace with the new schemes. So we have tested so many algorithms on this, and also we have proposed a new algorithms. And recently we started a new work with visible light communication based vehicular communication for enhancing road safety in smart cities. In line with this, and also we are trying to develop a test bed for Industry 4.0 using visible light communication with industrial Internet of Things. Also, we have started a new wireless communication lab at PG level, introducing the SDR, and students are participating in developing the test beds of their own concept as a proof of knowledge. The next slide, please. Here we can see the demonstration of a multi-taper GFDM system. What we have proposed.
We don't see the next slide, I believe. I think we don't see the next slide.
I'm seeing the next slide,
yeah,
the current slide.
Yeah, we are able to see. I mean, I am also able to see it. Yes.
Yeah. Right now I'm able to see it. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So this shows the demonstration of a GFDM system using SDR. So we have used the National Instruments ESRPs, X300 and N220. So we have next slide. Next slide, please. This is another setup. I think you have to move to the next slide.
GPS, how to interface this, how to interface normal clock, how to interface carrier clock, how to do feed.
Yes, you can see the transmitter.
200 point at least, 100 point at least.
Hello, I would request others to please mute yourself so that there is no interruption. Thank you very much. Please, Professor Mani, please go ahead.
Yes. This is the transmitter side. We have measured the performance analysis of the proposed scheme, the transmitter real signal and imaginary signal and their spectral efficiency. Move to the next slide, please. And the receiver spectral efficiency. The received signal has some delay in the reception. So we introduce a synchronization system for the wireless communication system. It is a real-time implementation we did. And next slide. So coming to the another work, what we have implemented at NIT Warangal is a visible light communication system. So here we can see we have used the same algorithms of wireless communication system. Apart from that, because earlier I said for transmission of the signal through LED takes only positive signals. So our modulation schemes, they take complex conjugates. So what we have introduced is some kind of additions of our to the present communication system, and we have used some bias to the our modulation scheme so that it always keeps the signal in the positive direction. And also we have designed a driver circuit for driving the LED, and we have used a photodiode and power amplifier, and using the same SDR platform. So whatever the RF is there, again we have given back to the USRP and transmitted from the same USRP output is translated into our real format. So these modifications we have done for the communication system, and we have implemented the visible light communication test bed. So it is, we got very good publications out of this research part. Can you move to the next slide?
Yes, so Dr. Mani, can you please wrap it up?
Yeah, this is the test bed configuration what we have done at our lab, and you can move to the next slide, please. Next slide. Some of the performance analysis we have implemented at NIT Warangal, and as part of myself concerned, I'm new to the standardization procedure, and we filed some patents, but we are very new to the standardized procedures. I would like to see more about the standardized procedures from this workshop. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Professor Mani, for sharing, the details on the research work that you are carrying out at NIT Warangal. Thank you very much. Now I would request Professor Prabhat Sharma to share his thoughts with us. Yeah, thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Jha. I hope I am audible.
Yes, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Sonia, for presenting the slides. So I am an assistant professor in the Department of ECE at VNIT Nagpur. VNIT is one of the NITs, which are the institutes of national importance, and I am working here since 2015. Basically, we work here. We have a group on wireless and biological communication research. So there are we are not a very big team. We are around 23 faculty members. Out of those, 6 are working in the areas of communication broadly, and we have more than 30 students in this in the related areas of communication engineering. We do have if not very much, very high, but we have a sufficient number of publications, and the outcomes are actually increasing every year. We work in the areas of wireless communication, molecular communication, and power line communications. Specifically, we are focusing nowadays on 5G and 6G systems, the ultra reliable low latency communications, and now we have got a strong group in silicon photonics, where for 6G and upcoming wireless technologies, where terahertz, the speed and bandwidth requirements are going to be in terahertz. So we are working towards developing the chip solution or integrated circuits for 6th generation wireless communication systems. We are also we have activities in the areas of smart materials, specifically for reconfigurable intelligent surfaces, which are the ongoing term in wireless communication, specifically in the physical layer of wireless communication, where we use the metamaterial surfaces to focus the energy towards a receiver in the way we desire, maybe a focusing way, or maybe in a interference cancellation or security perspective. So And then recently, the term of molecular or biological communication, it has gained a lot of attraction from the research community, specifically the people from communication engineering and medical sciences. They are teaming up, and they are actually exploring the communication aspects of the natural processes, maybe the communication which bacteria are doing, or intercellular communication which is taking place in the ICF, intracellular fluid. So all those kind of aspects we are exploring. Most of these works are actually performance analysis or at physical layer kind of works. We are not much into the upper layers or applications of these things. We have got a couple of projects, and those things we are doing. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I talked about reconfigurable intelligent surfaces. So these are the surfaces which are made up of metamaterials. So these consist of many meta items. These meta items, they have the ability to reflect the signal in a desired way. So basically, there is a back-end circuitry to these metamaterials through which we can control the current flowing in these in the atoms, and we can get the reflectivity in a desired sense. So that reflectivity we can use for focusing the electromagnetic signal at a particular location to a desired user, or we can also focus the signal to nullify the signal coming at the eavesdropper, or to increase the security and all those things. So this is something which our group is currently doing, and I just thought of including this slide in order to have an idea about standardization of these things, because this technology is very new and would be there in 6G or beyond 6G systems. So like whatever studies we are doing, so we have done a study about the spatial correlation between the electromagnetic energy coming out of the reflection. So what would be the impact of the distances between these meta items? What should be the dimensions of these meta items? Those things we studied in mathematically, and we found that the spatial correlation is going to play an important role. So I feel that this is something which we can go for when we will be talking about 6G and beyond, or 7G kind of communication system. So these things can play a role, like while making Indian standards for wireless communication systems. So there are a lot of things where because these systems are yet to be deployed, they are all under studies. Recently, in last 2 years or so, they have started. So we have a lot of potential here for standardization. Next slide, please. And then the new domain which is coming up is multidisciplinary domain, where physicists, communication engineers, and biologists, they all are coming together, and they are studying the natural communication processes which are happening in our body or in the nature, right? So for example, whenever there are how the receptor protein reacts to a particular substance in our body or in a cell, or maybe for medical science purposes, this can be the targeted drug delivery. If there is malignancy at a particular site, so how to detect that malignancy, and how to target your drug at that particular location of site. So these things can be studied from the molecular communication perspective. So at VNIT Nagpur, we have not a very large, but we have a sufficient activity in this molecular communication area. We have developed a prototype to show how the communication, we actually transmitted a few bits using alcohol and all those things. But because this being a multidisciplinary area, not many people or many groups are working on this. So this I think is going to be the future of communication, maybe in couple of 10 years or 15 years. So here in Indian scenario, if we start the bus, if we are going to if we are going to ride this bus, so we can actually Indian community can actually have the control over this. So this is something which I feel we can look for. Next slide, please. So standard-driven research at VNIT Nagpur, or in general, whatever my knowledge about NIT system is, we are not having any emphasis so far. I think most of us, we do work for publication or patents. We generally do not go for standards. And in my personal opinion, challenges for standardization is, first challenge is awareness. It's not like that we do not want or we cannot. It's just that we are not aware about it, means how to go for. Most of my colleagues or even me also, I was exposed to TSDSI, you know, for when I first attended a talk by Professor Paul Raz. So that time only I came to know about TSDSI. So some kind of awareness is is required, and then there are administrative policies and support. We or our PhD students all are being judged or being evaluated on the basis of publications or on the basis of patents that they get out of their research. So somehow some policy shift is required so that, you know, people can start going beyond the publication and go for a standard. And then we need to have a focus collaboration. So my panelists are my fellow panelists are there, and there are many other people whom we know that they are working in the same areas, but we actually work in, we take the problem in disjoint sets and then we work. So if there is a coordination among all the researchers working in a particular area, we can actually implement end-to-end system and can come up with the standard for end-to-end system. So this we can do. So way ahead is I think that we have to have more interaction at institute levels. We have to have more interaction at institute levels, and I believe that TSDSI may play a significant role in that. We can have a constitution of we can constitute working groups in different areas, and we can include people from different set of institutes to work towards a focus goal in those working groups. So next slide. I think that's all what I wanted to say. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Prabhat Sharma. So next, I would request Professor Hemant Shah to share his thoughts. So I would again request, the participants our panelists, esteemed panelists, to restrict their talk within 5 minutes if possible. Thank you very much. Yeah, Professor Shah, please.
Yeah, a very good afternoon to all. And today I'm going to just share the experience we had to give broadband connectivity in the rural area, because Ganpati University is in an extreme rural area. And when we look at the citizens around, to get even net connectivity is just a daydream, right? So what we did is just a small experiment, and that's how we focus on the title. That's wireless backhaul technology for the rural broadband connectivity in India. Next slide, please. So this is what we are going to discuss about wireless backhaul, one performance analysis that we did, and the way forward. Next slide. So the entire journey was 1.5 years for us. And what we did is, since E-band and V-band is been restricted in India, we got to have one set of equipment, millimeter wave equipment from US-based company. And our sole objective is to, first of all, get an experimental license from DOT, and then set out these point-to-point connectivity. And then last mile, if we can put out wireless equipment through which we can give the internet access to the villagers as well as to the students. So the solution that we used is a wireless fiber solution capable of 10 gigabits speed throughput per second. And we use the product called, it's a V10G, first V-band, which operates on the 60 gigahertz 10G solution. And that was a full duplex, a very rugged equipment. And it has a the inbuilt algorithm for the automatic gain control. Next slide. Yeah, so this is just a schematic diagram to first of all get an experimental license from the DOT, where we are just trying to show that both the backhaul equipment, they were placed at a distance of around 140 to 160 meters line of sight, and in the two different buildings. And then we are just trying to do the line of sight clearance manually, since we do not have any electronic equipment to or the scope, electronic scope, to set out the larger distance. In fact, this equipment even we can set at a distance of 3 kilometers, but to whatever site we can see with the naked eyes, we try to first fix it and have our test bed ready to take out the performance analysis. Yeah. Next slide, please. So these are the equipment, and the dry run when we did at a distance of around 296 meters, 973.19 feet, right? We could at least able to achieve 8.43 gigabits per second. These are point-to-point connectivity. Next slide. Yes, so this is the actual site where we try to look around, because we are situated at a very remote area, and just wanted to ensure that are we able to get an access, and then we used to get a consistent throughput around 8.43. And then we talked to the CIVIT, and CIVIT suggested that since these are the millimeter wave technology equipment, and then we need to really test with the varying environmental condition. So why don't you take out the reading and look around at how and whether the performance is consistent in the varying condition. So almost for 8-9 months, we started taking out the readings in the varying environmental condition. Next slide, please. So these are the throughput, and what you can see is almost 10 Gbps, which we are able to achieve. Next slide. On the TX, and this is on the RX side, and then our observations are like it sustains 10G at both the direction at 131 meters. Seasonality is not really a factor for this equipment, but weather events and the fast changes to the temperature especially will cause this link to shift the gears and resulting in the lower throughput. Since we are based in Gujarat, and the temperature gets raised as much as around 45 to 47 degrees, we saw effect of that, and then it shortly restores, because of that automatic gain control to the normalcy. Yeah. Next. So we understand there is a PM WANI, and that is to give the internet access to the rural area, and that's where we put out the recommendation even to the DOT. And our recommendation is, if we look around the V band, that is from 70 to 90 gigahertz, or the V band, that is 60 gigahertz, as a common man digital band, because of its high potential to offer a gigabit broadband speed services at a very affordable cost inside and outside homes, enterprises, and the short links. So in the world around, if you look around, if you look at a couple of countries have already de-licensed. So our recommendation to the government was, if we can pick around either V band or E band and give it to the public, I think we can give a much better access, and we can participate in the innovation as well. Means we can really empower all the rural areas. Yeah, next slide. And our next target is to have a 5G campus network through the EtherStack. EtherStack is been given by this Open Network Foundation, whereby we can just offer connection, 5G connection as a service. And through that, in fact, we just wanted to test around the vehicular network, and then we can have an autonomous vehicle which is moving around. And broadly, we want to see that the villages which are surrounded to the campus, if we can daisy chain this backhaul equipment and empower those villages with the internet connectivity, we can see a better prosperity and the progress in terms of education and health to these villages. So that's all. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Shah, for sharing the results, excellent results with us. Next, I will invite Professor Saugat Sen to talk about his work. So over to you, Professor Sen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for inviting. So What I'll be talking about is a little different from the other panelists, and this is more on my research on wearable systems for eating habit monitoring in general, and that is what I have been working on. So next slide, please. Basically, our traditional approach to healthcare has been that we go to doctors, go to clinics to understand like how healthy we are, right? And the alternative to that is doctors will ask us to keep self-reports. But yeah, it's usually a cumbersome process to maintain all these reports. And when we go to the doctor, we just get a snapshot. Okay. Next slide, please. So with the availability of mobile phones, wearable devices, sensors, stuff, like it's gradually becoming possible to monitor various kinds of healthcare related problems. Okay, and it is easy to do a lot of the tracking with the sensors that are available in our modern equipments, right, from your smartphones to your smartwatches and the other devices. So my work has focused mainly on detecting the eating habit. Next slide, please. So eating by itself is not a problem. Next, it becomes a problem when next, please again. When there is an imbalance between the amount of energy that you are intaking and the amount of energy that you are outputting. Okay, and energy output is easy to measure. The problem becomes measuring how much you are intaking, and if you can measure that, it becomes easy to do the controlling. Next, please. Next. So over the years, I've built various kinds of systems that do these activity monitoring or eating monitoring. So one of the systems that I had built was called Annapurna. This is basically a smartwatch-based eating activity detection, where we had attached, we had used the camera on a smartwatch to detect what a person is eating. Next, please. So this is yeah. Just could you just play that again? Back and forward, please. Yeah, forward, please. All right, so this is a sample of how we had placed the camera on the smartwatch to detect the eating habit of a person, or at least like to watch the food that the person is consuming. This was using off-the-shelf devices. Next. More recently, I've started developing systems that where we are developing the hardware by ourselves. So this is a system that we call Oracle that actually uses sound based out of eating. So basically, the chewing sound we do processing on device to detect when a person is eating. Next, please. This is the hardware of it. These are the printed circuit boards. Next. So this work has again been published at an ACM conference. Next, please. This is another example of another device that we have developed. This is called NextSense. This basically uses your chewing pattern, right, your movement of your jaws to actually detect when a person is eating. We have developed this necklace. This is placed on the chest, and it keeps on using your proximity sensor to detect this chewing habit. So with all these examples, like these are various types of examples of systems that we have developed. There are things that we usually take care of while building the system. One is, how do you ensure that that devices such as these, which are running on low power, keep on running for an entire day, right? You don't want the battery to drain out in 4 hours or 6 hours. So we have optimized all our systems, right, from Annapurna to NextSense, to ensure that devices can run for an entire day and collect user data throughout the day. So power becomes one important concern for us. The second is your accuracy or your performance of the system. Like it's possible for a device to just say that you're eating throughout the day, and like how do you ensure that your device is usable? So we have been running a lot of studies, user studies, especially with people with certain kinds of conditions. And to give you an example, with the NextSense study, we ran the study with people with obesity to understand their eating habits and understand the difference between the eating habits of people with obesity and people without obesity. And yeah, like that is more of a US based context. In India, the problems are different, but of course, there are lots of eating related challenges or problems that exist, which have to be addressed. And the third and final thing that becomes a concern in all these systems is the privacy, right? I'm using eating as an example where your eating data, what you're eating, might be a private thing. So how do you ensure that your end systems, that might be a server that is residing on a cloud, ensure you can ensure that the data is being communicated in a secure way, and you or the concerned people are the only people who have access to these kind of data. Next, please. So basically, right now, what we're doing is collaborating with a lot of medical professionals in India to understand how, I've used eating as one of the examples. We are working on things like stress detection and understanding the onset of Parkinson's disease. These are examples of things that we are understanding, and we are trying to see how we can take it to different. We can deploy it in different regions in India. Okay, and the reason again, as some of the panelists already pointed out, I have focused more on publication till now, and one of the things that I wanted to understand and get out of from this workshop is basically to understand how do we standardize a lot of the things that that we are doing. Eating is an example in general, but the healthcare sector could utilize a lot of these. We can have a standard way of creating these systems so that every system developed by different institutes, different organizations, can have a common there can be commonality across them, so that we don't really have different systems that get designed. So yeah, I'd like to hear more about that. With that, yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sagar. Very interesting work and very different from what we normally do. So, okay, so next I will invite the last speaker, Professor Sriram Shankaran. So over to you, Professor Sriram. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I hope everybody is able to hear me over there.
Yes, please.
Okay. So go to the next slide, please. So what we have done actually, is we are primarily part of a cybersecurity center here at Amrita University, and our research is completely cybersecurity focused. So we are doing a lot of work on discovering vulnerabilities in different devices and so on, doing penetration testing and all of the different kinds of things that we have done as part of the cybersecurity center. So what I've done in particular is that I've looked at this technology roadmap that was shared earlier, and then I actually wanted to find out what are all the different kinds of cybersecurity angle that we have to this whole technology technology standardization. So one of the aspects that was talked about in the Tsdsi 1.0 was the security assurance. The security assurance, as you might see, is a very challenging problem. It's a very important problem, and because you have to focus security at different levels. So it is not just your security of the software, it is also the security of the hardware, the security of the device, the product, the individual components that are contained in the overall system, and so on. All of these are very important, right? And many implementation flaws and many vulnerabilities have been discovered very early on, and this is primarily being made possible due to the advanced capabilities of the attackers, of the hackers that we can see. And there have been many vulnerabilities being reported in different protocols and different products and so on. And some of those vulnerabilities I've just kind of briefly summarized here. One of the foremost vulnerabilities is a backdoor, which can be implanted to be able to gain access to a system. And then there's also insecure implementations of protocols. So there are protocols, even in today's meeting, they talked about the 5G and 6G, how different protocols are, could be rendered vulnerable. So insecure implementations of protocols are there, and programming errors and Trojans. So what we want to do is, as part of me being part of this technology standardization, we want to be able to conduct a systematic cybersecurity assessment. So how would we go about doing that? So I've just outlined a few steps here. So conducting a vulnerability assessment through some through tools to be able to assess the set of vulnerabilities that could be possible in these protocols, devices, products, and components, and doing also penetration testing. So penetration testing, we have a complete group here which does penetration testing, and also our students here we do a lot of formal verification of protocols. For instance, we look at different kinds of protocols within 5G and 6G standards, and then look at formal verification through different kinds of tools. So Avispa and other different kinds of tools that we can make use of to be able to do formal verification. And finally, all of these are there, vulnerability assessment, all of these are there, but then still we need to be able to be resilient to different kinds of emerging threats, given that ransomware and other threats are on the anvil. So we need to be able to see how we can do mitigation of these threats, because prevention is not the only approach to security. We should also be able to do detection as well as recovery. And as far as what we can see in terms of security assurance, there are different kinds of applications to be able to ensure security assurance, because the last speaker really focused on the banking industry, where the cyber security and privacy preserving techniques were all discussed. So the applications that we see as part of the security assurance, because security assurance itself is a huge problem, it's something very difficult to solve in today's world. How do we assure that the devices that I own are secure, they will be secure, or are they currently secure? Or you can ask a number of questions along those angles. Even those protocols that we discussed in 5G and 6G panel discussion was also of the same condition. So the application that we can see, the digital businesses, the critical sector organizations, the transaction processing industry, and small and medium enterprises that have limited resources. And the other aspect that is involved in this is that these IoT devices, the devices in the so-called Internet of Things, are very resource constrained, which means that we need to have lightweight security solutions to be able to build on top of them and not consume a lot of power. So we need to focus on resource constrained security solutions. That is also one of the very important pieces in ensuring security. Can you go to the next slide, please? And then there was also the other aspect of, they talked about the unified authentication framework, which was part of the TSDSI. And we see increasing trends in 5G networks and also the 6G, because we also have the confluence of 5G and IoT, which means that these 5G and these Internet of Things are going to really be able to, they converge, and there are different kinds of use cases that are being envisioned: smart commerce, intelligent transport, and so on. There's never-ending list of applications. So how are we going to look at individual applications and develop APIs pertaining to these application-specific requirements and further integrate it with vendor-provided components? So that's where the interoperability comes in. So these vendor-provided components could be at a particular standard. So how would we ensure interoperability across these different applications and components? So that is going to be a very important challenge that we need to address. And also finally, conducting field trials. So field trials for monitoring and meeting application level quality of service requirements. I think quality of service has always been a challenge. Ensuring the performance, energy consumption, security, and all of these are a trade-off. So how would we be able to meet these diverse quality of service requirements for different applications? And finally, what do we need to achieve with this unified authentication framework is that we need to be able to achieve cloud interoperability. So interoperability with the cloud, and of course security and performance should be also achievable with a low resource overhead. So which means what? So this is actually resulting us in a trade-off. So how would we be able to analyze these trade-offs for these different use cases, right? With the energy, performance, security, and interoperability, all of these in a single plane, and how are we able to achieve these diverse trade-offs is going to be a major challenge. And we go to the next slide, please.
Yeah, Professor Sriram, can you please wrap it up?
Yeah, so this is my last slide. So I have this Tsdsi Roadmap 2.0, which is the most recent roadmap, and we saw two different challenges pertaining to cybersecurity. So these are currently being looked at. One is the security standards for the Internet of Things and the machine-to-machine communications. So it's going to be a very difficult problem. So how are we going to come up with a standard? It's going to be a very difficult problem. There's increasing number of attack vectors, one side of the story. The other side of the story is we need to be able to secure every link in the chain. Every link in the chain means what? There are devices communicating amongst themselves, communication security, modem security, SIM security, network security, application backend server security. So there's like securing end-to-end security. How do we ensure security end-to-end? across this entire life cycle. So that's going to be a major challenge. And of course, formal security analysis is going to help to a certain extent, but it may not be it might not be the panacea for our security problems. It could, all of these are like addressing different aspects of the security puzzle. And of course, there are also privacy implications which Dr. Saugata Sen also mentioned about when it comes to IoT and healthcare devices within the context of eating habits. There's also unlinkability and unobservability. How are we going to bring it in within the context of healthcare? And it's not just for healthcare. I think it applies to overall all of the different applications that we are going to look into. And finally, there's one very emerging area, which is quantum security. And I think that is where all of the efforts have been, the government has also been investing a whole bunch of effort on this quantum security research. And there are a lot of things that we feel that could be very much useful. And these could be on the road to standardization. All of these topics, what I've written within the context of quantum security, could be on the road to standardization. So how can we facilitate quantum key management and distribution? What could be the optimum key management mechanisms or key distribution mechanisms for a quantum computing scenario? And how do you secure Internet of Things using post-quantum cryptographies? How are we going to secure these low resource constrained devices? And of course, low resource quantum cryptography is another challenge, because how are we going? Quantum cryptography is meant to consume a whole bunch of power. It's going to consume significant amount of resources. But yet, how do we make use of quantum cryptography yet facilitate low resource overhead is going to be a major challenge. And efficient implementation of ciphers. There are many lightweight ciphers. How are we going to realize those implementation and so on? And finally, attack resilience. Attack resilience is a huge challenge within quantum computing. And I think there's a lot of interest on these angles. And I feel this is something, these are all the things. And I believe these problems are very much could be in the standardization pathway, and which we can definitely, which I would really would be more than happy to collaborate and be involved in the standardization in some way or the other. Next slide, please. So that's what I have, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Sriram. So thank you very much. Thanks, all of you. Now, I mean, we don't have a lot of time, but whatever we have, let us discuss a few questions. And so maybe I'll go over to each one of you and have some of these discussions. So, maybe to Professor Sriram first. So there is, so when you take up a research problem, do you have awareness of standardization requirements, or are you aware of the standards in that area or anything? So, can you please share your thoughts? Yeah.
So I think many of you have pointed out in many different ways here. So we are not actually aware of standardization at all. We are not aware of standardization, to be very frank. And what we are aware of is that we focus on a research problem, and we try to focus on novelty and how would that novelty result in a publication and then a conference and a journal and so on. This is exactly what we have been looking at. And the point is, each one's research is very different. Each one's research is very different. Some of the research that I am doing might be on the path to standardization. Some of the other research that other people might be doing may not be on the path to standardization. So they have to be really thought through. So each one has to really map their research. Each one has to really map the research into standardization. And then, so the point that I want to bring up is, there is not enough awareness at all about standardization. It's my first time here on this panel discussion, and I want to be very frank that there is not enough awareness. And the most important thing is the benefits of standardization, the benefits of all of these, whatever we are trying to do, have to be really brought in at a much more much more fine-grained level. So it's not just, it should not be like just publication centric, but then the benefits of standardization should also be illustrated in some way or the other to several academicians all across the globe. I think we've been too much publication centric or research centric on that regard. So I think that's my view of this. I think many of you might have similar views, or I think so. I just let them.
Yeah, so I mean, I would like any one of you, I believe Professor Mani and Professor Sharma already shared in their presentation that, but any one of you, if you would like to share some additional thoughts on this question, please, you are welcome, most welcome, in any order. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Can I go next?
Yeah, please.
All right. So I completely second what Professor Shriram was saying. Like when we are going with for our research work, right? It's usually our publication that we think about, and maybe as a second thought, patents. We have never actually gone to that third step of doing the standardization. One thing I think it is general in academia, maybe in India or worldwide as well. Like what benefit does a PhD student get if they are doing the standardization? And I think one of the speakers pointed this out. So it takes a few years to get things standardized, and that is usually very long in terms of a PhD duration. So is there should be some benefits that should be pointed out by showing that, yeah, if we standardize, these are the benefits that come out of it. Eventually, definitely there will be, but from a PhD point of view, or from an immediate research point of view, right, from a junior faculty point of view, I would say, we end up showing what publication we have, maybe in patents. But yeah, as my work, I've never thought about standardization being the third step that comes in.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Sain. Anybody else would like to share any thoughts? Yeah, please.
Yeah, so I'm also in support of what Professor Shriram has, shared.
No, if you are you going to say something else also? Or
yeah, I'm going to, say that as a university, first of all, we need to make it very clear: are we research driven or are we teaching driven? Because when we are trying to mix up both the ends, eventually we are nowhere. And in India, there are so much possibilities and there are so much problems, right? That even if we pick it out and if we just explore further, it can become a research problem. So instead of only looking at the H index and the citations and the publications in the journals, if we try focusing onto that and figure it out something, if we can contribute, later on it may become, as a mass production or something which can be useful to our country in large, right?
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. Now, let me, ask a slightly, related question, but a slightly different one. So, are you interested in, say, contributing to product development or contributing to research which can lead to product?
Yeah.
Would you be interested in any such research?
Certainly, though we did a small experiment and we imported this equipment, but believe me, that journey was 1.5 years long. And can you just imagine to even import the equipment? It has a custom hindrance and all, which is as good as 8 months long, right? So that was also a research that how can you get the complete clearance? So why can't we, why everything we want to start from zero, right? We can always start from one. If someone has written the zero, let's have certain technology transfer and see that how fast we can pick it out and take it to the next level. So we as a country and the citizens can be benefited out of that.
So also, I think funding agencies are requesting for products, right? Whenever you write proposals, they are actually looking out what is the product that you're going to get and not on the publications. Earlier it used to be publications, but right now these days they're all investing what will be the end goal of your proposal. And that end goal has to be a product that will be licensed or that will be used by somebody in a funding organization, say MAITI. Even most recently, there was a Chips to Startup program, which was actually part of the, the outcome should be a product and which should be of interest to any of the government organizations. So only then, and that should be ultimate end goal is an IP or a product. So whatever the question that you had asked, definitely I think all of you would agree with on the product side, end goal being the product is something that everybody I think in the panel would be vouching for it.
Okay, so that is one motivation that can drive you towards standardization. Can I assume that, or is it? I mean, that's not a formal publication or anything.
And there's also the other. Yeah, there's also the funding aspect that comes in that will also, if there's any associated funding opportunity on these things, that will also help entice us in terms of marching on, putting in the effort, because involving the right kind of students and everything towards this initiative is something that definitely we will consider looking on this. I think the others could also add on to that.
Thank you very much. Now, in the interest of time, we don't have so much time, but I would like to ask one last question. What can the standardization body like TSDSI do to help you with the standards-driven research? So all of you, I mean, one by one, I would like to hear from all of you, because that will be wonderful.
I can just go first, can I? Or
yeah, please. Yeah.
So I think what I'm suggesting is the one way to look at it is, how do I map my research to TSDSI? That is what each one of you should look at, right? So all of you are working on different kinds of problems, but not all they might be solving the right kind of problems. Okay, I might be solving the right kind of problem which I think is right, which the others may not feel that to be right. It's totally fine, because it's a researcher, we are all part of the academic community and we all have the freedom and everything. But the point is, how much are we in line with TSDSI is the question that I'm asking. How much are we in line with TSDSI? Is TSDSI is really in line with whatever I'm trying to do? Are they really in support of whatever we are trying to do, or something that could be an extended version that could be that can be taken forward through the TSDSI route for standardization? So I think each research, I feel, needs to be mapped to what TSDSI goals are. For instance, when I'm doing cybersecurity work, it needs to be looked at all the cybersecurity aspects on different kinds of protocols. I would definitely be willing to collaborate and try to see if they can help me, do some cybersecurity work on this, and which could later be standardized.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to go to Professor Mani, but she hasn't spoken. So Professor Mani, your thoughts on this question as to how TSDSI can help you, with the standards-driven research. You are not audible, I think your voice is.
So, given the opportunity, yes. I'm very thankful to TSDA to take part in standardization group. And one important thing is coming to the opportunity to travel for the presentations, because the funding is the most important thing for academicians. So we cannot spare our money of our projects to another activity. That's what I would like to bring it. Presently I'm working on fiscal year aspects, so I think it should go to the standardization procedure. And also we need a lot of help from TSDA to participate into it.
Okay, so apart from, as you said, funding is required. Obviously, I'm not sure TSDSI can help you with that. But any other thing that the TSDSI you think can help you with?
Yeah, because we are doing it on a software-defined radio platform. If they can help us at the end-to-end product development, that is also most important for us.
Okay, thank you very
much. Because I'm not confident enough in all the areas of the work to develop an end product.
So you're basically looking for collaboration with
and yes.
I would like to go to Professor Sharma, because he has also not spoken on this question itself. What exactly do you think TSDSI can help you? Professor Prabhat, are you there?
I think I got disconnected.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
I'm trying. I tried to reach him. Yeah.
No problem. So anyway, so I think we have exceeded our time limit. So thank you very much for attending, coming over and participating as panelists, distinct panelists in this session. Thank you very much, and we will definitely talk about some of the issues that can be that can be addressed. And I'm not sure what all, but yes, I mean let us discuss them in the next session possibly. And thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
So thank you.
Give the control back to Professor Viveshwar.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, panelists. So we asked you questions in this session. and your responses will be taken, and then these questions will be answered in this next roundtable that we will conduct now. So this next roundtable is about the discussion on solving challenges in standards-driven research. So our moderator is Mr. Jishnu Arvind Dakshan. He's the principal architect in CTO's office, Tejas Networks India Limited, and has 17 years of experience in the field of telecom. He obtained his BTech in Electronics and Communication from NIT Calicut in 2001 and Masters from IISc Bangalore in 2004. Subsequently, he joined Tejas Networks and is responsible for deciding the long-term roadmap of the company. Thanks, Jishnu, for moderating this panel. I would also go ahead and introduce other panelists here. So you have already heard Mr. Anandya Saha. So he is Chief Technology Officer at Sankhya Labs, and you have heard him discussing these roadmap for TSA DSI at the start of this workshop. Okay, so we can go to the next slide. And you have been continuously interacting with Mr. Pranav Jha. He has been helping us with different sessions here. So you have already heard him asking a few questions, and you will see his thoughts on the answers to those questions in this session. And lastly, we have Mr. Sai Dheeraj Amru. So he is a principal engineer with WISIG Networks, working on 4G, 5G, and IoT. He is also an adjunct assistant professor at IIT Hyderabad. He represents IIT-H and WISIG in 3GPP, ITUR meetings, ORAN, and TSDSI meetings. He is a governing council member in TSDSI, and he has a rich standards and implementation experience. He has several publications and patents to his credit, some of which are standard essential. Thanks, Sai Dheeraj, for joining us, and thanks to all the panelists for joining this session. So Jishnu, please take this forward.
Thanks, Viresh. Am I audible?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks Viresh for introducing all of us, and thanks Sachin and Viresh, both of you, for putting together the whole program. From I think it's now close to 6 hours, which we are conducting this program. So let me start straight away onto the question. Let me start with Sai Dheeraj. So you have heard, I think you participated on part of it on the earlier session where they were mentioning that a lot of academic research is happening outside academia who are not part of TSDSI. So you have been part of both that part, in the sense you have worked on academic research as well as standard-based research, which eventually led to an NB-IoT startup called WISIG. So can you just explain what are the key differences between SDR and academic research?
Yeah, thank you, Jishnu. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can see you actually.
Okay. One second. Yeah. Can you see me now?
Yeah,
I cannot see myself, so I cannot see what's happening. Okay, thank you, Jishnu, for the question. Yes, so I have been part of both academic activity as well as standards activity quite a bit during my career, during my PhD and post-PhD career. And I have done a good bit of academic research as well as standards research, and I've also graduated a couple of PhD students based on standards-based research, along with Professor Kiran. There's one false notion generally in academia that only when you write equations and write big proofs or theorems or only then it's called academic research. I mean, it's not necessarily that. I mean, unfortunately, there are a few journals nowadays which also only promote papers which are submitting papers with long proofs. I'm not saying it's wrong. I mean, it is definitely required, but that is definitely not the gold standard. I mean, for instance, we have built an extreme massive MIMO testbed at IIT Hyderabad, where we have shown a large 24 to 36 number of users paired. So you may think that the massive MIMO technology has been there, a lot of papers have been published, but no one has shown a live implementation of such a large number of users paired. I mean, this is also a very important and valuable research that drives the technology forward and eventually helps deployments. And we have some PhD students dedicatedly working on that. I mean, if not for these students, I'm not sure who else will do it. Definitely one thing that is lacking, I would say, in the right now is good IEEE transactions venues that allow publications along these lines to publish papers which are systems oriented or implementation oriented or taking some standards or improving the standards oriented. I mean, we need, as a community, probably we can create some journals which don't necessarily only mandate equations, proofs, and theorems. Otherwise, they reject your paper. So, yes, definitely, I would say that is the thing that is lacking. As a community, probably we can come up with some journals where students working on standards research can submit to these papers. Of course, we can have a rigorous review. And also regarding the student who we graduated, right? So, see, if you submit an IEEE transactions paper, it is reviewed by, let's say, 3-4 reviewers. But on the other hand, the students that we graduated, they submitted 3GPP contributions. Their proposals were vetted by 20-30 companies, all top-notch delegates. Everyone's implemented and simulated our proposals. They verified that we are correct, and then our proposals went into 3GPP standards. And what more approvals do you need that your research is top-notch? I mean, and sometimes this research may not always be backed by theoretical proofs, right? I mean, you do a lot of simulations, intelligent simulations, and intelligent implementations. So you need to appreciate such students and such research works. So I would say, as a community, we need to get together and think about what kind of venues we can create for such publications and such journals, so that it will help us. I mean, graduating PhD students will be much easier because you need some venues to publish, right? Definitely, you need some venues to publish. So that is one activity that I would request the community to think about. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so Pranav, do you agree to that? Do you want to add something to that?
Yes, I agree with Sai, absolutely. And I also would like to add, maybe, as a step towards helping, the community, academic community especially, maybe we can identify certain publications, which, Sai mentioned that there are publications which accept, they accept, research which can be called standard-driven research. So, IEEE Communication Standards Magazine is one, which comes to my mind immediately. And there are many more. So we think that there are publications, and maybe we can collect that list and provide it as an input to all the academic institutions who are willing to participate. So that can actually, you can make a contribution, to research, standards-based research, and which can go into standards and also can be published. So, that meets this requirement. The other thing also, I would like to mention is that not all PhD students are going to join academia. So there may be PhD students, I know for sure some PhD students who are inclined to join industry. And for them, the PhD, the faculty members can, tailor the research in such a way that it can be tuned towards standards-driven research. And I'm sure, if they conduct, they are able to do standard-driven research, they will find takers in the industry. So that also can be one way to motivate or do or contribute to standards-driven research. So we can definitely find publications which publish such work, and we can also find students who will be willing to do such work, who actually want to join industry rather than academia. So I think that is what I would like to share. Thank you.
Just to ask one more question on that. So basically, you have been working on that wireless backhaul, which was mentioned by Dr. Shah in your earlier session also.
Yes,
So can you just explain maybe the process purely from that? How do you go about doing that? I think you just published something on the essay to the architecture, etc. Right? Maybe that would help the community who are listening to it.
Sure. So, we did some wireless backhaul work more than 3 years ago, and we thought that we have an architecture which is slightly different from the. I mean, it was initial days of IAB architecture, so IAB was not even published, and we had some architecture which we thought can support relay communication. It has some nice properties and so on. And then recently we thought that it is very well applicable to VMR, which is vehicle mounted relay use case of 3GPP. So we thought that it is very well aligned to that use case, the solution that we proposed. So in order to take it to 3GPP, we so 3GPP conducts meetings regularly, and it is divided into broadly two groups, you can say, system architecture or SA group and the RAN, radio access network group. Now, depending on the work that you have done, so if you are doing something in physical layer or layer 2 over radio interface like MAC layer and so on, so you should submit your work to RAN groups. You will have to further find out there are multiple RAN groups. So as a process, you will have to figure out which RAN group is the most appropriate one. And similarly, when you are doing some system architecture, architecture related work, then possibly you need to go to the system architecture group. So we submitted, and the key system architecture group is an SA2 group, which looks at the architecture aspects. There is an SA1 group which looks at the requirements or the use cases from the system perspective. So if you want to contribute to a use case, like Professor Saugat was talking about eating habits and monitoring that, so that kind of study can probably go into the requirements group also. So you can identify certain requirements related to that, and it can be a use case, and you can probably submit it to SA1 as a use case. Now, when you go to 3GPP, you'll find there are multiple meetings every year, and they have a deadline. Each of these meetings have a deadline for submission. The deadline is typically 10 or 15 days before the meeting starts. And anybody who's a member of 3GPP, it can be either through Tsdsi or you can be an independent member of 3GPP. So in that case, you can submit the contribution. So before the meeting, whatever is the deadline, 10, 15 days. So let us say, just as an example, if we have a meeting of SA2 in August, and we want to submit a contribution, which is, say, related to this VMR scenario, the relay solution. So then we will find out what is the deadline for that SA2 meeting. And then before that deadline, we will submit a contribution, which is a document. There is a template. That template is very generic template. You don't have to go into. I mean, it is a slightly different from, say, standard publication where you write results and provide proofs and so on. Those are may not be required normally. And then in that template you submit a Word document to 3GPP SA2, and then it will automatically be considered. Now it may not get approved because if the as somebody earlier also mentioned, most of these standard bodies are consensus driven. So all the members who are participating, they should agree, or at least they should not object to your proposal. So if they object, then it will not be considered, and it will be just noted as a contribution, but it will not go into standards. But if people support it and they do not object to it and during the meeting, then it will be considered as part of the standard, either a study or work item, whatever you want to. So in nutshell, this is what it is. It is fairly simple. If you are a member of 3GPP, either Tsdsi or as an independent member, you just look at the calendar of 3GPP, go to the 3GPP website, look at the calendar, find out which group is the appropriate group for you, and then find out which meeting is you would like to consider, and then you can find out about the deadline, and then before the deadline you submit the proposal. That's all. So does that answer the question? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think it answers this. I think I would like to then also add Anindya into it, because Anindya was heading the roadmap committee discussion and within Tsdsi. So one of the issues which was raised in the earlier session was related to the awareness of the standardization process, etc. How can, as a roadmap committee chair, help them with that? And how, in general, as an industry member, how do you collaborate with academics? Anindya, you are on mute, I think. I can't hear you. And India, we can't hear you in India. You are on mute.
Thanks, Jishan. Am I audible? So
Yeah, you are audible now.
Yeah, I think clusters is. Are you able to hear me? Okay. Now, I was saying that I presented in the morning session that now the roadmap, if you look at the roadmap 2.0, it is divided into clusters, and each cluster has its own life cycle. So actually, if I look at, I mean, I was attending the previous session. If I look at the, each of these clusters actually map to some domain or the other, and depending on the inclination, the researchers can easily identify, where they belong, where their body of work, can be taken further, and they can submit proposals. So as of now, yeah, I think as far as Tsdsi is concerned, I think the roadmap workshops typically happen twice a year, but yes, there are plans to have more, increase the frequency further. I think the way of collaboration which is happening right now is that based on the proposals which come, we kind of categorize them into, and see and bucket them into these clusters, and then there is a cluster lead who is identified, and that cluster lead is basically responsible for, interacting with the proponent and diving into further details of how a particular proposal which the proponent has brought in can be taken forward. And this is where a lot of hand-holding, a lot of mentorship goes in, because I mean, we know that researchers and people from the academia may not necessarily be exposed. I think some people may be exposed, not everyone, but so there's a little bit of a hand-holding process, and this is also a place where we try to bridge them with people who have been experienced, people like Sai and Pranav, so that and that's it's a mutually enriching process also. I mean, it is learning for everyone, and that is how we think that we can take it forward. So that is as far as the roadmap hat is concerned. I think as an industry person, I feel in terms of standardization, yes, I think we have, I mean, we are doing one work in Tsdsi called the broadcast offload, I think, which was mentioned earlier today. So we have been collaborating with IIT Kanpur, IIT Mumbai on those aspects, and they have been bringing contributions. Reliance Jio is also one of the contributors. So there is some healthy work going on there. I think before this, there was also a study phase where some more inputs came in. I think that was provided by IIT Madras. So we feel that yes, there is a good collaboration happening in the standardization domain, as well as I would say even, and that extends towards even implementations which are done based on the standard.
Thanks, Anindya. So coming back to Sai, so basically, yeah, all the academicians don't like all these administrative policies, including travel, getting experimental license, etc. So how do you manage all this, right, in IIT Hyderabad to work out around this standard travel issues as well as admin issues?
Yeah, thank you. So that's true. I mean, when I was teaching and doing standard travel, definitely I had to miss weeks of classes. I mean, I always had to compensate for taking extra classes during the weekend. But on that side, I think ITS has helped me quite a bit. I mean, they were flexible. I mean, students were flexible. It just depends on the IT. I mean, I really did not face any big problems. But in the morning, I think Professor Debabrata Das was mentioning that there's certain policies about official travel or reimbursements, etc., can be made more flexible. But I think it's okay. No major issues there. But really, and it's not always me traveling, right? We need to develop a workforce that can go to standards and represent you, I mean, many organizations. So in that side, the 5G advanced project that was funded, I mean, we are training a lot of manpool where we can train people to go and represent IITs and standards. So in that front, I think the government projects are helping us pull up more resources and bring up the next gen Indian standards delegates. So I think everything is going in the right direction. No complaints, at least from my side.
So Pranav, do you want to add? Would a postdoc fellow help you with all these things? Because travel and academia, both of these are always trouble stuff, right? How do you manage this, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a professor, so I don't have to take classes, but travel is an issue in terms of funding, requirement of funding. So the way we handle right now is to, when we submit a proposal, then we explicitly mention about travel requirements. And if the funding agency, say, agrees, and which Sai was also talking about in a way, then it becomes possible. Otherwise, I agree. I mean, travel is an issue normally in academic institutions because of funding related issues also. And I think Professor Das also talked about it. But as discussed earlier and by Sai also, and I mean, the government is also opening up to funding travel for standardization. So if you explicitly ask for it and you explicitly talk about it in your proposal, then government is or the funding agency is likely to be supportive, and they will be support and that requirement, and through that you can do it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so Anindya, so you just mentioned that you have been in the initial slides on roadmap as well, roadmap part of it.
Yeah,
I think Professor Mani in the earlier session
before you were leaving, I told you.
Can people go on mute?
Kind of bike from somebody else. Here, I'll be the OEM, I'll have the source.
Prakash, can you go on mute? Yeah. Okay. So Anindya, coming back to you, I think VLC was mentioned by Professor Mani and security related work was mentioned by Professor Sriram. So specifically, if you take these two issues, one was from NIT Warangal, another from Amrita University. How can you mentioned about cluster lead? Can we? When can they join? Can we have a roadmap session for them where they can come and present? And how do we mentor them? These are two clusters we already have in our discussion.
Yes, that is true. I think although I mean we are having two roadmap workshops, I think what we should do is we should make it flexible for people to join anytime. It's like joining the bandwagon. Whenever you're ready, you join and join the cluster. We kind of popularize the clusters which are available. I think one thing which we have not done or which we still owe is to do a security-based workshop, which was kind of not one of the themes of the March workshop. So that is something which I still owe to conduct. But definitely, irrespective of the workshop, I think academia members should feel free to approach the roadmap committee in TSDSI and bring in proposals. I think the TSDSI Secretariat can definitely enable it, and I think this SDDR task force which has been formed should also, help in bridging this gap.
Yeah, and I think all of them can join as a guest member, right? General GC has been quite open to that, right? They can join as a guest member and then work with the cluster lead.
Yeah.
And
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So the other thing which I heard from I think Dr. Prabhat and Dr. Sain earlier, like Prabhat was working on IRS sensing and all that, and Sen was working on the really useful application. Looks like if you actually implement it, we will not put up weight along with our research. So that was one application. But what I have seen, both of you, Pranav has been working on that core side of it for the 5G, and Sai has been working on the physical layer along with IIT Madras and CIVIT. How do you split up the work, right? How did you do it with the 5G thing, and how can that be replicated for 6G? And can we expand it more, right? Earlier it was only IIT and IIC. Now I see an interest from NIT, Amrita University, etc. How can you divide it, and what was the process you followed to divide the work?
So I can,
you can go.
So, I mean, yes. So, I mean, at least when we were conceiving the 5G testbed project, right, I mean, there were a lot of brainstorming sessions. Initially, we first conducted a workshop, Professor Radhakrishna had conducted a workshop in IIT Madras to first gather the requirements. I mean, as part of that, there were many brainstorming sessions across all of the collaborators. I mean, as part of that, we identified what each of our core strength was, right? And naturally, it came out that we will do this, we can contribute here. And then the natural kind of a collaboration evolved. So I mean, then it kind of worked out well, and everyone has successfully shown 5G call. IIT Hyderabad has declared that we have shown a 5G call and end-to-end system. IIT Madras has done that. With respect to 6G, I think, at least in my personal view, it's way too early to say something called as a 6G test bed. So what we can probably do is drive something called as a 6G pre-standardization efforts. Let there be pockets of research. Please don't ask people to collaborate yet, right? Let there be several pre-standardization test beds. There could be 20, 30, whatever. And then maybe a couple of years, 2-3 years down the line, maybe TSSI can facilitate, I mean, which they are already doing, they can facilitate something like what a 6G kind of a mix. So everyone presents their results there. And then maybe we can define what 6G is from an India perspective. And then you define a 6G testbed program. I would say this would kind of work out well. You are empowering all the institutions and IITs and everyone. And then later on, you can make up like a bigger 500 crore. I mean, it was 220 crore 5G project. Maybe you can make a 500 crore 6G project. So at least in my view, that is what we should do.
Yeah, Pranav, I think funding was one issue which was raised, and I think 5G testbed maybe were the largest government-funded testbed across everything, right? As far as I know. So funding would automatically get sorted out, like where Sai was mentioning. If individually we could start doing some standardization work, and then we can jointly go with a proposal to TOT or MIT and get it approved and get the funding, right? So what was your experience with that?
Yeah, I think the experience has been excellent. I mean, the government is far more open towards standardization-based research, which I believe is very different from the earlier era. And it is very happy many times. I would say that when you take up a standardized research and you go to the government. So I believe the experience has been very good and so far, and I hope it continues and maybe it becomes even better. So that is how I would say.
So in India, you are also doing chip design, and chip design is one aspect which I think especially MIT is a lot of interest around that. Chip design also means that you have to start much earlier. You have to make the systems, and I think Sai has also been working on that part. So how important is patents for a chip design, and how standard defined research is also important for chip industry?
Okay, that's a very loaded question. I think let me answer in parts. So I think whenever a chip is conceptualized, first thing is you have to keep the product roadmap in mind. You have to probably at least think, I would say 3 to 5 years ahead, because chip production, chip design and chip production, at least I think is like, I would say 18 months is the fastest you can get, but maybe more than 2 years till you get a chip which is, which goes into production at scale, something which you can sell as a commodity. Now, so which means that at least you have to think ahead 3 years at least minimum. But then, if you want the chip to have a longer lifetime, you probably should think at least 10 years ahead as to what all uses it can put. You can put it into. The approach to chip design can be of multiple ways. One is you are, let's say, you're building a chip for a very specific standard. Then you typically have to take into account what is the life cycle of that standard and whether it can sustain that whole life cycle, unless you want to have a roadmap where you do multiple chips, let's say Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi 6, whatever. So people have to have a roadmap. I mean, that's what you would see most of the big companies doing. The other way is to build, and that is an approach which we have taken, which to do things which are software defined, where of course you build a chip with a lot of flexibility, a lot of functionality, but then you don't do so many respins. You basically do more, I would say, software upgrades, so that within a compute bound, within some memory bound, you can solve a class of problems. So I think as we go forward, we go to lower geometries like 7 nanometer and all. Chip design is going to be very expensive, and it is also time taking as well, considering yield issues and stuff like that. So
All these things, make it very, very challenging to get, to get a chip out right the first time. And typically, I think you also spoke of IPR. So when you come to IPR, see, chip is basically, you can consider it as a combination of software which runs on a bunch of processors or a bunch of hardware accelerators. So a lot of ingenuity, I think, remains in the algorithms or what you implement in software or what goes in. But then there could be some acceleration that you can get with whatever kind of hardware accelerators you put, or you can think of it as a combination of hardware and software, or things done in a different way. So the innovations or the, if you say IPRs, there could be an architecture which solves some problems of let's say a communication standard in a specific way, or it could also be solving some radio problem in a very different way. So there could be multiple facets, architectural facets, IPRs. There could be system IPRs where the chip in combination with an external system does something different. So I think the limits are endless, actually, and it all depends on how you conceptualize and what all you want to accelerate or do differently using your chip.
Thanks, Anindya. So before we end, I think I'll just give one round for each of you. See, basically, I think we have a session after this where government representative is explaining the various schemes which they have. And I think there is a session by me also on the industry. So let me start with Pranav. What do you require from government and what do you require from industry?
Yeah, so I think from government we essentially require support for standards-driven research and support in terms of funding essentially. And so that is one in nutshell, I would say. And from industry we would require collaboration. So I believe, for example, we are collaborating with Sankhya Labs on the broadcast broadband convergence. And if there was no collaboration, then we would not have worked on it. And because of this collaboration, we are able to develop a standard under TSDSI. And we have also proposed this use case to 3GPP. So if it is accepted, it is not yet accepted, but if it is accepted, then it can become a part of Release 19 standards development under 3GPP. So, so these are the two, in nutshell, I would say, two things: collaboration with industry and support from government. Thank you.
Hi, so you have been on both sides, academia and industry. So you have worked on the test bed. Is there some specific input which you want to give to the government and industry on improving it from the last?
Right. One thing is continue the momentum like we are doing. I mean, we should not stop. I mean, we are on a very high where we've done 5G, 5G, ITU, and we've got multiple phases. So we should not let this die down. Let it continue. With respect to enhancing standards-defined research, standards-driven research, and eventually leading them to products, what I personally see lacking is access to tools and development kits, whatever is required. I mean, there are very stringent rules in procuring these for IITs. I mean, the tendering process, the wait times are massive. I mean, I think that kind of kills the enthusiasm. For instance, now for me to order a tool or a board, I need to go for a global tender, and I mean the momentum dies down. This tendering process, export control, I really request the government to relook into these aspects, at least for academic research, not for industrial things. Definitely for academic research, I think it needs to be relooked. See, we are not only looking at simulations anymore, right? I mean, we are also, India is trying to make things in India. So you develop standards and you implement these standards, and so that for that you need a lot of hardware. So I really request whoever is in this call or whoever is going to talk from the government entities, the export controls have, I mean, they should be zero, right? Let IITs or NITs or whoever it is equip them with enough power to procure whatever they want. For instance, right now, if I want to procure some chips to make something, right, the CHIMS import management, I mean, there's a big hassle. I would really request that barriers to be broken down.
Yeah, in India.
Thank
So just to what Sai was mentioning, can industry help with that? Because we have been importing items like, and we go through this process. For us, it's also difficult, but we are doing it day in and day out. So can as part of the collaboration, can we help academia with that? Is that a possibility? Whereby and then again the tendering would be there, but that's a separate thing. But can we help at least academia on this? Any thought on that? And
Yeah, see, I think I can relate to the problems I is mentioning, definitely. But even in companies also you have a process. It is not like you can just go and get things that you want. There is an approval process which has to be overcome. But I think to take the prospect of standard-driven research further, what I feel is I think we have to. I mean, there has to be a goal, and the benefit which you get out of doing that kind of research, should be very, or the value should be imminent. Now, in this case, what I feel is like if you could take the case of tools. I mean, I was listening to say, I was thinking that in standard-driven research, you need some way of doing a very quick prototype. I mean, whatever you are doing, I mean, whether it is code or hardware or anything, you need a very quick way and a very, it should be really, I can say, if somebody, if there is a platform. So I feel there should be some initiatives to probably start work on such platforms which can help do standard-driven research, whether it is in both hardware, software. I think that is something which can help, because maybe you have to fund it initially to take it to some point, but then beyond it, it can stand on its own and it can probably generate revenue, because you can probably even rent that infrastructure. And the case in point is, if you look at the testbed which Northeastern University has, US. Yeah, I mean, they have a massive testbed which not only they are loaning to the whole of academia in US, but also to a lot of companies outside, and then they're doing various kinds of research based on that testbed. While we have made a good start, but I think a lot of this testbed work should also be co-owned by companies, and that is where it can help, because when both sides have an ownership sense, it will not only will it help accelerate things, but teething problems researchers should not face in academia. Like the ones Sai mentioned, I think those should be easily available. So probably a more closer interaction, a more proactive interaction should be enabled, and that is where that is what I would say. The government should also try to go towards.
thanks, Anindya. Thanks, Pranav. Thanks, Sai. I think we have run out of time, so we can't take more. Is there any questions which you want to take, Viresh?
Yes, yes, Jishnu. So yeah, it has been an excellent discussion, and everybody, each one of you have actually pointed out to very important aspects. So I would like to rephrase a few questions from the audience. So we could quickly answer two questions, that will be fine, and any one of you can take those questions. So the first question is that when we are discussing about these standards, is it only telecom standards that we are talking about, or any use case driven or system driven work can be taken forward and it could be standardized, and Tsdsi could probably help in that standardization, or some other entity can help with that. So when we are talking about a standard, is it only 5G, 6G, or something else?
Yeah, and I think SGN and SGSS, maybe you can explain on what these, we have two part in TSDSS, right?
Yeah, so right now I think that's correct. I think right now I think I would say the scope of what we have been discussing in TSDSI, there is, I would say, the network side, which consists of, I think, RAN and SA equivalents, but then there is also services group, SGSS, study group, which also considers the services and deals with applications and verticals. So I think both these are available. I think maybe I feel, because this is workshop is a short period of time, maybe people can get in touch with us, and explain to us a little bit in detail what domains they are looking at, and then we'll be able to map it appropriately. Because probably in very short period of time, it may be difficult for people to understand which study group to relate to.
So another quick question is that how would people who do some research in social aspects or probably impact of let's say mobile phones on humans, or how humans use mobile phones, so these kind of studies, can they be converted into standards driven research?
Sai and Pranav, do you want to take this?
I definitely think yes. So, for instance, radiation limits is one, not like a cellular standard, right? I mean, it's more like a radiation standard, BIS standards will be there, where someone has to study what are the appropriate SAR limits that a phone can transmit and what its impact is on a human body. I mean, definitely there are standards for everything. When we say standards, I personally don't think it's just 3GPP, right? There's ORAN, there's Wi-Fi, there's IEEE, ITU. I mean, it's just encompasses. Maybe one reason why we all say 3GPP is because most of us have contributed in 3GPP. But yes, I mean, there are, the question raised, and what are the impacts of mobile phone radiation? I mean, there are standards specific to that. Definitely, it's also an important area of research. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists, and I think few of those issues which we mentioned maybe will be addressed in the next two as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jishnu, Vivesh, and Sachin for the wonderful session.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank
you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so now we have three back-to-back talks which will orient the attendees towards how they could get some help from government as well as industry in doing the standards-driven research. So in that direction, the first talk is being done. Let me just take a look here on the MIT perspective, and the speaker is Mr. S.K. Marwaha. He is presently group coordinator, scientist G, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, MIT, which is an electronics and communication engineer, and holds post-graduate diploma in management. Okay. So he belongs to the 1989 batch of Indian Engineering Services. In his working experience of over 31 years in the Government of India, he has handled policy matters pertaining to the electronics and information technology industry, including the National Policy on Electronics 2019, the Phased Manufacturing Program PMP, fiscal and foreign trade policy matters pertaining to the electronics industry, preferential market access policy, development and implementation of Indian conditional access system, and has been closely involved in facilitating the growth of the industry in the country. So thanks, Mr. Marwaha, for joining us in this workshop. Please go ahead with your talk. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So, will you let me share my presentation? Okay.
So if you permit, may I present?
Yes, sir. Okay, okay.
Sure, sir.
Okay, Sonia, you can take that.
Okay, we can go to the next slide. So I will be covering, the MATI perspective, how MATI is facilitating standards-driven research. So essentially, research and development in cutting-edge technologies ensure that citizens can take full advantage of increasingly pervasive digital services across a plethora of existing and emerging use cases and verticals. Many promising technologies which are currently under development, including the 5th generation of wireless communication technologies, the Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence, require a high degree of interoperability to fulfill their inherent potential, thereby necessitating open and high quality technology standards. Designing these standards is a formidable task for the industry and demands participants to devote a significant amount of R&D resources to the development of the technical contributions on which those standards will be based. Manufacturing technical telecom products in the country are very relevant to the Indian telecom sector, given the fact that import bill in this sector is the second highest. One of the foremost requirements for product development is to have the ownership of the designs and IPRs that make up the product. As of today, the IPRs held by Indian companies in telecom products are negligible. We are seeing MNCs asserting their patent portfolio against Indian handset manufacturers for quite some time now. Considering the impact that manufacturing for telecom network products and devices within the country can help in creating core technology jobs, it is imperative to have continued R&D activities focused on building a significant portfolio of telecom IPRs, including essential patents in standards of 5G and beyond. Thus, the prime focus of Ministry of Electronics and IT is to encourage the development of IPRs, which can lead to patents, designing algorithms that will make up the product design, and implementing IPRs that can give a head start in developing products. MeitY has initiated an IPR program with the core objective to encourage the growth of IP in ICT by way of providing various IP-related services, create awareness, facilitate IPR support, sensitize IP protection and avoidance of infringement, facilitation of know-how on various facets of IPR filing, and complement various innovation and IPR initiatives of MeitY. The program holds on to the ideology that strong intellectual property rights are the future of innovations in India. We at MeitY believe that the need of the hour is to push our requirements globally and develop our own standards. The only way to do is to participate in standards meetings and push our requirements to international standards. To enter this ballgame, we need to think of research outcomes. Right from 4G, MeitY has encouraged researchers, academic institutes, and R&D labs to participate in standard body meetings such as 3GPP to take up their R&D outcomes and push them to become an indigenous IP that can be converted into standards. Next slide, please. So MeitY has taken the first step to build indigenous 5G capabilities by funding many projects, like starting with the development of 4G wireless technology in 2 phases from 2004 to 2012, the next generation 4G advanced wireless technology research from 2012 to 2015, and followed by the 5G research and building next generation solutions for the Indian market during 2015 to 2019, and next generation wireless research and standardization on 5G and beyond, which is continuing. The outcomes of these initiatives, next slide please. The outcomes of these initiatives made a huge impact in the global 4G and 5G standardization arena. Continuous participation in global 3GPP meetings and planned participation in ITU meetings help to push the Indian requirements and contribution to the standards forum from India. In another significant move, India through Tsdsi has submitted an independent set of radio interface technologies as a global core specification proponent to ITUR. CEVIT, IIT Madras and IIT Hyderabad are key anchors for this activity. This will enhance the 3GPP release 15 and 16 new radio and NB-IoT specifications in order to address the rural scenarios that are required by India and other countries which have similar rural profile. As part of 4G and 5G research and standardization activity, an advanced 4G wireless simulator was developed and it was enhanced to develop and evaluate 5G technology. It was developed during the 4G and 5G standardization processes. More than 50 licenses of BWSIM were provided to 10 institutes and 4 industries. The 5G simulator will also be now productized so that it can be provided to the industry and academics for conducting R&D in 5G. The collaborative effort, R&D effort in the 5G wireless technology was very successful, and the work during the projects led to many firsts in India in the field of communications. The low mobility large cell LMLC, a use case of rural India, was made a requirement for the first time because of the Indian contribution to the ITU when the global 5G standards development was taking place. A radio interface technology named 5GI was developed during this project through TSDSI and was adopted by ITU as an IMT 2020 technology for the first time, which is a global 5G standard from India. Standard essential patents were incorporated in the 5G and 5GI technologies for the first time in India, from India. Development of a comprehensive end-to-end 5G testbed for the first time by 8 entities from Indian academia and research organizations working in collaboration with funding from DOT was only possible due to the expertise gained by the research projects funded by METI consistently over the years starting 2004. So as you can see, a total of 111 patents have been filed in India and US, and CEVIT and IIT Madras have declared 12 standard essential patents to TSDSI. Next slide. Now, besides, METI has also been supporting projects like design and implementation of non-orthogonal multiple access NOMA techniques for future wireless systems, which aims to create a test bed for non-orthogonal multiple access based wireless access network for ubiquitous connectivity, metro area quantum access network, and also multi-gigabit wireless system at 60 gigahertz for 5G and beyond, with an objective to enable a new technology in antenna systems at 60 gigahertz unlicensed band. Besides, we have supported 5G plus 6G converged terrestrial satellite IoT, where prototype products leading to commercialization of converged terrestrial and satellite communication and IoT technologies will be developed. The patents generated by these projects will be proposed for inclusion in the global wireless standards through participation in 3GPP. Based on the success of various activities, METI has initiated new projects like next generation wireless research and standardization on 5G and beyond, in which we will conduct research in areas which are part of 5G and beyond. The research outputs will be filed as patents and publications. Also, a simulation tool will be evolved by enhancing the existing simulator built over the years as and when the standards evolve. Other projects supported include 6G sub-terahertz wireless communication with intelligent reflecting services, indigenous 6G chip design and deployment, 6G end-to-end communication system, and a unified IoT architecture and development framework for 5G and 6G MMTC applications. The activities which have been initiated in these R&D projects majorly focus on creating IPs which lead to patents, designing innovative algorithms that will make up the product design, and developing prototypes that can give a head start in developing technological solutions for products. We are also encouraging researchers to disclose their patents to TSDSI so that they can be taken up to international standards bodies like 3GPP as Indian contributions. We hope that the outcomes of these research projects will contribute to these standards. Next slide. Thank you. So with that, I come to the end of my presentation. So these are my coordinates for any Q&A, I can be contacted over the email given in this slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Marwa, for this nice introduction about how MIT is facilitating SDR. So I think next we will go to the talk from our DOT representative, Mr. Kishore Babu. So he will share with us the DOT's perspective of how the government is facilitating SDR. So Mr. Kishore Babu is currently DDG SRI DOT. He has 28 years of experience in diverse leadership positions in information and communications technologies, ICTs, and telecommunications. He is responsible for multilateral cooperation from the Department of Telecommunications with international and regional organizations. Mr. Kishore Babu has made important contributions on ITU, APT, and other platforms for ITU, WDC, ITSO Assembly Parties meetings, ITU, WCIT, WSIS, APT meetings. Yeah, so thank you for joining us, Mr. Kishore. Please share some of the perspectives from the DOT side. Please unmute yourself.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon to all the distinguished members who are part of the event. I also want to, acknowledge, MIT's contribution as well as inputs from Dr. Marwa, how consistently the research community is being funded, especially for next generation communication technology, starting from 4G, 5G, and as well as the upcoming new generation technologies. So with this, I can only say that there's a kind of whole of the government approach to promote research and standardization programs across the departments. And very recently, you might have seen some news about on 16th to 18th, DOT hosted some of the, I should say, pilot or a kind of standalone demos of 4G and 5G solutions. In fact, that is one of the, then it was followed by 5G testbed integration at IIT Madras, added with 7 more academic and research institutions who developed the indigenous end-to-end 5G testbed. This indicates a kind of, this speaks a lot about the confidence and strength what, the Indian technology ecosystem in partnership with academia and industry is building together towards, especially in the cutting edge technologies. And I'm one among you who is very proud of all these developments. And I know that some of you personally have contributed to this, these developments who are part of this session. Many thanks, and we are all indebted to your contribution. Now, as part of this session, I'm going to speak a few of the developments, what DOT has been doing, how it can help and facilitate the work what you are already doing with regard to standardization, with regard to research, and with regard to you moving up in the value chain in terms of contributions in domestic as well as international environment. You may be aware that in 2019, DOT brought out significant reform in making spectrum available for R&D, manufacturing, and demonstration purposes, especially through a radical reform which offered a bouquet of licenses with one license through self-declaration. At ₹5,000 cost, any band, you can do the testing and R&D in your office without spending much on the regulatory compliance and burdens. So this is one what people come back to us saying that this reform of making spectrum available at such a ease of access, especially for R&D, is making significant support for the efforts which is already ongoing in academia as well as industry front. Then a few other developments from DOT are, one is today is the last date for the for inviting applications, especially for phase 2 of Digital Communication Innovation Square scheme, where we are proposing to bring a concept of moving from proof of concept to the prototype. So we heard that more than 300 applications have been received, offering what kind of what's called design or standard driven models or technologies they want to propose as part of the R&D ecosystem work in especially 4G and 5G technologies. This is also another development. And another significant funding which is on the cards, as you have seen in the budget announcement, that 5% of USOF levies or earnings would be earmarked for R&D purpose and commercialization purpose, especially to proliferate broadband and mobile services in rural and remote areas at affordable and cost-effective technologies. And these proposal or guidelines are in finalization stage. They also will come out very soon. And with regard to 5G use case labs, because after the adopting, once we roll out the technology, what is more important is how quickly we are adopting the technology and how quickly we are gaining benefits of the technology adoption in various economic verticals. An interministerial committee has been formed with 17 ministries, where DOT, along with partnership with the DST and MeitY, is working with them in supporting and as well as piloting and rolling out 5G use cases, also taking care of any regulatory issues from the respective vertical ministry. And having said about 5G testbed and its success as an end-to-end program, it has demonstrated first and foremost a kind of collaborative culture among the institutions and research entities. Yes, it is possible that all the strong points of institutions can come together to achieve something as big as indigenous 5G testbed. Similarly, in the there is a thought process about 6G testbed driven by industry in partnership with academia is also on cards with regard to its planning. Yes, it is at a drawing board. And you all might have heard about 5G high-level forum, which consisted of all secretaries of three secretaries of Department of Telecom, MeitY, as well as Department of Science and Technology, which also made certain suggestions with regard to how we can encourage and engage experts from the country to participate in international forums, what kind of funding facilitation can be done. There was a committee from which includes DGT, Tsdsi and other academia members made certain recommendations, and which is also in a final stage of getting it implemented, which should enable some of the objectives which are envisaged in Indian National Strategy for Standardization, wherein experts, especially from the industry and startups and SMEs, could be funded entirely, for their participation in the, this international forums, where one of the issues that have been consistently raised was that, because of lack of consistent participation, which is creating challenges as well as opportunity, which we can build on in the current competencies to a more stronger level, is not getting fully exploited. So in that context, I'm sure that these measures are going to help us. And a few more things what we are working right now are this 6G Technology Innovation Group, which is also having a group called 6G Standardization Group, which is led by Chairman Tsdsi, and they have already given certain recommendations. And these also are going to become part of the, which is going to unravel the 6G program for the next 10 years, and how the research and as well as standards participation and contribution going to be built upon this particular framework. And we have seen a kind of significant traction and as well as synergy between BIS, Telecom Engineering Center and Tsdsi, which are primarily working on telecommunication standardization. And we are also looking at to develop a kind of roadmap for the next 5 to 10 years. What are the different areas where there is the competencies from industry and Indian academia, and what are the areas where there is where we can contribute in the international forums, and if there is any gap, though we have competency, we are unable to contribute, could be category 1. Category 2, there's an opportunity for contribute because there is a kind of need for India to build such competencies. Yes, identifying in these two areas, we are going to come out with a program very soon, how to build this, how to bridge this gap and opportunity, especially for participation in international standards bodies as well as standards events. And we are also compiling the technology work happening across the academia, different institutions and universities. To some degree, we are aware with some of the premier institutions, but even in the premier institutions, we can see there are several centers of excellence, centers of excellence, where we have little knowledge about the work what they are doing and what way they can be supported or facilitated for their participation in standards development. This has been one gap area which has been a concern for long. We are working on coming out with a centralized network of current Indian competencies, maybe in academia, maybe in centers of excellence, startup missions, as well as industry, through a form called Innovation Network for Digital Communication. Tsdsi and TCO India are working very seriously on that. A lot of work is also in progress. So very soon, this platform is going to be made available, which is on work, that how different entities can contribute and can see about where they stand, how they can bridge a collaboration with other entities. So work on this also is going on in a good progress. And CDOT is also coming out with open run test environment where industry or academia, they can bring products, especially for open run. The more you test with the other products, you're going to get you're going to make your product more strong and robust. Similarly, they also come out with called some Center of Innovation for IoTs, where industry has been invited to take part and as well as to become part of that. So these are some of the measures which DOT pursuing. Of course, as and when the new developments are there, we'll be more than happy to share with you. And once again, Department of Telecommunications wants to acknowledge contribution from academia and industry in this long journey where we consistently working together to build the strengths and competencies and supporting each other for a bigger and larger cause. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Kishore, for sharing your thoughts and the plan of the government going ahead. It is very important for the listeners to understand that there are funding opportunities going forward. So thanks for sharing that and this whole perspective of standards-driven research. Thank you. So I can actually take one quick question, Jishnu. Okay, it's fine. Yes, I guess we will continue with this next talk. So yes.
So you can ask the question. Sorry, I just joined. Maybe you can ask the question to Marwa Kishore Babu sir.
Yeah, so I was just thinking that I will take one quick question. So we have been talking about, Mr. Marwa and you also have been talking about these large projects which are being funded. So what about the individual faculty members approaching DOT or MIT with request for small funds for one project, 2 or 3 year long? So, and if they are planning to do a standards-driven research, so are there certain opportunities that you would like to highlight for individual or 2-3 faculty members coming together and writing a proposal?
Yes, of course. We are we are taking project proposals from the academia, research institutions in this communication technologies. So we have a working group which considers these projects and makes the recommendations. And we have a budget allotted, grant in aid. So we are considering all these projects, and based on merits, they are considered and funded.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So I think that is it. So thank you to both of you, Mr. Marwa and Mr. Kishore Babu. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay. So yeah. So we have here Mr. Jishnu. So he has been playing a critical role in this session. He actually collated the questions from the first roundtable and then asked those questions in the second roundtable. And we are again with Jishnu, and he will share with us how industry can facilitate SDR. So Jishnu, please go ahead with your talk.
Thanks, Viveshwar. Okay, can the slide was shown? Can you project that slide? Asif? Yeah, thanks. So I think both Kishore Babu sir and Marwa sir explained what government is willing to do for SDR. So it's my turn. I'll make it very brief on what industry can, how industry can help SDR. Can we go to the next slide? So just to motivate folks, so you can just click you just move. Yeah, so basically, if you see the amount of revenue which are generated by standard defined research, the industry side of it is close to $26 billion revenue. So this is itself a big industry, if you want to say. If you, I have not taken, these are all from the companies which are involved. There are many legal firms who also take part in this. So those revenues are not considered. So there are companies like Interdigital who specifically focus on standard essential patents. So just if you take the key industries, top 10 of them, and just add it up, it comes to 26 billion plus revenue. The second part of it is like if you see the US university, right, it generates close to $3 billion from just from licensing revenue. Not all of them may be for standard driven, but at least it starts from the patent, and then they ensure that few of them actually gets into standard as well, which would ensure they get further licenses out of it. So both purely from a financial perspective, this enables Indian university also to become more or less independent in future, especially when the funding requirements are getting more and more for Indian university. This is an added source of revenue for Indian university, and even the startups which they can sort of have in their research park, etc., they can also generate close to large revenue from SDR, which can again come as part of some sharing mechanism between the startup and the research institute. The bigger value for many of the students, etc., who are part of this would be that academic idea actually get into industrial product. I know many people who have been discussing with me, etc., that many of those ideas, wonderful algorithms which gets created, doesn't actually get into product and get deployed. So that's another advantage which as academia and as students would be able to do.
Oh my God, how many awards you can get?
Yeah, Prakash, I think we're on, not on. The other part is especially I understand that there are students who wants to get into industry, and some of them may want to continue on the academic line. Especially for the guys who are trying to get into industry, standard defined research, the outcome of that, whatever patents they have created, would surely increase their employability, and they can surely put that in their CVs when they apply for industrial jobs. So that's another advantage. This is especially from the student community. Industry, as you know, is completely willing to support all the academic and research community in this endeavor, and whatever help is needed, we will do it. Specifically, can you go to the next slide? Specifically, if I go step by step on what we have been doing with the various support which we have been providing to the academia. The first one is we always help to vet the idea, especially from a market use case perspective. So, for example, recently there was a DOT project where DOT organized an event where we were asked to provide an input. So we found that though the initial idea was not for a specific requirement of what we were looking for, we could easily find that whatever they are trying to develop was very similar to what we have been looking for, and it was completely made. We have been looking for a cost-effective alternative from India, and hopefully, as that research continues along with the DOT funding, we would see that it gets finally incorporated into product if that proto really works out. Secondly, I see many of the funding which government provides needs consortia member from industry. So we have been supporting this both for MIT funding as well as for DOT funded project. And we are also supporting them with respect to the PRST, etc., where it's needed. So specifically, Tejas has been doing few on EON, Elastic Optical Network, which was funded by MIT. And I think there is a transceiver work which is being discussed with DOT. So we are very open to do that and generally I think all the industry members are also very keen to sort of support those bid to jointly bid, make the proposal and submit to the government. We help in supporting setting up the research lab. At least from Tejas Network, we have helped IIT Hyderabad set up their massive MIMO lab, which were able to test out the nonlinear pre-coding, etc. We worked with IIT Madras on some project which was related to a balloon-based 4G backhaul network. We have worked with IISc on multiple projects. Being Bangalore, that becomes much easier. Whether it was V2X related project or related to one of those initial setups related to Wi-Fi. The third part is that we can support you in SDR related work. We understand that you have, at least personally, I have been involved with the 5GA work. So there are times when you have the academic work where you have to go for the classes and may not be able to attend the standards. So usually we help during that time, we support them and we want present in place of in lieu of the academic member. This happens through TSDSI. So TSDSI itself creates a panel. So the panel continue to work. So even if one or two members cannot attend a particular meeting, that doesn't affect the whole work. So that's one of the help, and many of this having an industry support really helps you to push something in standard. So that way also we sort of help from an industry perspective. The other aspect is we would license the technology if it is developed through, especially the SDR based technology. We would prefer a prototype testing or a POC testing before we adopt it. That's the only way we can sort of evaluate whether how useful is it. So we would prefer that. But yeah, we could always see if there are exceptional cases without proto itself, we can incorporate it into the product. We will help with prototype testing inside our lab. So we have sufficiently large labs where you can come in, test your equipment, especially for example, in optical, you need to test over 1,000 kilometers. So we have such facility where you can sort of actually run it over 1,000 kilometers. And then there was a session earlier where people were mentioning that getting licenses would be difficult. So some of our labs already have licenses and just walk in and get that test done. That's the other help we can offer for academia students. The last step usually is about field trial. If you want to do a large field trial, as an industry, we are quite open, and there are large field trials which are there. Even I think CDOT is supporting such effort to do field trials, and there are similar private industries who are willing to do this. I know Tata Communication Limited is thinking of setting up some field trial work. So these are places where you can test maybe high mobility and all that. And I know Ministry of Railways have a test setup where we can even try to test it around 350 km/h, etc. So that's something which we can also help as an industry and maybe along with the help from government. And the last one is we can always jointly work to further improve the solution. So the initial solution itself may not be the most optimal. So we can work jointly to improve it based on ground level feedback. Once we do the field trial, we feedback and then we incorporate. So these are the specific input from industry side on how we can help standard defined research. Thanks, Viresh, over to you.
Yes.
Any questions, you can reach me.
Yeah, thanks, Jashni. So I would like to ask one question. So you already, for the sake of attendees, so you mentioned, and it has also been discussed in the previous sessions about the involvement of the students. So is there any, or do you know, or is it in the plans to have one fellowship which could be given to PhD research scholars who would do some SDR related work? So can something like done be, can something like this be done to encourage participation from students? And you also would like to have such students because, as you said, they will be more employable in future.
So right now we have some internship program where people, students can come into the industry and start working. So maybe you can have, especially we do this for, we need an year because few months doesn't work really well for industry. So if you have a project where it's a joint project where the research is like 6 months, you can sort of work in the academia, and 6 months you can come as intern and work in our lab. So such things we are flexible, especially on the fellowship. This is something, it's a nice idea. Maybe I have to look into it and then get back to you.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Jishnu. Thanks a lot for sharing the perspective in a very brief manner and very pointed manner. Thanks.
That is before in the future.
Okay. Okay, good. So we are at the end of the workshop. Sachin, do you want to share something at the end before we give the vote of thanks?
2019 to present.
Just a minute, somebody is
Prakash, Mr. Prakash. Yes, please go ahead. Go ahead, Sachin.
Okay. Yeah, I think I have been pretty. It was very interesting the whole day. Very nice discussions and talks. Very informative, and everybody participated. And again, okay. And it is very interesting also to see like somebody. Is there some background noise is coming? So what is interesting to see is that the research like is happening almost everywhere in India, not only let's say Premium Institute, but also in the other institutes and private institutes, and it's really nice. And we need to see how to get all people, all the researchers on board to do this standard-driven research, which will help India in long run, and to generate a lot of IPRs and basically get the technology going. So yeah, I don't have anything specific, but yeah.
Yeah, I think this was an excellent set of talks that I am sure would have motivated a lot of people to continue working in the direction of standard-driven research, and probably we might have some new faces who will join this journey of standards-driven research. Okay, so I think this is time to conclude our afternoon session as well. And before we end the workshop, we would like to give a vote of thanks to everyone who spoke in this workshop. So starting, so first I would like to thank NCC for giving us this platform to have this workshop on standards-driven research. We would also like to thank Tsdsi for supporting us in bringing out these aspects and ensuring that the registration fees was free of cost. Then in terms of the speakers, we would like to thank Professor Debabrata Das, then Mr. Anandya Saha, Mr. Prakash, all of them put up very nice perspective from TSA-DSI, including Mr. Mahesh. And then in the panel involving Professor David, Dr. Vinosh and Mr. Vinay, which was moderated by Professor Sundaram. We had very interesting discussions, so we thank all the panelists there as well. And then in the afternoon session, this was started by Mr. Pranav, and he actually stayed there for multiple other sessions, both the round tables. So we thank Mr. Pranav for spending time and sharing his experience on SDR. We also thank Dr. Pradipta and Dr. Abhishek for sharing their work with us and their the challenges that they face and the way they solved it. And again, in the case of the panel members, including Mr. Professor Mani, Dr. Prabhat Sharma, Dr. Hemal Shah, Dr. Swagata Sen, Professor Sriram. And in the second panel, we had again, Mr. Jishnu being the moderator, Mr. Nandia, Mr. Pranav Jha, and Dr. Said Hirajambus. We thank all the panelists for sharing the different challenges and then also sharing for some potential solutions in doing the standards-driven research. And at the end, we would also like to thank Mr. Marwaha for sharing the perspective of MIT, Mr. Kishore Babu for sharing the perspective of DOT, and Mr. Jishnu for sharing the perspective of the industry. So at the end, I guess I would like to thank the organizing team, of course, this TSDSI team, including Bindu, Shefali, Sonia, and Asif for helping us conduct this session. Sachin, have I forgotten something?
Yeah, so I just want to say thank you also especially to Professor Azad, who couldn't attend today, but he, we have been bugging him a lot. Like even Bindu, like anything happens, we have been calling them. And we also want to thank Pamela Madam and Desai sir for the support, and also Adresh for really helping at the last moments. And I would last but not least, but I would also like to thank my coach here, viveshwar. Amazing job at doing this. It has been a great working with him in organizing this workshop.
Yes, the pleasure is mine, Sachin. Thank you for taking care of most of the issues in conducting this workshop. Thank you. So I think with that we can conclude the workshop.
Yes, thank you all. I think we can.
Yeah, thank you to all attendees as well. Please submit your.
You want to show the survey again once again? Survey. You just want to highlight the survey once again?
Yes, sir. So there were. So you must have seen two links in the chat. So there was one for survey about how TSDSI could help you and what are some of the things that you want to work on, and then we will collect all that information and then probably approach you based on that survey. And then the second link that you might be seeing in the chat is related to the feedback on this workshop. So how did we do and what things you liked or disliked about this workshop. So please go ahead and fill those surveys and they will be very helpful to us.